Welcome to the Guerilla Collective, a 3-day digital festival of game announcements, trailers, and demos streamed straight to you. Please welcome your host, Game Awards trending gamer, Greg Miller.
Welcome back to the final day of the Guerilla Collective. For the last 2 days, we've been showing you brand new games, debuting trailers, and even releasing titles on the spot. But today's my favorite day, honestly. Today, the developers are going to speak directly to you about their projects in a laid-back live stream. You, of course, hang out in the chat, they show you their cool games, and we all get to find our next favorite title. Sound good? Then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. This is your final day of the Guerilla Collective. Alex, Justin, take it away.
What is happening, everybody? Welcome to the Guerilla Collective, Day 3. It has been an amazing experience the last 2 days. We are showing over 80 games. We got 7 games today that we're going to be showcasing. And a little bit about me. I am the co-founder of the Media Indie Exchange, The Mix. I helped to produce the Guerilla Collective along with some of the most amazing producers. Publishers and developers from around the world. I'm also a game developer and that type of thing, and I'm going to chop it up with you guys. And sitting next to me is the amazing...
Alex Wilmer. Thank you. I'm Alex Wilmer. I co-founded an audio production company here in Berkeley. We also have studios in South Korea and in Ireland. And we work around the clock on video games, animated cartoon series, film, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and we're here in Wilmersound. Just a little bit about the Guerilla Collective, like I was saying. Due to the lack of E3, we were like, let's get together, The Mix, and a bunch of publishers and developers, and let's do this thing ourselves independently. So what you see around here, we basically built up a studio within his studio to make this happen, and we've been grinding to make this happen along with the developers here. So this is going to be a really cool experience. We have, like I said, 7 games coming up, and last week we did the Black Voices in Gaming stream, which is amazing, and it's just been crazy, as everyone knows, with COVID, Black Lives Matter, all those things happening. We do have a charity. If you could pop the charity up, you can... Those are our sponsors, but it's all good. So we do have a charity that you could donate through Tiltify, the NAACP, UNICEF, and Gameheads. If you want to donate, anything that you put forth for that is very, very helpful. So the next couple hours, we'll be showing you games, chat with teams, learn more about these games. Amazing creators, like some of them I'm a fanboy for. I bet you guys are too. And check out the chat because they are in the chat, even though you guys are clowning, folks. The cylinder is coming towards the end of the show, guys. But let's roll over to our first trailer and get right into it. This is Iron Harvest.
Peggy 18.
We were all busy with our own small lives. Didn't know what went on in secret. Didn't see the war coming. They said the war would be won within months. An adventure, promising pride and honor. In the end, it would be 5 years. Years of torment and horror, like the world had never seen before. The Great War, that was supposed to end all wars, is over. While in secret, the seed is sown for the next war. But this time, we're vigilant, and we'll fight.
And that was a dope trailer for Iron Harvest. We got Tobias on the line talking about the game. We're going to be playing the game. This dude is going to be driving. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, thank you for having me, guys.
You look really crispy right now. The beard is exquisite, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
On point.
Oh, nice. So yeah, we were playing through the game the other day, the demo, and the game is really interesting. Did you guys have a Kickstarter back in a while ago?
Yes, that's right. Everything started with the Kickstarter. It was in 2018, if I remember correctly. And yeah, so that's a Kickstarter project. And now, 2 years after, we are right in front of releasing the game. So we're super excited about that.
That's dope. Because I remember when I was actually, I don't know if you heard about Fig, but I actually was publishing at Fig, and I was looking through games. And when you guys were on Kickstarter, I was like, oh my God, this is so awesome. You had such great artwork and animatics and that type of stuff that you were showcasing. I was like, I can't wait for this game to come out. And then when I saw that you guys you're pushing your game to showcasing the Guerilla Collective, I was like, oh my God, we have to play this. And then right now, so let's switch. Alex is going to be playing. It's so interesting that you guys chose to start with this kind of tutorial where you're actually little kids. I was like, this is fascinating and amazing.
Yes, exactly. So the game, for those who don't know, it's an RTS, right? So a real-time strategy game. But here in this tutorial, we somehow need to teach the people how the mechanics work, right? So we thought it's a pretty cool way to make it in this kind of snow fight scene, because not only does it give you the basics of the game, but it also gives you some background story of the main characters of the game, because this young lady there is Anna, who's the hero for the Polania faction, and it gives the characters actually way more substance, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. It's always good to have an organic feel when you're doing that, as opposed to it just being this really stiff, you have to read a bunch of texts, a bunch of text. But what was your? Go ahead.
No. Press A and D to move the camera and stuff. So here it's a little bit more gamification, right?
Yeah.
So that's the word, I guess.
Yeah, true. So what was the inspiration behind Iron Harvest?
So the biggest gameplay-wise, the biggest inspiration are games like Company of Heroes, Dawn of War, and Warcraft 3. So it's more this classical RTS, and gameplay-wise, the closest is probably Company of Heroes. If you remember that game where you have to take cover, you cannot just simply send your troops to the front line. You have to protect them and keep them alive because they are very precious and very expensive. So it's a very tactical and strategic RTS actually. And from the world and the design, it's inspired by Jakub Grujalski, which is a Polish artist, his artwork. And he actually created this 1920 plus universe. That's also in the name Iron Harvest. There's a subtitle 1920 plus. That's the name of the universe. And in this universe, you have an alternative post World War I, where the people, instead of tanks, were using giant mechs actually to fight. And we call this era the diesel punk area. So steampunk is a little bit earlier, cyberpunk later, and this 1900s is the diesel punk era, and that's where we are playing, and this is where where's everything based on.
That's super interesting. So so what role do you play on the team? I'm just curious.
Excuse me, come again?
What do you do on the team? I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, so I'm Toby. I'm the PR manager for this game. So I'm the one who's showing his beard into the camera and tell you how great the game is. But actually, I'm taking the game. I'm traveling the world with it, and I'm trying to show it to the people. And actually, that's what we did since the Kickstarter campaign, showing the game and collecting feedback. And that's what we are also doing right now. There's a closed beta for Iron Harvest, but the big announcement, if I can say it like that. From tomorrow, there will be a demo on Steam, so everyone can try at least a little bit of Iron Harvest before it actually releases. And that's important for us because we are collecting feedback and try to implement as much as possible into the game.
There's a multiplayer component where you're fighting against your friends and that type of thing.
Very right. So in this RTS, of course, there's a big campaign. That's the part which is inspired by Warcraft 3, so with the hero units and the deep single-player campaign. So there will be planned right now 21 missions for the single-player campaign. But of course, as you said, there's also a multiplayer, which I like a bit more than the single-player, but just me personally, because I believe that having this huge mech fight, stomping through buildings, outrunning your opponent, outsmarting your friend, is even more interesting than fighting AI. But that's just me. So if you are more into the single-player part, then go ahead.
He got defeated. What can you tell
in
us
the tutorial?
In the tutorial with snowballs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well,
no diesel.
Not looking forward
no
to reading
diesel,
this
but hard ice. You can try a skirmish battle if you want, because then you can see more than just throwing ice.
Yeah.
And then if you're quick enough, you will be even able to build some mechs and show the people how the. Hey, someone in the chat is writing Snowpunk. Yeah, Snowpunk. That's the tutorial. Dope. Exactly.
That's dope.
That's really dope.
Can you tell us a little bit about the story while we get back and go try a skirmish?
Of course. So the story is, well, in this 1920 plus universe, there's 3 factions there's more factions, but in the game there's 3 factions. We have Polania, which is something like alternative Poland, Rusviet, something like alternative Russia, and Saxony, which is something like alternative Germany, and they are fighting each other in Iron Harvest. So, and the idea is that, I don't want to spoil too much about the single player, of course, but the idea is that there is some kind of super weapon somehow someone has it, everyone wants it, and all the campaigns are actually trying to get to this point. Who gets the weapon? Who will take charge? Who will be the powerful source in the end of the game? And that's like the big overview of the campaign. But of course, for every campaign, for each faction, we have 7 missions. So you will see the different angles on the game and the different parts of the game from different views, and eventually find out that who seems bad isn't that bad, and so on. So there's some plot twists and stuff, and the missions should be as unique as possible.
Cool. You're gonna have to run us through this as he starts getting things.
I'm going to the Iron Mine.
So first of all, exactly. So that's the Company of Heroes style gameplay, where there's no. If you think of a Command Conquer or something, you have to collect your Tiberium. Here you have to conquer those iron mines and oil pumps, and they will then over time generate some resources for you. So the big idea is it's something like moving the front line back and forth all the time. You have to recapture resource points. They will generate something, but the opponent can take them from you at every moment, and so on. The 2 units you have right now is regular riflemen and engineers. Those engineers with the these ones exactly. They are building base. They're pretty much building your base. So if you push H or put on the building, push the building button on the bottom right when you click the engineers, then you can build some buildings like barracks and a workshop in your base. And as I said, it's moving the front line back and forth. So on the minimap on the left side, you can see how the opponent is slowly conquering resource points and those flags there. And it's a bit like capture the flag. So if the opponent takes them, then there's a counter, which you can see on the top, the winning points, victory points, which I personally don't like. I'm for the annihilation, fighting the opponent till the end. But yeah. Sneaky win with victory points is of course also possible.
There's no snowballs here.
If no snowballs.
I'm attacking these guys. Oh, they ran away.
Yes, exactly. You can. They saw you probably, or they took the oil pump and now they're getting something different. So on the map you have the oil pump. You have crates. In those crates there can be weapons, there can be resources, there can be There's field gun, for example, weapons lying around, and you can adapt on the battlefield while playing the game. And the coolest thing, I believe, is not only the covering system that you have to take cover when you're attacking someone, but when you have a mech or something, then you can walk through buildings and just ignore all the cover because they're way too big and will just stomp through.
That's awesome.
I would heavily recommend to start building a base, because you took all your units, especially the engineers who is not good at shooting, and you took them to this house. Yes, the house button. If you click on the house button, then you can build, for example, the barracks or workshop, and put it in the base. It's the thing you neglected in the very first moment.
Tobias is going in on Alex.
Learning is fun.
Yeah.
Although,
I mean, it's as always, you have to get the basics, and that's why the snowball, that's what the snowball tutorial was trying to teach you, that of course how to move on the battlefield, but also how to build your base and take care of it.
Our barracks is under attack.
My barracks is
so
under
it's
attack.
getting.
By
the way, I'm trying to right now talk to you via my cell phone, and I'm using mobile data. So if anything happens, then just so you know,
they'll figure it out.
It's all good.
It's good.
But it seems to work, so I have my makeshift streaming device.
No,
here.
your stream is amazing. By the way, when we saw your camera, it's like better than like 90% of other. You know what I mean? Looks super pristine.
Thank you, cell phone manufacturer.
I feel like I have lost all my units and my base.
So you were learning the hard way. How about we start again? And you use one of those units you have there, the rifleman, to capture resource points, and the other one, the engineers, to immediately start to build something. And then you send out the engineers as well.
So I'll
So let's restart.
Okay.
Yeah. For instance. Are you sure you want to restart? Yes, sir.
Yes,
so,
you definitely do.
I sure am.
Of course, it's the base building is just the focus is not on the base building. You need a base to be able to build units. Of course, that's where you get your mechs and your soldiers. However, the focus on the game will always be on the front line of the battlefield. So what actually happens is that you're trying to protect your resource points at all time. You're trying to push the enemy back and so on. And what's really interesting, maybe you saw it when your units died. Whenever you kill a human unit, they will drop their weapons. So let's say you are killing, I don't know, a flamethrower unit, then you can tell your engineers to pick up the flamethrowers, and they upgrade to become flamethrower units. So a potentially weak unit becomes a potentially very strong unit. However, you then lose the engineers and become flamethrower. So this gives you a lot of independence and flexibility on the battlefield, which is pretty cool. So let's say the opponent is attacking you with tanks or something, and you really need to get some cannons quickly to get them down, anti-tank cannons. Then just try to pick up cannons if you're lucky enough to find them somewhere. So we have to push for more resources. So you can either pick up the crates lying around. You can see them on the map. There are those white boxes. Those are weapon crates or resource crates.
I see.
Or exactly those
cool.
ones. And it's a weapon crate, so inside there will be a weapon, but there's also oil crates and iron crates. And if you go to the resource points, then you can capture them as well. In your HQ, the only building you have currently, you can also build basic units. So you could build another engineer, for example, so you have 3 units instead of 2. What is very important for you, I guess, is the retreat button. So once one of your units no, you're laughing, but actually it really helps you to survive, because in same as in Company of Heroes, you cannot afford to rebuild so many units, so you need to keep them alive. Exactly, perfect. You just push the R button or the button on the bottom right, and
nice.
they will get a hit point bonus, and they're running back to their HQ where you can repair them or heal them.
Okay.
Oh,
So
cool.
once they arrive at your HQ, they will lose this small arrow on the head, and if you push R again, you will replenish the unit.
Okay.
R or the the top left button.
So Tobias, when is the release?
The release is on the but this joke only works in Europe. However, the game is called Iron Harvest 1920 plus 1920, which is the 1st of September 2020.
Okay, nice.
Only works in Europe though, so it's in a few weeks, in a few months. There's the Iron Harvest is releasing, but and that's a very important and very cool part. From tomorrow, you can get your demo on Steam for free, so you can try it for several days. So it's from June 16th to June 22nd. You can try it, give your feedback, and try to stay alive a bit longer.
You definitely be practicing. The game is awesome. It's very gorgeous. I love playing the beginning part of it. I'm definitely going to be playing it. You can wishlist it now.
Exactly. So
Yes.
go Steam, Epic, whatever shop you like, go there and you can wishlist it and try it if you go to Steam.
Thank you so much, Tobias. It was amazing having you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It was great.
Yeah, for sure. All right. That was Iron Harvest, King Art Games, Tobias. The game is really fun. It's cool. It obviously takes a minute to really get into. It's an RTS, but the game is...
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy in that game, which is really cool. It's amazing to see the dynamic cover too. The way that you go behind the cover and they automatically take cover and stuff. It's really cool. It's the kind of thing you need plenty of time to kind of figure out, obviously.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's the kind of thing that I would lose many hours playing for sure.
Okay, so up next we have Say No More, Marius Winter. Roll the trailer, sir.
Hey, you! Did you just start your internship?
Welcome, intern.
And were destroyed by your coworkers?
Make me coffee.
Copy these papers.
Bad hair day alert.
Your supervisor probably just stole your lunch.
Thanks, intern.
And the problem is, you are too shy to say something.
I don't see coffee.
But don't worry. All you need is just one word. It's the word no. No.
Whoa!
You work late today. No.
Whoa! Be nice to our supervisor.
Clean the coffee maker.
No.
Go, buddy.
No.
All right.
Yes, you learned well.
Big way.
No.
Hey, keep it down.
Hey, let's go. Okay, you can.
No.
Hey, whoa. What is this madness? Your outfit is bad. Oh, you're being weird. Stop clapping. Hey, what are you doing?
No.
I was just projecting.
That was Say No More. This game looks really hilarious. We got Marius on the line.
Oh, hey.
How's it
Hello.
going?
I'm good. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
1 2 1 2. Awesome.
Did you play one of the voices for the game?
I did. These were all placeholder voices by me. Yes.
Oh, okay. Because the game is super hilarious. By the way, I kept playing it over and over again the other day. It reminds me of old school PS1 games, which may be what your influence is. But there's one in particular called Incredible Crisis that I used to love. And I would just keep playing through that game, and this is dead on. I'm when I saw this game, I think I saw it a while ago. You guys were gonna show it at the Mix GDC or something like that, and I was like, oh my god, we gotta check this game out. So we finally got our hands on it. Alex is gonna play through it. It's hilarious. You have to talk about how you came up with this idea.
Thank you so much. Yeah, very cool. If you look at our inspiration document, Incredible Crisis is one of the games that inspired this game. Also, Muscle March on the Wii was also a big inspiration.
Muscle March? I'm writing that down.
Oh, Muscle March is amazing. You all have to Google it now. But it's it's an old Wii game. I don't know if you can play it anymore, but anyway, this is more in terms of the art style and humor what inspires this game. But the original inspiration came. So my friend Nick and we both came up with this game, and we both are game designers at Studio Fitspin, and we know each other since kindergarten. So we grew up together and played games together.
That's cool.
And humor. And a couple of years ago, we were playing around with Unity and making weird prototypes. And one thing that we want to have in video games that we rarely get is, imagine in games where you can jump and there's an NPC, and if you jump in front of the NPC, just jumping around, they don't react to that. And we want games where they are like, why are you jumping around? This is not normal. What are you doing? Like these are games that we want. And so we made a little game in an office environment where people talk to you and you can only answer. There are 4 things you can say. You can say yes, no, maybe, or interesting. What do you think? And they always react to whatever you say.
Yeah,
and then you can imagine that. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, you can imagine the most fun part was to say no to everyone without context, just always saying. And so we figured, let's just throw away all the other things. Let's just focus on no. Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah. Where are you guys from?
We are from Germany. We are from Aschaffenburg.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's awesome. The social interaction aspect of it is really, really interesting, and I like how you layered it. Like, at first you can't say anything, and then you get this motivational, and you'll see it. I'm spoiling everything, but you get like this motivational speaker telling you to say no, and then you get this motivational speaker telling you how to laugh in someone's face, like to startle them or mess with their mind, and just those layers and the interaction. And the body language and that type of thing is very fresh. It's interesting.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's what also came after. So when we knew, like, let's make a fun little game about just saying no, we also only then noticed, like, hey, wait a minute, we both are scared of saying no as well. Like, it's hard. We would rather say yes in a lot of situations than no. And we noticed, like, oh, this makes so much sense that we want to make this game. We want to be better at saying no. And it's not like that we didn't have bad internships or something like that. Yeah. The office environment is just the setting of this game.
Yeah.
But a lot about the game is just about, things where you would... I personally think, for example, if I get invited to a party of a good friend and I just don't want to go, but I still go.
Yes.
Because I don't want to be, because I feel like a bad friend if I say no.
Yes.
And so this game is about this.
I think a lot of us have that trouble, especially if you're like creative or, you know what I mean? Like anytime someone asks me to do something, I want to take on the challenge personally. So it's like, I don't know. It's interesting. This is the part.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. This is the part I'm talking about, though. The motivational speaker.
No! Use this button. Say it with me.
No. No.
Try it on this jerk.
No.
Whoa, not bad. You can also say no in a different way.
No.
Swap to a cold no by pressing this button. To swap back to your heated no, press this.
No.
Hit dorks with the no you prefer. The choice is yours.
No.
Now show this meaty what you got.
No.
Yeah!
That's hilarious.
Listen, I know it's outrageous saying no these days, but if you don't use it, jerks like these lunch stealers will always win.
Lunch stealers.
Do you want that?
No.
Exactly! No! But wait, there's more. Before destroying jerks with a juicy nose, confuse them like heck by
Juicy.
laughing at them.
I love this
Hold
part.
this button to laugh at this dude. Or you can clap at them with this button. The choice is yours.
I feel awkward.
Know him. Know him.
Right? Laugh at idiots to feel better.
I don't know why. I don't,
Laugh at idiots. Make them feel weird.
What? Oh.
No.
I'm actually small. You did it.
I like it.
Yeah,
like,
this is
laugh
what
at-
I was talking about. I like games where I can irritate NPCs.
Yeah.
So
that's
just doing a slow clap.
Subscribe to my channel. Yes, you learned well.
just subscribe to my channel.
I like say no to this jerk.
Hello. No. Whoa. I need some.
No.
Did you see my new lunchbox?
No.
Excuse me? What did you say? What? What?
He busted a combo on his face.
You are just an intern. Fire that intern supervisor.
No. 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 No.
Rapid fire.
No.
The dude was hiding. Okay, I was like, the dude was like hiding in the bushes.
No.
The planter.
Oh. Sometimes they're nice people, and you could get a reward if you don't say anything.
Oh, interesting. I was just rapid firing no everywhere. Try to
That's
find a
fine.
nice
Yeah,
person.
This game supports spamming the space bar. Definitely.
No.
What kind of week? Are you good?
No.
So cute. You are. Okay, that's it.
Oh, you got blasted, son.
Yes.
Lunch stealers.
Flip the tape.
Flip the tape.
Flip the tape. There are more lessons. What happened? Did you got crushed by a jerk who won't listen to you, no? What a bunch. But don't worry, I'm here to teach you a new kind of no.
When is this game being released?
No.
And like on what platforms?
All you have to do is
Later
hold
this
no.
year.
Okay.
And I always joke about like in Iron Harvest. I also have a joke for the release. I hope we can release in November 9
Wow.
because 9 in German is also no.
That is amazing. That's amazing.
I would go so far if we miss that date, we just wait a year for next November 9, 2021.
That's so good.
Or maybe not. I don't know. But officially, no, we don't have a exact date yet. But later this year.
Is there gonna be a demo out for this for people to play, or not yet?
Yeah, there's also a demo on Steam.
Okay.
On the Steam Game Fest. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah, shout out to Valve for working with the Guerilla Collective and all the devs for to get our games up.
I don't know why you're saying the dialogue is temp. I would keep this.
It's solid, and this is coming
Thank you
from
so much. No.
like a BO expert. Like, this is a sound studio.
Thank you so much. I actually will voice a lot of characters, but we casted a couple more actors, so there's more variety.
The dialogue is hilarious. And so, did you write all the dialogue?
I wrote it together with Brandon Gibbons.
Oh,
So
okay.
we basically, this was also there's like this was one of the technical challenges, like having building the tools for us to put in a lot of the creative choices.
Yeah.
And yeah, we basically in each level we just write in a big sheet. We just write the jokes
That's
from top
great.
to bottom, and it was just you just write them and then they are in, and this was. Yeah, it was a really fun experience writing the jokes because it was a lot of elements in this game is just like, here's a funny thought, I write it down, and it's done. There are a lot of things where we don't think too much about them, and if they make us laugh from the beginning, then we keep in the silly stuff. Because there's a lot of encounters you have in this game. This is just the first of 8 levels.
Well, we are not going to spoil the end of this demo for everybody. It's so this game is so amazing. Everybody wishlist it and check out the game soon. 9. But yeah, thank you so much, Maris. Where can they follow the game and where can they check everything out?
We now have a Twitter account. It's at saynomore_game. And also our webpage is saynomore.re. And yeah, this is where you get the news and all the news. Yeah,
cool.
I didn't practice this.
That's hilarious.
You were waiting.
I see myself on the screen, like
you should have just told me no. But yeah, thanks so much. The game is like really refreshing, to see something like brand spanking new and different. Keep making these type of games. I think we need to celebrate this kind of ingenuity and interesting kind of design. So yeah,
very cool.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Bye.
Say no more.
Say no more, Justin.
Okay, I definitely won't. That game is freaking hilarious. It's definitely up my alley. What we have next is Tanya Short with Boyfriend Dungeon. Let's roll the trailer, please. That was the amazing trailer for Boyfriend Dungeon, the highly anticipated game from Kit Fox Games. And we have Tanya chilling out with us.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's all right. It's a Monday and there's super cool indie games being shown by Guerrilla and Steam. So it's a good day.
Yeah, it's a great day. Thanks for hopping on. The game looks amazing, by the way. I know a lot of people are anticipating it. And we've
gotten a lot of wish lists, a lot of attention, and it's a shame we can't, go to conventions anymore. But I'm glad that there's events like this so people can still find out about it and see what they like. And this demo has never been shown outside of a convention floor, so this is pretty nerve-wracking, but also exciting.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I remember like when we were working with you guys to showcase it last year. We were trying to get you on the stream, and you were like, not yet. But so it's cool to actually be able to showcase it. So tell us a bit about the game.
So it's a dating sim / dungeon crawler, and you alternate between the two parts of the game. You spend a lot of time in the dungeon, and in that dungeon you find treasure, and you fight monsters, and you find new weapons, and then those weapons become beautiful people, and if you want to get more skilled with that weapon and find new abilities, then you gotta date them. You could also just be friends. Platonic weapon relationships are possible. But yeah, you choose who you want to hang out with, and then you choose who you want to fight with. And meanwhile, there's other people you can text message here, go shopping, live your best life in Verona Beach, California.
Nice.
What was the inspiration behind your game coming up with this? It's a really interesting idea.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I grew up playing dungeon crawlers and RPGs and dating sims, and there's a few other games that have, decent combat and decent dating, but I never felt like I was able to date all the people I wanted to. And I don't know, I also felt like sometimes they were a little bit too serious. So I guess I wanted something a little bit lighter, and I wanted to be able to date all the different kinds of people. And I was surprised a few years ago that that game still didn't really exist, so we had to make it.
Totally makes sense. It kind of reminds me, like when I first played it or saw it, it kind of initially reminded me of Persona, the old, like the one of the first two Personas, and then also it reminded me just the idea of the weapons having kind of their own personality was Disgaea, just a little bit. But it's interesting that you have that aspect that each one of these characters is a weapon,
So we can see he's picking an upgrade ability there, and you can go back and change that later in the full game. There's a gym where you can change up your combos that you've picked. But yeah, every level of love rank up, you'll get either a new ability or a choice of two abilities. And yeah, we took. Okay, you're a swinger then. Good job. Yeah.
I chose it right.
Yeah. Yeah, we took inspiration from a lot of different places. I feel like we came up with something that's pretty unique. But yeah, I love each of the weapons because they're all so different.
How many weapons are there in the game?
So in the Kickstarter that we ran a couple of years ago, we announced 9. It looks like we're probably going to launch with 7 and then have 2 come out as free DLC afterwards.
Okay, cool.
At least free for Kickstarter backers. We haven't decided if we're gonna charge after that.
Makes sense. I can imagine that the creativity on your team goes wild trying to come up with new weapons. You know what I mean? Oh my God, there's this one that we want to create, and there's that one, that kind of thing.
Yeah, there's so many different kinds of weapons out there, and different. I was really surprised to find that so many people had a fondness for a certain kind of weapon. And 7 isn't, Borderlands or anything, number of weapons, but hopefully there's a good range of different kinds of personalities and different kinds of swords, and then there'll be something for everybody, I hope.
So when
But yeah, there's 4 guys and 2 women and 2 non-binary people.
Oh, okay, interesting.
And then a cat.
Oh, really? I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, he's little brass knuckles.
Nice.
We got a transformation sequence.
It's so sick.
Yeah, this is Tawar. He's going back to his human form to flirt better.
So tell us a little bit about the dungeon crawling sequence.
Yeah, so after this date, I assume you'll go into the dungeon. It's randomly generated, and the first dungeon that you unlock is a mall dungeon. And the dungeons are manifestations of your own fears and insecurities. So it's sort of like a form of therapy that's a little bit more violent. Okay. And so I'm not gonna spoil what all the symbolism is of the different enemies in the mall dungeon, but then later a nightclub dungeon is also unlocked, and you'll get to know this whole town over the course of the game. But so far we're planning 2 full dungeons, and then also a mini dungeon for the boss fight, and we'll see if there's more for the DLC as well. But there's 12 floors you have to fight through. And if you make it through 4 floors, you'll earn an elevator. You'll unlock an elevator so you can skip through the first 4 floors.
Okay, cool. And you said they're randomly generated every time.
Randomly generated, yeah. And there's these different enemies you can fight, and you're going to level up both in terms of love with your weapon that you're wielding, but also you yourself will gain experience points and level up your wielder level. So that's your overall strength. And there's also little hangouts you can find in the dungeon. So little places you can go and spend a few extra minutes together to unwind and enjoy the scenery.
Use your boba, son. Use your boba.
Yeah, yeah, you gotta heal yourself with your bubble tea. Although we have signs, you can change it. If if you're not a big fan of bubble tea, you can always get coffee. Boyfriend Dungeon supports different kinds of beverage.
Nice. So, can you unveil like one of the metaphors behind the enemies? I know you don't want to spoil too much, but you're hitting cell phones and TVs.
Well, I'll say that in the tutorial, you're sort of guided through this with S-Stock. S-Stock sort of teaches you the basics of sword fighting and also like what the dungeon is about. And he says there's a few possibilities. He thinks maybe it has to do with, feeling a little bit cold and stagnant. Like why are they all sort of older technologies? And so it's about a fear of stagnation. Is it about a fear of getting outdated? Is it a fear of technology? You'll find out as you go. But the main focus of the game is the relationship with your weapons. But there is sort of this undercurrent of you as a player being this person who's never dated anyone before, and you move to a new town, and you go to the dungeon, and you fight monsters, and meet all these beautiful people, and hopefully you're confronting your fears a little bit too. But yeah, you can see if you vary up your light attacks and heavy attacks, you'll get different combos. And since you unlocked, you're level 2 now, you're going to have bleeding effects on the enemies. And so as you level up with Talwar, you'll get better and better options for how to control your bleeding effects and get more damage over time going on more different kinds of enemies. But that's Talwar's specialty.
Okay.
It looks like there's a treasure chest, but it depends if you wanna go deeper, go get that treasure chest.
Oh.
I'm looking at your mini map in the upper right.
Oh, upper right. Oh. Is it the staircase? Is that what that is?
The staircase is how you move
Exit.
further down.
Oh, but there's a treasure chest.
Yeah, right.
Down this way. Okay.
I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to.
Let's go.
Have to collect all the treasure. But
you need to.
they tend to be recipes that you can. Oh, it's a ambush.
Ambush.
But yeah, you'll find recipes, so you can craft different armors or different hats or different outfits, or gifts. You can craft gifts to give to your dates when you're out with them on the town.
So when you go back home, you're able to craft different things with your recipes, or is it like in the dungeon during combat?
No. You get materials and recipes in the dungeon.
Okay. Cool.
Plastic is a new ingredient you've just found. But yeah, no, when you go back home, you can craft stuff to then take out with you.
Oh, nice.
And although it's not in the demo, you can't craft, but it's working in the real game, I promise.
I assure you, it's working.
What are you launching on?
We have announced that we're launching on PC and Mac and Switch.
Cool. Nice.
We don't have a release date. I'm sorry.
It's not. Totally get that. Totally understand.
It's ready when it's ready.
Pandemic and everything is making it difficult. I think we had wanted to announce a date by now, but well, we're doing our best. We want the game to be really good. That's what we really want. We want all of this to be as good as it can be before it gets out into everyone's hands.
And
I think our Kickstarter backers have really high expectations. So.
It makes sense. You guys killed it with your Kickstarter, which is awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, it was really fun. We met a lot of really great people. Our Discord blew up. We have a lot of really lovely folks of all different kinds that are cheering us on. And so we're not afraid of launching. We just really want it to be good because, at this point we've spent over 4 years on it, and it'd be a shame to spend 4 years and then release something that you didn't think was great,
Yeah, for sure. Same boat.
I mean, no matter what, you always have things you're going to want to change after launch, but...
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So are you in Montreal?
Yeah, we're Montreal studio.
How is your team handling?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, how's your team handling working remotely?
Pretty good. We actually already had one work from home day every week anyway.
That's cool.
So we had the basics set up. Of course, I think people are getting a little bit lonely and restless now that it's been a while. Don't forget to drink your tea.
Where's my tea? Oh, LB. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, feels better. Oh, you found a vending machine. Wonder what that's about.
Get some more.
$5 in there.
Some rando stuff.
Whoa, what's gonna happen?
Ooh.
Mysterious. Uh-oh.
Secret area.
You found a secret.
That was pretty dope.
Who are these
These
guys?
monsters are just hanging out. What are they doing?
So how do we find out more about the game? Is a demo coming out soon? Are you gonna release a demo or no?
Not immediately.
Okay.
We're probably going to wait on the demo for a little bit longer to release it to everybody. But you can wishlist the game on Steam. You can subscribe to our newsletter. If you go to boyfrienddungeon.com, you can read more about it. You can join our Discord. You can tweet at us. We have all the boyfriend details for you. And the community is really welcoming. So if you just want to make some new friends, maybe join and chat Boyfriend Dungeon with us anytime.
Thanks so much for joining us. It's awesome to
Thanks for having me.
Get the game in our hands and play it. Dope.
Boyfriend Dungeon.
Thanks, Tanya.
Bye.
That was Tanya from Kit Fox Games, Boyfriend Dungeon, highly anticipated. Their community is crazy. It's pretty awesome. Up next, wait, let's shout out our sponsors and our partners. They've been amazing, helping us to make this happen. IGN Xbox, Razer, Wilmer Sounds for helping put this together. We also want to shout out to our media sponsors, IGN, GameSpot, Twitch, of course. The IGN Xbox folks are working with us on Mixer. It couldn't have been possible without you guys. This is all an independent collective of developers and publishers, and they really believed in what we were doing for the movement. Also, you can contribute to the charities that we have during these crazy times. UNICEF, NAACP, and the Game Heads through our charity link below. It's definitely will help some folks out. But up next, yes, we have 30XX, the sequel to 20XX. Run the trailer. That was 30XX, the sequel to 20XX or 2000XX. Here we got Chris King. We're going to play the game. Highly anticipated. How's it going?
Hello.
Good. Yeah, thanks for sharing the game. When I saw that you guys entered 30XX, I was like, oh my God. Because 20XX, I mean, for me personally, as a developer and loving Capcom games, that kind of thing, it kind of came out of nowhere. I was like, what is this? At first I was like, is this a Mega Man clone? And then I was looking at how you guys were developing it and evolving the game, and it was like, what? This is, obviously it pays homage, but it's a different type of experience. And to see that you guys made that, it was successful, and then you guys are making this one, and the art looks gorgeous.
Thank you so much.
Can you tell us a little bit about the evolution of what you've done in the genre with this game?
Yeah, of course. So with the first game, we're super happy with how well 20XX did for us. It was our first commercial game. None of us had made games before. It was the first time we'd really come to this. And so, first time game development's really spicy business, right? So being able to have the studio still be around at this point is super exciting to us. But even after having spent 5 years making 20XX, we still had so much more that we wanted to do with the formula. There's still so much room to improve, so much room for the game to grow. And we knew that getting it to this really high fidelity, really crisp, punchy pixel art style was where we always kind of wanted to take the title in the first place. And so we knew there was so much more we wanted to do on pretty much every side of the game. So it just made sense to go ahead and make a full sequel.
Nice. I think you should. Can we play multiplayer? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We'll wait
yeah,
till he
local
dies.
Next
If
time.
he dies, then which will certainly happen.
I will die.
Yeah,
for sure. All right.
So can you tell us a little bit about, like, I don't know, I'm obviously interested in the process, but tell us about the game.
Sure. So 30XX is kind of like a co-op roguelike Mega Man X. So it controls a lot like the classic action platformers of the 90s era, except with far crisper controls than are possible during that area, because we have much better like PC refresh rates now, right? So we're able to process your inputs way faster. So it's going to be crisper than was ever possible back then. But so it's kind of like that action platformer style, but everything's randomly generated every time you play through it. So the level sets you're going to see are going to be different. You're going to get powers in a different order. So you can make that jump. Yeah. And your dash by default should be on either right bumper or right trigger, depending on your settings. But we don't practice that right here.
Yeah.
This is a fun piece to get right at the beginning of a demo. Maybe we'll see co-op after all. So hit those little crystals as you go. They spawn little platforms. Oh, that was fast. We're going to pretend. No, that was very obviously on purpose, so we can test.
Because we're doing co-op.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Bingo. That's exactly. So go to that little hit multiplayer, hit couch co-op, and then hit A.
Do it again.
Sorry, hit.
A.
I think you both hit it. Yeah, there you go.
Hit B. Okay.
So now we have one Nina and one Ace.
Let's make this happen. You're gonna have to run through this because playing this style of game and then asking questions is a rough business.
It's tough. Yeah, you really gotta focus. So you're moving around. You're dashing. If you jump while you dash, you're gonna do like a long jump that you can cross much bigger gaps with.
Wait, so you dash? This is interesting playing. Now I was talking mad stuff, and now I can't even get up. Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah. Live.
You gotta go a little higher, and then you got it. There it is. Nice.
Okay.
Trial by fire. Everything's great. You notice the camera zooms out a bunch in co-op.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's cool to play this. It's like when I was I died, but as a kid, you always wanted to play these style of games with somebody. So having that component is really...
That's exactly where we were, right? When we first started making 20XX, we really just wanted the ability to have some kind of cooperative play in these kinds of games, because we always wanted them growing up, right? Growing up, you had to share the controller.
Yeah.
Your brother wants to play, and you have a really hard lesson very quickly about having difficult chunks at the beginning of a demo that's streamed in front of a bunch of people.
It's good. The game is challenging, which is great.
It is challenging. This is a very early pre-alpha for us. This is super, super early stuff. We've obviously spent time polishing the demo, but since it's a roguelike, since we're going to throw random level pieces at you, every so often we're going to have pieces that are maybe a little more difficult than we intend to be really early at the beginning of a demo show up. Like, this looks much more reasonable. No required precise wall jumps. Just probably where you ought to be on level 1 of a demo. I have some work to do after this.
But I learned how to jump, do a vertical wall jump, which is great. Now I'm going to use that tool,
ideally, though, I teach you to do that without a fire that's going to kill you right there and just wrecking you.
He's dead.
So because it's a roguelike, anytime you fall in lava or touch a spike or anything like that, we're just going to do a little bit of damage to you and set you back instead of like straight up killing you. There are optional difficulty toggles, of course, that let you turn on auto kill spikes, but like pretty unfriendly for a game like this where we expect you to get through on one shot.
Let's go down.
There you go.
So how's the game laid out as far as progression?
That is an awesome question. So in 20XX, there are 4 basic level themes you play through twice every time you play through a run of the game. Where a run of the game is 8 levels that are themes, 8 main sequence stages that are in a semi-random order. The player has some level of control over the order in which they tackle the stages, but not complete control. So like in a Mega Man game, you finish a stage and there's 7 stages left, right? And you can pick whatever one.
Yeah.
Oh, you're getting chased, run.
Ah! Got smashed by the wolf spikies.
And maybe don't touch the fire. So the big thing you're noticing here, and this is critical to our process here, right? Is that you're making progress. Each of these runs has gotten further than the last.
Yes, we're getting better.
You absolutely are.
We're learning machines.
Yeah, in 30XX, each boss, each main sequence stage has his own entire unique set this time. Oh, it's this piece again. Oh, look at that.
See that? I learned it.
Not even close. Love to see it.
Oh. Oh, it's this. Yeah. I'm gonna start.
There it is. Nina's got it.
Okay.
So this should also still work in the demo, but if Ace holds B for a couple seconds, you should be able to like teleport up to your teammate.
Oh, what? B?
Just a co-op feature. And then let it go.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, schnooks.
Old carryover feature from 20XX. It's important. You know, one of the things here is that we want to make sure that when you're playing 30XX with a friend, that it's always a fun experience, regardless of potential like skill disparities between players.
Yeah, I was thinking that. That's cool.
One of the things that can get really tough, especially I think the onus for us adding that was definitely at one PAX with 20XX years ago. It was like a young father telling us that his kid absolutely loves the game, has so much fun with it, loves the characters, but just really struggles with some of the platforming segments.
Yeah.
And having the child able to like teleport up, meet the parent, made their experience a million times better. So we spent a little time, shopped that, and got it in. And of course, we want to make sure that all of the lessons we learned while we were making 20XX carry over to 30XX. You know, we don't want to backslide in anything here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I haven't even seen this piece.
I was gonna say for if you're playing with kids, that's really important. That's really awesome that you did that.
Yeah, we want the game, you know. So obviously at the top end, like with this kind of game, hey, a revive capsule. Hey, it's good to know those work in the demo. Free testing, yay!
Hey, I'm back.
Oh man, that was convenient. Yeah, we gotta make sure that while the game needs to be properly challenging at the top end, like if you grew up with these kind of games, you want the super spicy, intense, like perfect platforming that the sort of harder top end of these games really can afford. Hey, box. Hey, some health and some money.
I got
nice.
items.
Can he teleport down to me?
Yeah. So that well, don't do it on a fire.
Yeah.
Try it. Go down that. Yeah, there you go. So it should work pretty much anywhere.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right,
How
you're
big
gonna
is
come up on this chase section again?
Oh, okay, yeah. So we know that we don't want to get hit by the wolf spikes.
Oops. Don't want to get hit by spikes. Well,
fire,
flame.
Dash out,
no, I want to kill. Oh, look at that! Look at my skills on.
Nothing is broken.
That's.
Oh! I thought my.
All right, a little further. That was
I thought my skills were impeccable.
Leveled last time.
We're getting super fun. How big is your team?
It really depends on how you measure. There are 8 or so of us working on 30XX right now, all of which in different capacities. You know, if you're adding up everybody's like full-time contributions, it's probably more like 6. You know, it's myself doing tech creative design. We've got 2 lovely artists, one doing characters and sprite work. That's Caliber Kataki. If you recognize this kind of sprite style from either like Rogue Legacy or Chasm or Duelist, same guy.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
The tiles and the backdrops and all that stuff is Fabian Jastrzemski, a German environment artist. They've both been lovely. Brandon Ellis, our composer in Georgia, with all the sweet tunes that you've got to have.
Yeah.
Nice. And we've got sorry, I'm getting a little too into the weeds about individual team members, but everybody is lovely. They're about 8 of us.
It's interesting. That's cool.
Yeah, it's about twice the size of 20XX's team. It's been solid. So remember, you can teleport up.
Yeah, I'm gonna teleport over there. Oh no!
Did you get deaded?
All right, one more teleport. He teleported up while you were in midair, and then he fell back down the hole.
All right.
I was wondering
moves.
if that was possible, or. But yes, it is. So you got to be careful when you teleport.
Nice.
I like the rogue aspects. Just the variety and not knowing exactly what you're faced, but the skills are maintained. That's really interesting.
Exactly. That's the core of the design right there, right? So we love these precise adaptations. We love seeing a situation, thinking, what's in my toolkit that lets me respond to this, and then adapt it and mastering the game, right? We don't love Mega Man 2's like Heat Man disappearing blocks, where the only way to get it is to like die a bunch of times by falling into the pit with no indication of where the blocks are appearing.
Whoa.
So we throw different pieces at you every time. Obviously, it's a very early roguelike. Like, we're still very early in the process. We're not even on early access yet. We got a ways to go there. But there's still a pretty decent amount of level generation here.
That's awesome. So when are you releasing? Do you have a date?
That is a great question. We don't have a firm date yet. We're definitely going to do early access. So early access for 20XX. If anybody watching either played 20XX or saw it during early access, you know that we were in early access for 2.5 years, about really a long time. The only reason we're still here, the only reason the studio is still here, the only reason we get to make a new game is because our incredible early access community on 20XX gave us the feedback and the resources and the pushes we need to make the game great. So we'd be really foolish to not do early access this time around. So early access is definitely coming. Probably sometime between this fall and next spring. We've been telling people it's like a 70% chance that it's somewhere in that window, but it depends on a lot of stuff. And then 1.0 is sometime after that. You know, we can't hit a 1.0 release date until we know exactly how much stuff we got to get done in early access.
That totally makes sense. The game is gorgeous. It's really, really fun to play. And you're releasing on what platforms initially? I know you said early access, so that'll be Steam, right?
Right, so Steam. So PC first for sure. Our official line right now is PC and consoles. We don't know which consoles yet. We're still working on that.
Totally makes sense. Can you wish list now?
You can wish list now, and as of right this moment, right here, right now, you can actually play our Steam Festival demo, this demo, early, now, right now, actually right now. You can click it and have fun. You can Google 30XX Steam. It'll probably pop up pretty easily there. Unlike 20XX, we have a little bit better SEO this time around, thankfully. And of course, you can wishlist it. Yeah, please.
Yeah,
please
wishlist the game. Play the game. The game is really cool. Thanks so much for hopping on. Where can we find you and the game? Any last shout outs?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so proud of the team we've put together. Thank you guys so much for helping us get this game to where it is now. And I want to shout out the community for having been so supportive of us while we've been building it. Without you guys, we are nothing and we have nothing. And we're so happy that you're here for the journey.
Dope. Thanks you so much. Thanks for
of course. Thank you guys. Take care.
All right. That was 30XX. It's coming along so great. Make sure to wish list it and check out their Steam page. Next up, we have West of Dead. Adam is going to be joining us. Let's roll to the trailer.
Purgatory, Wyoming, 1888. A shifting land shaped by the souls of the dead. The good ones head east toward the light. The bad ones, sometimes, they stick around when they ain't supposed to. That's where I come in. To change their mind. I got a job to do. But it ain't always that simple. Some say a coward dies 1,000 deaths, and a hero only dies once. I says, a hero is someone who keeps coming back. I see fire in your eyes, you better run. Die by the
That was the amazing trailer of West of Dead. We got Adam on the line. What is poppin', Adam? How you doing?
Can you hear me? Good, very good, thank you. Excited.
I like your poster. Logan is sick.
Oh yeah, I've got loads of rubbish up here, loads of daft stuff.
Yeah, so we've been playing the game. Like, congratulations! It looks amazing.
Oh, thank you.
It's so awesome to have the actors you have involved with it. The game is
very
gorgeous.
lucky.
Yeah, how did that even come about?
Well, I'd like to say it was completely by design, 100% skill. It was our plan the whole time, but really it only happened when we teamed up with Raw Fury, and they saw something a lot bigger in the game than we had the confidence. Being British, we're low on confidence. So they had a lot more confidence in the title and what we were making than we presumed to have. So they said, "Oh, you guys, who would be your ideal, actor to be the narrator in this game?" And we were like, "Well, Ron Perlman, they'll never get him." And they did. So we thought they were joking most of the time. And then they said, "No, we really have got him." And so that was a bit of a dream come true for us, to be honest.
That's cool. Yeah, shout out to Raw Fury. They've been amazing with the working with us on the Guerilla Collective, and then showcasing your game. Some exclusive stuff was pretty awesome. I mean, we've been following this game for a while. And yeah, having Ron Perlman, it definitely, adds notoriety, but also to the theme, because it sounds so rich.
Yeah, no, definitely. He was, by far the top of our list. So yeah, we're very, very lucky.
So tell us about the game and like how you came up with the whole idea. Your team came up with the idea and the design.
No problem at all. So, what we usually like to say is that a person had a very clear idea on everything. That isn't how this happened at all. It was very much a bucket list of things that we love. So we love comic books, and we love different flavors of shooters, and we love horror games as well. And we had all these different ideas about things that might be really fun, and we decided to try and put it all in one package and see what happens. Luckily for us, it seemed to come together into something that has its own sort of voice, which we're quite proud of.
So tell us a little bit about the mechanics as he's smashing.
So as you can see, you can see straight away that we were trying to meld two different shooter genres that very rarely have anything to do with one another. So we're big fans of twin-stick shooters, but we also wanted to see what could happen if we brought cover mechanics into the center of the twin-stick experience. And that was quite novel for us. We hadn't seen that done or combined in that way before, and that meant quite a lot of prototyping and testing as always to try and figure that out. But we're trying to get this clear sense of like a Western style gunfight where you crouch behind cover, count your bullets, dash out,
that's cool,
do some damage, and then get back into cover again. And nearly every system in the game is to try and do one of two things. The baddies are either trying to get you out of cover, or if you're out of cover, they're trying to get you back into cover again. So it's got a very quite unique staccato pace to it.
And the cover is breakable and explodes and stuff like that as you go along.
Yes.
So they're trying to destroy the cover while you're trying to kill them.
Absolutely, yeah. So with the classic Western shootouts, you'll dive behind cover, reload your weapons, and you have a boost to how quickly you can reload when you're behind cover. So there's good reasons to get in there. But cover doesn't last forever. The great thing about it, though, is you can shoot from cover with complete impunity. If you're behind cover, even if you're shooting, the cover's going to take the damage, not you. But it doesn't last forever.
Nice. That's really cool. It does definitely look like a living, breathing comic book, which is...
Oh, thank you very much. I really That's exactly what we were hoping to hear.
All the characters have a lot of like interesting design. He's got the red cape and kind of like the Ghost Rider flame, but then he has this like... I'm an art dude, so like, looking at that, this is the first thing I kind of key into, but he has like the slash across his skull, which is really like makes him stand out. I could definitely see figures and stuff made from this character.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think a lot of our sort of love for different comic books shone through in a lot of the designs, especially when it came to like the main characters and that appear in the title, for sure. Very good. You're playing well. Oh, as you can see, we've had to use quite a lot of interesting things with the different weapons you have as well. So shotguns have a very short range compared to rifles. And there's about 4 different flavors of weapons. There's rifles, shotguns, pistols, and revolvers. And each of these squeeze the player into a different corner of the gameplay. So shotguns are great close up and have a wide arc, but you've really got to get out from cover to get close enough to use them most of the time, unless you're willing to sit put and wait for something to come to you.
So can you tell us about or tell the world about the story and the narrative behind what's going on?
Yeah, love to, absolutely love to. So we are doing quite a riff of the kind of like a stranger in town, sort of classic Western style story. You don't know who you are, you don't know who you were, but you know that there is a new place that you need to clean up, and but this place, different from other westerns, is set in the afterlife, but not your classical kind of Christian style afterlife that we taught. It's its own place. It's got its own kind of lore, and this is a place which is shaped by the memories and fears of the souls that are stuck there. And normally the souls will pass through, everything's fine, and they face some kind of judgment. The good ones head east and the bad ones ascend west. But for some reason, Purgatory is stuck. People aren't leaving when they should, and that's because something's gone wrong, which is what you're there to sort out. Oh, nice shot.
That was like a money shot for sure. I can't wait to see some of the bosses. I bet you the design is outstanding.
Oh, we've had a lot of fun designing a lot of these enemies. I mean, the other thing about the story is, with the structure, is a kind of a roguelite structure, so you never know what's around the next corner. We want that to... we really want to make the players' skill build up and keep facing them with new surprises each run. But trying to mesh that with a clear story is a bit of a challenge, actually.
Yeah,
so we had to start thinking about the story not as a straight line, but as a spiral that goes back around and back around to the same points. And what can we tell the player in these known little areas of the game, and which is usually in between levels, it turns out. So there's a little cast of characters who will tell you a bit about themselves, a bit about your past, as well as recurring antagonists that you'll come across as bosses as the game moves forward.
So is it the enemy distribution is randomized, and are like is the cover randomized, or the levels randomized, or just mostly the enemy distribution?
It is. So every room. Sorry, you're speaking to the coder here, so stand back. I'm going to start going into detail.
Go in.
So every room that you're in has been thought of as like a dozen different flavors of encounters. Cool. So there's lots of different places where it might be a good place to have cover. It might be a good place to have a column in the way. And then also the rooms are all combined in different orders. The contents of the room is different every time. And also we have basically a magic bucket of baddies that we put in a certain number of points. And you say, give us 30 points of baddies. And it will shake itself and then pour out a few baddies for each room. So that allows us to have some degree on the exact number of enemies that you might have, but we kind of make recipes of enemies. So we always want to have one of these guys as a minimum, but we can never have more than 2 of these types of baddies. So when we throw that through a computer, we end up with what we hope is a best of both, where there are rules and structure to the kind of encounters that you have. It will never be a mob of purely melee guys. At the same time, it won't be the same every time either. It'll be different for every single room, every single run.
That's cool. Yes.
I was wondering about health, because I was like, it looked like I went to a room where I was like, was I saving my progress there? What was the...
That's right, yeah. So if the skull flashes in the bottom right corner, yeah, so that ring, those are save points. So you can recover your run back from there if you haven't died. So if you want to just go and make a cup of tea or coffee, you can come back and continue your run from there.
Got it.
So it's got an in-game save, so you can runs can get pretty long. So if you're like, oh, I'm an hour in, but I don't want to lose my run, you can stop and come back later on.
Okay.
And also, it's a roguelite, so there are extra abilities that you can permanently unlock. For example, a health flask, which lets you have 1 heal per run, followed by a better health flask with 2 heals per run, or rather 2 heals per level. And these things start to give you just a slight leg up at the start of the runs. So depending on how confident you are, you can, if you really need to, grind it a little bit just to give yourself a bit of a leg up. Or if you're feeling, super on it from the start, you can get further without having to die too many times.
This game is West of Dead looks dope, man.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's really cool. People are gonna definitely enjoy this. So right now, can you wish list on Steam? I saw that you can play the demo on Xbox, right?
Yes, you can. So you can play the demo on Xbox and Steam. It is currently on an open beta, and
Nice.
I think I'm meant to say this. I can't see any notifications popping up. So if you play the open beta, I think you can get a discount on the launch, which is on Thursday.
Thursday is the launch, so everybody pick that
Thursday.
up. Make sure to definitely check out this game. It's really awesome. Thanks for joining us. How can we find out more about you and your team and anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, please. So we are Upstream Arcade. Google us. We should be there. I won't do that right now. But, yeah, Google us. Find out a bit more about us. And this is West of Dead. And yeah, the team got a very small team, only 4 people.
Oh, really? Wow.
The central team. So we're very excited / nervous and hope that everyone has a lot of fun playing it.
Cool. Thanks so much. Thanks, Adam. That was West of Dead. The game is cool. Shout out to Raw Fury again for hooking them up with Ron Perlman and just being amazing publishers. Next up, we have System Shock. Check out the trailer. So that was the System Shock trailer, which we showed yesterday on the Guerilla Collective for the first time. The game looks really amazing. Here we have Stephen Kick, CEO of Night Dive Games, and it's great to have you here to talk with us, the CEO of Night Dive. How's it going?
Good, good. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm glad to be here to talk Shock.
I thought you said talk shop or talk
ahead.
shiznits. No, it's so awesome to have you. I'm a big fan of like a lot of the stuff that you've remastered and the games that you've worked on previously. I think I was talking about like maybe a week before we knew you were going to be on the live stream about like Turok and Sin Gold and just a lot of the games that you guys worked on, which were a big part of my childhood, with my like Voodoo card, Voodoo 2 card, VFX chip card and my like janky Celeron processor, but playing all those games back in the day, they're like the first 3D games. So it's cool that you were able to jump in and have your team work on System Shock. Congratulations on the success that you've had so far.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you could say kind of the core philosophy of Night Dive has been to go out and find those games that you and I both played as kids and be able to resurrect them so that not only we can enjoy them, but new generations can enjoy them as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. So can you tell us a little bit about like how System Shock like came to be, this version of it?
This version of it. Okay, so Night Dive started at the beginning of 2012 with the re-release of System Shock 2, which up to that point had not seen a digital re-release of any kind. And the success of that is kind of what catapulted Night Dive into the business of going out and finding other IP and other games to resurrect.
Oh, cool.
And System Shock was just one of those games that once we had the rights to it, we knew was kind of owed a remaster or a re-release of some kind, because as good as it was back in 1994, it was very obtuse. The control scheme was kind of notoriously difficult to master. 3D was still kind of on the cusp of widespread use in the industry. It was up against games like Doom, so it just didn't really have the chance to really breathe and to show what it had to offer. And so we thought it was just the perfect game to breathe new life into. And so we've completely redone the game from the ground up in Unreal Engine 4. It started off as a Kickstarter project back in 2016, and it's grown and evolved to what we're playing now.
What were some of the things that you did to make it more accessible?
This one's going to seem fairly obvious, but even adding something as simple as mouse look does wonders for it. The original didn't have that. It's kind of hard to explain, but you had to kind of click and drag the screen around to move the viewport. And we've since added mouse look into the original. But this game is going to play very much like a contemporary first-person shooter. We're going to add in tutorial tooltips to help people along the way so they understand what these implants do that you're installing now. The combat and everything is going to be familiar to anybody who's played a first-person shooter in the last 15, 20 years.
Yeah, this is a game that definitely benefits from an upgrade, a modernization, and this is really beautiful in terms of how it looks, not only but gameplay too. And I was noticing that like as you get close to things, they still have this sort of pixelated. Let me go to something like this pixelated art style, which is very reminiscent of the. But then as you get farther away, you have that incredible lighting and those reflections and stuff. It looks awesome.
Yeah, thank you. This art style is something that we have taken a lot of pride in because we did want to pay homage to the original in some way, artistically. And one of the first things we did was actually brought on the original concept artist and main artist from the original System Shock to re-envision all the environments, all the enemies, all the weapons, pretty much everything. And so we've not only got to see his evolution as an artist over the last 20 years, but also exactly how System Shock would look today if it were updated. So this is as true to a new realization of that as humanly possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to pick up that ammo.
Getting really sucked into this game now.
Yeah, I just kind of want to let the ambience roll through. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't mind watching. It's always a thrill to see somebody play it for the first time.
Yeah, it was so hard to play back in the day. I wasn't primarily a PC gamer. I had a Mac, but it was one of those games where you're like, because Deus Ex for me was one of my favorite games, and this is obviously kind of a precursor to that. It's one of those games that you wish you could have played more. So it's so awesome that you've done this. You've gone to this effort, and this is funny too. It's like there was no way to do something like this, with the textures that they had, where it's like, okay, enter the keypad here.
Yeah, you know what I just noticed is you're playing with a gamepad, and it might be a lot more difficult just because we haven't really implemented full controller support yet. Like, it seems like you're getting by.
Yeah. Sort of.
But when the game does come out on, PlayStation and Xbox and games that are going to use that control scheme, it's going to be a lot more
Welcome back
fluid.
to Citadel Station.
Yeah.
It feels good on the gamepad. I mean,
it does.
As of now. But I definitely understand that.
Year 2072.
Ooh. And this is the original audio, right? From
Level 2 contains
Yes, so right now all the audio logs and Shodan's audio is from the original game, and that's purely temporary.
Okay.
We figured, hey, we've got the audio, let's use that to stub in while we're developing, and then as we kind of near the end of development, we'll go ahead and re-record all this audio with professional voiced actors and new lines.
Right. I was wondering that, and it is a nice touch, though. Maybe as something that an option. I don't know if you're gonna keep it, but it is fun to hear the old stuff.
I remember playing this, and those dudes creeped me the hell out.
Yeah.
They still are creepy as hell.
You may want to use a meta patch pretty soon.
Oh yeah. Okay, how do I do that?
This is where
it's it's the red one all the way to the left.
Oh, okay. This one.
Yeah.
And how do I click it? And then...
I wish I could tell you on the keyboard. It's you just hit 1 on the keyboard.
1. Okay, hold on. I've got a keyboard. Wait, I have to get out of this. Do I? Oh,
use. There you go. You could use use like that. Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
There you go.
Oh, nice. See, the gamepad is working.
Yeah, if I just knew,
make it happen.
If I was good at it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh yeah, and I can select my gun.
So the demo is out now, which is awesome that everybody can play it, and you can wishlist it now on Steam, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Nice.
And it's out on GOG and Steam currently.
Okay, cool. And when you release, are you going to release multi-platform simultaneously, or are you going to release PC first?
A simultaneous release is the plan, so we'll be hitting PlayStation, Xbox, and PC all at the same time. But we're still a little ways off from that, so we'll see. But that is the plan.
That makes sense. You don't have a release yet, or do you have one?
It's to be decided.
Makes sense.
When it's done. I mean, we're kind of at that stage right now where we've invested so much time.
Yeah.
Well, you're dead.
Dead, son.
I can deal with this.
Oh, maybe.
No.
You got deaded.
We've invested so much time and so much love and passion into this project, really, that it's going to be done when it's done. I know as cliched as that sounds, it's like this is going to be perfect when it's released, and we're not going to make any exceptions.
It totally makes sense. I mean, it's like a masterpiece. I know a lot of people were waiting for the trailer, and when they saw the updated trailer yesterday, they went crazy. So that it's awesome to see that kind of love, get pushed back into something that you love,
Yeah, and a lot of that is kind of owed to just the lineage that System Shock has, which spans as far as the BioShock games, Prey, Dishonored, pretty much any immersive sim that's come after that is, it owes its existence to System Shock, and there's a lot of fans waiting for this, and we know you're waiting very patiently, and we're doing our best to deliver something that's going to be memorable and that it's going to be worth the wait.
Cool. Well, it was great having you on board. Thank you so much, Steven, for showing the game and talking about it. It's cool to see how the sausage is made, and for folks in the chat, to learn about it too. So yeah, shout out.
Thank you guys.
How could we find more about your team and the game?
You can go to systemshock.com. That's the easiest one. And we do actually still have a backer kit open for those who still want to back the project and score some really cool swag at the same time. We've got collector's editions, t-shirts, art books, all that stuff is up for pre-order right now. And if you just kind of want to follow Night Dive Studio, you can follow us on Twitter. It's Night Dive Studio because we ran out of characters like you guys did.
Yeah, Guerilla Collect. I know how that is. So
yeah,
for sure. But yeah, thanks for joining us, and everybody go try out the demo.
Yeah,
and wish list. It's gonna be dope.
Cool. Thank you guys.
All right.
Awesome.
That was System Shock. You did really well with the controller.
I did better. I'm super excited about this game. This whole genre, like he was saying, like the games that have come after this, it's had such an impact on the industry, and super excited that they're not going to release it until they're ready, because this is a super important game. So that's really cool.
Yeah. Well, let's shout out our sponsors again. We got Carlos Bordeaux coming up with the Eternal Cylinder. I know you guys were looking for in the chat. We're looking for that to roll you guys over, and it's coming up next. Shout out to IGN Xbox, Razer, Fully Illustrated, Wilmer Sound, AV Society, Astro. We got a Razer machine here. They've been dope. Also, shout out to IGN and IGN Xbox again, GameSpot and Twitch for really supporting the Guerilla Collective. We couldn't have done it without their help showing these games again. These independent game developers, large and small, came together to do this because there was a lack of E3, and we wanted to get visibility for the games that we've been spending so much time, effort, blood, sweat, and tears to make. Yes, please also, if you have in your heart of hearts, contribute to UNICEF, NAACP, or Gameheads through the link below. And we are going to be rolling literally into the next game. Yes, here's the trailer for Eternal Cylinder.
Far from here, beyond the furthest star, a cataclysm threatens an entire planet. But light shines through the smallest of cracks. Far from here, in the path of destruction, no one survives alone.
And that was the beautiful trailer for the Eternal Cylinder. We do have Carlos on board to talk about the game. We're gonna play the game. Hey, what's up, Carlos?
Hello, how are you guys? Pretty good.
Great. The game looks amazing. I think the first time we played it was at Good Shepherd's like hidden area at Gamescom, and it was so beautiful.
Yeah.
I remember seeing the game like when you first started. Was it in 2015, 2016?
Around 2015, 2016, I did a type of like a small prototype I did with a colleague.
Yeah.
It wasn't expected to be like the official next Ace Team game that we were doing at the time. It was just a kind of a personal project, and we took it to a GDC, like to show it around. But then it started catching the attention of people, and was like, "Wow! It seems like this is more than we anticipated," and it grew into this pretty large project. I would say definitely one of the biggest things we've done to date. So yeah, it's been quite a trip.
The game is so dope that people are accusing it of breaking the stream.
Yes, I
yesterday. And we're gonna
it doesn't break this one.
Yeah, it definitely. We hope so. When the cylinder comes, run, because we don't want the stream to be steamrolled. We are going to be making a moat because everyone's so good in the chat. I know everyone's talking stuff in the chat right now. Shout out to the chat for being very hilarious and vocal. But we're going to play the game.
Sure.
Oh.
It's cool.
I hit continue.
We're gonna play in a continued state. It's gonna be great.
Continued state. Well, I can let you.
The voice inside the Trebum's memory.
Maybe
you're the big. Yeah, start. Go to the main menu and maybe start from the beginning.
Okay, let's do that.
That is going to show the
new
game.
Cool, awesome. Yeah, just walk us through it. The gameplay and what's going on.
So it's definitely a different game. It's a game about these little creatures which are being introduced here in this intro cinematic, which are the Trebum. The Trebum are directly inspired by Qbert. It's this funny little head creatures with a trunk and two legs, very similar. But they have this ability to mutate and eat things in the environment and transform. So you're a family of these little creatures that are born in this alien world. As you see, as soon as you like exit the intro cinematic, you start right there right in front of the cylinder, and they're tossed. You appear in this very hostile alien world, and it's a survival game, but not a survival game. It's an adventure game, but not an adventure game. It's really something that's quite different. People have been comparing it to Spore, but really nothing like Spore at all. It's not. Maybe the looks of some of the creature designs and stuff like that, but it's its own thing.
Yeah, this feels really unique.
It's very intuitive, like how you have to combine like different elements,
run
things that you have to.
If you look backwards, you start and immediately you have this massive cylinder that's crushing the whole world. You don't know what's going on. And one of the big difficulties we've had with the project is definitely the technical aspect is pretty big in this project, because we have everything that's being destroyed here is actually dynamic. It's not that we faked it only for the. We didn't only fake it for the introduction of the game at the scene. Like many games, like maybe have some very cool starting setup where you had like lots of maybe particles and stuff. But the truth is that for this game, the cylinder is rolling at times all the time, and it can get to pretty. It can go pretty fast. So we had to have all sorts of different solutions for static objects, like solid objects like rocks and things that you can see kind of break and explode, but we also have trees that bend and many different things, the creatures that can crush and stuff.
Yeah. He was making me nervous, kept looking behind him. I was like, look forward.
Yeah,
we've been going.
At the beginning, we had the cylinder going like at a stable speed, and people were dying in the very first minutes of the game, so we don't want that to happen. But right now that the cylinder has stopped, you start getting introduced into the basic, the first basic things that the creature starts. And as you'll see, you get these like kind of weird grasshoppers, and they drop this little egg there. And if you eat it and choose it, you'll notice one of the main features of the game. Right now, our little friend is eating that piece, and boop, you grow these grasshopper legs, which allow you to sort of jump out of the ditch and sort of start exploring and playing around. So the game is separated in a structure that's not very typical compared to other titles, in a sense that, yes, it is procedurally generated, the terrain, but at certain moments we have the game go into like pre-designed areas where we want to further the narration of the game, where we want to further the story, and do specific puzzles or specific areas. So if you, for instance, if you can see that fish over there, the one that's swimming over there. If you can go and eat it, try going there and eat. Yeah, exactly. If you go out and eat it, you'll notice that you'll acquire another mutation. The mutations stack on each other. Not all of them, but now you have a big body, so this allows you to have a bigger inventory. You have to be. This game has a lot of features. You have a stamina wheel for swimming, and all mutations can alter different aspects of the treble in many ways. So these are.
Oh, go ahead.
Sure.
No, talk about it. This thing is crazy looking.
Yeah, that's one of the animals of the game. They just wander around there. Those are. They can try to roll over you, and so there's a lot of things that roll over you in this game. But we have like this whole ecosystem of different alien creatures, and they're separate by different biomes. So we have this is like the main, what we call the alien savanna biome. And you go around there, you can go to the first elder. There's an elder over there, which is gonna introduce you to one of the aspects.
I like the roll.
You can roll.
It's so dope.
Yeah, we made Rock of Ages.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. It's like reminiscent.
We like rolling, so
that's cool.
Surrounded by this light, the Trebhum knew.
So as I was saying, there's different biomes with totally different types of environments, and there's different creatures that you'll encounter. They range in scale and size. And some are predators, some are herbivores, some are very dangerous, some are not dangerous at all. We're trying to make this kind of ecosystem in which the player gets to explore. But what makes it unique also is the aspect of how progression goes on with the cylinders sort of forcing you to move forward, and we have to sort of build the world as you move forward. So we constantly have to load in the environment.
The inner voice said, "Run." The towers would not stop the cylinder unless they were.
So cool.
Look at these guys.
So now you should go to the tower that you see. You should roll to any of those two towers. You can check. You see the big red beam?
Yeah.
Go that direction, for instance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either of those.
He's getting nervous. You see that?
I'm panicking.
He's like walking slowly.
Freaking out.
The music is intended to do that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you have to reach that tower over there.
I'll make
This
it.
is the very beginning, so you're basically learning the.
Step on the symbol, or the cylinder would
That's
not
cool.
be stopped.
Later on in the game, the cylinder gets this red glow, and it really catches a lot of speed. I mean, it goes really, really fast. So you're basically racing your way for your life, and with all these little creatures, you have to really, really run away.
Oh, look at that guy.
Yeah, that's we call him the Chomper.
Yeah, you should stand there and let him eat you, Alex.
I have to stay on the blue.
Oh.
I've got to stop the cylinder, right?
Stop it up. There we go.
So there you're safe, and you can.
I was scared. I thought Chomper was going to smash you on while you were stopping it.
The power of the
He's a
eternal
vegetarian.
cylinder was contained.
Wow.
So the structure of the game is a little bit like that, but not entirely. You have to remember that this is a kind of the onboarding aspect part of the game. So
Totally.
here's a little bit more peaceful. There are creatures that can actually kill you. But to the right, you'll notice there was this kind of snowy area that you can go over there. So that's a small, brief introduction to one of the different biomes. So If you go there, you'll notice that the treble will start shaking and because it's cold, and you're going to actually start losing health. But if you move to the left over there, I'm just cheating here. I'm telling you, you can see those like puffy balls near to those corals things that are right behind you. If you could go right back to the behind you, right behind you, where you see that sort of coral things.
Coral. Oh, this.
Looks like
yeah, those.
No.
Turn around.
Okay. Turn around to go the other way.
Right there.
Into the snow.
Into the snow. Okay.
Into the snow.
Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay, I think. When you, okay.
Yeah. There. You see the puffy purple balls to the left. To the left.
Oh,
to your left.
The left.
There they are. Yeah. Eat one of those.
Okay.
Exactly. You can eat one of those. So not all ingredients give you a mutation. Some of them do, some of them don't. There's a reason for that. There's so this is a temporary mutation, but later you can make it permanent. But now you have a coat of fur. So this allows you to explore in this area, and you can find other Trebum who will join you in your adventure. So there's a lot of different aspects of how we allow people to explore different areas. So this is the chomper, but this is the furry one from the snow areas. You have to be careful.
Oh, cool.
He will eat you. He will eat you.
Yes, do not get eaten.
Okay, so he's not as vegetarian as I thought he might be.
No.
That's cool. And when you get when you get the different troubles, you could switch between them, right?
Yeah. For instance, there's one over there who's in his little home.
Oh, cool.
And now you have a little AA partner who will follow you, and that's a central aspect of the game is getting other Trebum and growing like this herd of little creatures, which is going to follow you during the adventure, and you can switch between them, and you can stack on them their own powers and their own abilities. So it's a game. It's a narrative game where there's a reason for all this. It's just not a procedurally generated sort of world where you get to goof around. But that is a lot of fun in the game. But there's a purpose. There's more than a purpose. There's a reason for why the cylinder is here, who you are, what's going on in this world.
And there's tons of depth in this game. I mean, there's the exploration. There is even when I was trying it earlier, you have like a stamina system too, where you have to make sure that you're eating and that kind of thing, right? And
that gets introduced later in the game. It's a little bit like you get the energy pouch and the stomach where you have to feed your creatures. So if you jump there, you can get that egg.
Oh, I can jump up here?
You can just jump up there, and you can grab that egg with the. Now, if you go to where you can see these little behind the other way, you can see that thing there where you can heat the egg if you leave it there.
Oh, so that's another trouble.
Yeah.
Wait.
No, just if you stand there, it's gonna work.
Okay.
There it is. Cool. So it's heating the egg, and that would allow you to get another friendly little trouble. You can actually name them. I don't know if it's going to work with a controller now, but so I think we're going to just leave it at that.
Okay.
He's going to name it me. Thanks. I appreciate it.
I hope Justin doesn't get eaten.
I look extra confused. That's me.
The confused trouble.
Yeah, confused trouble.
So the friendly Trebum, they help you in the. It's not only about getting more of these and allowing your family to grow. It also there's also certain puzzles which have requirements of how many creatures you need in order to unlock the areas. If we want to see more of the content, you can go to the left of this large mountain, and you're going to see one of these giant serpent creatures, which are called the Troala.
Am I going the right way? Oh no.
The other way. The other way.
Yeah. Okay.
To the left of the mountain, and just keep on going. Left of it. To left. Go left.
Oh,
left.
Sorry.
No,
Wait.
the other way.
This
No.
way. That way.
That way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm the most annoying.
Yeah, he's going the opposite way on purpose and naming his friends Trebles.
They're on the adventure with me. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Yikes.
So right beneath this colossal creature, there's a sort of entry to a interior, one of what we call the Elder Caves, because there's basically these indoor environments where you can
had been built
explore more. Here you get more introduction to the story of the game and how
that in this large and dangerous
aspects about the game. Now you could have the way you resolved this part of the beginning of the game was getting these 3 specific trebom, but there are other in the outdoor environment which you can get in different ways and see and discover other mutations. And that's the idea, that different people will solve this in different ways.
That's cool.
Ooh.
There's a lot of backstory and history that you've created for this game.
Yeah, well, one of the games we're most well known for is Xenoclash, and a lot of people appreciate the type of surreal worlds that we create, but also the surreal stories that we make for those worlds. So here, for instance, you start getting some puzzles. So you have this strange door with this box-shaped statue, and you're getting introduced to this strange ingredient. So it's all part of the puzzle. We have a compendium for creatures, food. At the moment, you don't have the mutation, which allows you to add creatures into your compendium. But you'll notice this area open. You go there. One thing you haven't showed that much is throwing water with your trunk. So with the right trigger, you can shoot. If you hold.
Oh, cool! And they join in.
And they join in. So
that's awesome. Another organic piece.
One. Yeah, I think you should eat that one.
Okay.
You should definitely eat that one. He's slipping down up the stairs. Oh. That's one of the.
I thought he was transforming.
No.
Ah, there he is.
Nice. So now you are part of the puzzle.
You are now part of the puzzle. So you would have tried to enter that socket before. It wouldn't have opened. So now with the square trebom, you can access to this area, and you find yourself with Guerilla, the Elder.
Inside the cave, the trebom found a living.
So the game is.
It had been waiting in this chamber.
Since you're in this kind of alien world, at the beginning we didn't have the narrator in the game. That's something that came later during. This game has been a lot of experimentation. If you looked at the original design document, there's the core concept of the game is there, but we started seeing what things worked and what things didn't work through a process of discovery, because it's very different to anything else that we've ever done, or we really can't draw parallels with other titles. So, for instance, the narrator was something that came later on. He's actually part of the story. He's not just there to help players, but he's an actual character. So, yeah, it's a very unique game, and we're really excited about it.
The game is really gorgeous. It's so open. There's so many things to do and expansive. It's very expansive. When are you releasing? Do you have a release date yet?
No, we do not have a release date. We have an idea of when we might be able to release, but if I say something, some people will get mad.
Yes, totally understand that from experience.
Let's not upset the internet more than we already have.
Yeah, but yeah, it's really awesome. Can you wish list it, and where will you be able to find it?
Yes, it can be wish listed on the Epic Games Store. We're also launching on PlayStation and Xbox, but I don't think you will wish list there. It will be a simultaneous release, but yeah, we don't know when.
Cool. How can we find out more about the Eternal Cylinder?
I should call out that there's a beta. You just have to register at eternalcylinder.com. And yeah, and if you want to know more about Ace Team, aceteam.cl, we're a Chilean studio, so .com, CL, to check more about Eternal Cylinder and other Ace Team games.
Thank you so much for hopping on board, Carlos. It's awesome to see this game. I was so happy that we were able to showcase the trailer the other day, and then actually get to play so people could see exactly what it is, especially since it was blowing up in the chat. And the cylinder did not destroy us today. We're rolling out with the cylinder.
I'm also disappointed that it didn't.
Yeah.
I thought this was one I did well at.
Yeah, there's going to be memes. We're making them. So yeah.
Okay,
cool.
awesome. I'm looking forward to them.
All right. Thank you so much. That was the Eternal Cylinder. The game is gorgeous. You did okay. Thanks for naming me one of the troubles. I appreciate it.
Well,
it was great.
Yeah. This is a really creative game. This is really amazing. There's something in the water in Chile.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's been an amazing experience. We have one trailer that came from New Blood just in that we want to showcase before we head out. Let's roll the New Blood trailer.
Inside at last, welcome.
And that was Gloomwood from New Blood. Thank you so much, New Blood, for dropping an exclusive trailer of the Guerilla Collective. The Guerilla Collective is now over. It's been an amazing experience. Thanks for hopping on board, Alex.
Oh, yeah. Thank
you. This amazing space at Wilmer Sound. We want to thank all of our partners again, IGN, GameSpot, Valve, I said IGN twice. Kind of funny, of course, ID at Xbox, Astro Razor, everybody who's been working with us, Ryan behind the boards, and Tracy and everyone else. It's been an amazing experience. Now we're going to go back to Greg. Peace.
And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The Guerilla Collective is done. Over 3 days, we've shown you nearly 90 games from almost 80 teams. On behalf of The Mix, Kinda Funny, and every creator who took part in this event, we cannot thank you enough. We hope you all have a fantastic, not E3, I don't know, what are we calling? There's just showcases and events every day now. But for real, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for your support, and no, until next time, it's been our pleasure to serve you.
Welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming Expo. We're rounding up brand new gameplay, next-gen first looks, and got the developers to unpack the secrets behind their latest projects exclusively here on IGN. Today's main event is IGN Expo number 4, our biggest one yet. It's a massive block of trailers, reveals, and more, like Amazon's upcoming MMO, New World. After that, we'll be taking a literal deep dive with SpongeBob SquarePants, Battle for Bikini Bottom, Paragraph Break, Rehydrated. It's a long name for a long-anticipated remake, and we're about to serve up enough fresh details and gameplay to make Gary meow. Then, later on, Jason Ronald from Team Xbox joins us on News, Games, and More to teach us a valuable lesson about the meaning of smart delivery. But first, watch world-class speedrunner CantEven cut through Portal 2 like it's a piece of cake in a race against the countdown clock to our expo. But hey, you know what they say about cake, right? Anyway, it's all for charity, so sit back, relax, and get ready because IGN's Summer of Gaming all starts now.
6, 5. Hey folks, Mark Medina here, and welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. All summer long, we're bringing you the latest news on brand new games, world premiere trailers, next-gen console news, and never-before-seen gameplay from big names like Sony, EA, and more. Plus, our IGN Expos. We have 4 of them. Each one is a conference that we put together with our very own super concentrated exclusives and reveals. Our last expo is today, if you can believe it, so you won't want to miss that. Later today, we'll have a special update on Xbox Smart Delivery and a deep dive into SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom - Rehydrated. And tomorrow, don't miss our Animal Crossing Celebrity Island Tours charity stream. You can catch it all wherever you stream IGN or live on your Samsung TV Plus by tuning into channel IGN 1. Right now, we're kicking the day off with what I think is the best part of Summer of Gaming, the charity speedruns, of course. All summer long, IGN is asking you to give to the Bail Project and the World Health Organization by following the links in the video description or by heading on over to donate.ign.com. The Bail Project provides bail for families in need, and the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, treating, and combating the disease. By donating, you'll have a chance to win IGN gift cards, game codes, or swag from companies like Bethesda or id Software. Donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. For even more... It's so much. For even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search for IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for a slew of bonus clips or to upload your own awesome gameplay moments. Or leave us a Yappa comment on IGN.com and your Yap may just show up on the stream. It's time to start thinking with portals. Let's warp out of this intro. It's time for the run. I'm joined again by GDQ's Jay Hobbs, who will be helping me commentate these speedruns all summer long. Jay Hobbs, week 2. Can you believe it?
I know, right? We had that weekend break. Everything feels weird now. It's Monday, but like we're still at home. You know, it's all kind of weird. But smoothest intro yet, my man.
Oh yeah, totally. You know, when you say the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, it just starts to get in your head because you think you have it memorized, and then the second you stop reading it, you don't have it memorized, and you discover that. All right, guys, we're not alone. We are also joined by speedrunner CantEven, who's going to race through Portal 2. There he is. What's up, man?
Hey. I'm doing pretty good.
Awesome. All right. This is our 4th Summer of Gaming speedrun, and this is my second favorite video game of all time. So I'm very, very excited, everybody.
Yeah, this is way up there for me, too. I even ran the Portal 2 co-op a little bit myself. I did some speedruns of that. So I'm really looking forward to this one.
We were watching you play earlier, and the game looks wild. So why don't you start by giving us a little bit of a description of what this speedrun is?
Okay, well, basically, the main category for Portal 2, and at least in single player, pretty much the only thing anybody runs is what's called inbounds no SLA, which in non-technical terms just means you can't abuse saves to like do crazy glitches. If you're familiar with PC running, you know that like sometimes if you save load, you can get yourself into some pretty ridiculous spots and do some pretty stupid things. This run doesn't allow for anything quite as stupid. But there is still, especially recently, there's been some crazier glitches found, which we will be seeing later in the run.
Awesome. All right, well let's see it. Let's get it going.
All right. And here we go.
Man, I'm so excited. I love this game so much.
Dude, it's so good. This is one of my favorites. And also just like speedrunning wise, both campaigns for this game, like the single player and the co-op, are both just amazing speedruns. I know that like we're gonna see unbelievable stuff from CantEven here, but why don't you give us maybe a little bit of a breakdown of some of the kind of main movement tech you do throughout the run?
All right, well, pretty much the main movement tech in the run is just bunny hopping, as with many PC games. Unlike Portal 1, which has accelerated back hopping, which is kind of like backwards long jumping in Super Mario 64, but easier and better.
Mark might fight you on that one.
Mario 64, huh?
Yeah, this game doesn't allow you to do anything that stupid. But you're just going to be bunny hop, or well, we're going to be bunny hopping all around the game pretty much.
And for those not familiar, I mean, we actually had bunny hopping in 2 of the speedruns here on the IGN Summer of Gaming already, but for those not familiar, bunny hopping is kind of, it's a pretty difficult technique to start picking up, I'd say, or at least to get really good at. You can kind of start to see the benefits early on. That involves using the, like actually letting go of the forward input when you're moving around and using the strafing while moving your camera in certain ways to gain acceleration in the air. And as long as you are jumping quickly enough after hitting the ground, you're going to maintain a lot of that speed. Now, I'm pretty sure with Portal, you guys actually allow being able to bind jump to the scroll wheel, right? So that way you can like jump as soon as you touch the ground.
That's the same case in, I would imagine, almost all PC games.
Yeah,
definitely a lot of them. I think some of them don't. But
I think we saw a ton of bunny hopping in Titanfall 2 as well. Like I saw him
actually, yeah, I think in Titanfall you can use
left and
spacebar for some reason. And also same thing in Left 4 Dead. Something to do with the tick rate makes scrolling not good.
Interesting.
But in this game you can scroll, which is really nice.
Guys,
it's the hardest part, the easiest part.
I want to mention that with that we're almost to 23K, so I'm not even going to set 23K as a goal. Our goal right now is 24K. So I say we just we just make that happen. What do you think?
You've learned that if you tried to put 23, I'd be like, no, get out of here. I personally still think we can hit 25 by the end of this speedrun. It's only like an hour long, pretty much. So if people like, please get those donations in. We got 2 great causes here, and I'd love to see us get all the way up to 25,000 by the end.
That'd be awesome.
I didn't notice that it shows Portal 1 stuff on the TV before.
I know. I was just watching that.
That's a custom thing.
Oh, okay.
It's obviously not in the game because that's the Portal 1 task.
Gotcha.
Oh,
okay, because that was like that was Chamber 17, I think, or something. I don't remember the numbers.
It was 12, I think.
12. Okay. I recognize the chamber, just not the numbers.
I happen to look over at the screen and I'm like, wait, what? I've never seen that before.
That's funny. That's super great.
I just love this part of the game. I love that it's just like you're just in this hotel room and then it just breaks apart and it's like, nope, you're in this like weird sleep chamber pod. Like man, I love it so much.
Storage facility for humans.
Right.
But yeah, normally in speedruns we don't actually get to see this part of the game because this whole beginning cutscene is about 5 minutes long, and the only thing I've done is basically jumped twice.
Listen, you looked at some art. I mean, come on.
Yeah, luckily about 2 years ago, the community decided that we didn't have to do this for every speedrun we did.
Oh, interesting.
And then now we can load a save shortly before the beginning of the run. But
so does it? So it's Valve save, so it kind of saves wherever, right? So it just loads like right before you start, before it drops you in, or?
Yeah, we made a save about a few seconds before it hits the wall for the last time.
Oh, cool.
So we can load that.
Yeah.
Also, there is one sort of important thing that I should mention before I actually start doing the run. In this game, I'm not sure if it's exclusive to this game, but dialogue is very important and what the characters are saying. Mostly because the level won't end until all the dialogue has been spoken. And they made that decision because all the dialogue's really funny in this game. So a lot of the game is actually going to be revolving around me trying to hit dialogues as early as possible and skip dialogues whenever possible. And as an extension of that, sometimes I'll do this weird thing where I will wait to enter the elevator. That is not losing time. That's one of the most common things that people have questions about in the speedrun because it looks weird.
Right, and I believe the way that works, right, is that for them to kind of make this seamless elevator animation, because they don't know how long you're going to be waiting on dialogue while you're in the elevator, they actually kind of really just have a segment of the elevator shaft that you're falling down, and then just kind of loop you back around every time.
Actually, no, they don't do that. Oh,
it's not that way. Okay, but it kind of like feels that way, right? Because you're going on like a cycle.
Mean, in the map they just copy pasted the same thing.
Gotcha. Okay,
but it is actually going down.
Great. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, because I know that you at least you time it generally, right, so that you're going to hit that next section where it would check to see if it needs to copy paste again.
Yeah, precisely.
Right for when the dialogue ends. So that's so interesting that they just keep copy pasting it like over and over. I would have thought it was just a
well, I mean, it's an elevator shaft. It doesn't have to be the most unique thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
CantEven, we got two things in the chat right now. One is, I hope we don't skip a lot of Cave Johnson dialogue. Yeah, I hope not as well. And then a few folks are liking your Shrek DVD you have in the background there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sad story about what was brought up about the cave dialogue. Actually, wait, I'm going to need to listen to the announcer to see when I should enter the elevator. Yeah, it's just hard to talk while listening to that because I can't talk and listen at the same time.
Definitely.
Yeah, but then their talking fills the dead air, so it's perfect.
Yeah. It's not just waiting in silence.
They're more interesting than us anyways.
Now, a small thing I know you're doing whenever you're kind of going up these little staircases that have railings on the side is something called wall strafing, right? Where you kind of push up against a wall and strafe against it. And you actually go a little bit faster than just running forward, and it really goes to show that there is just like ways to optimize movement at all points in the game.
Yeah, and that wall strafing thing is going to be really important in Chapter 8 when we are going to gain the ability to fly.
Ooh, the teaser.
Yeah. Oh, and I guess another thing sort of related to that, this is an inbound speedrun, and right around when Chapter 9 hits, we're going to be probably breaking the notion of what some people would consider inbounds. But as in the source definition of the game, it is very much inbounds.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll inquire more about that when we get to it.
I'll make the judge on what's in or out of bounds. The guy who knows nothing. So far, it all looks out of bounds. I don't know what's going on. It's Portal.
Yeah.
Half the game is out of bounds. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, that's Portal 1.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Portal 1 is infinitely more glitchy and confusing than this game.
Yeah, that's for sure. This has, I'd actually say that this game has a lot of unique tricks and glitches that actually anybody can learn like really quickly. Like crouch flying is something that I think you could pick up really easily. And there's just a lot of really cool stuff.
I just don't even know what happened there. He was staring at a wall and then he pulled a cube out of the wall.
Yeah. That is actually probably technically not a glitch. That's just smart use of portals.
And
same thing there.
Yeah, you're doing what's called portal peeking, right? Where you kind of look through.
No, actually, that is...
What's not portal peeking? I'm sorry for getting some of the terminology wrong here.
Yeah, portal peeking is, for the most part, only possible in Portal 1.
Oh, okay.
Because in Portal 2, the portals travel instantly, whereas in Portal 1, they don't.
Gotcha, okay. So I'm
It's
mixing
still
it up.
possible
It just looks like
to do it, sort of, if the portal you're entering is angled. And that, I think, is used once in the run.
So in those
for
spots,
the most part, it's impossible.
So in those spots where you're moving quickly, you're basically just going through a portal and just backing back through it really fast then.
Yeah. And this is also a really precise shot that hopefully I'm going to be able to just shoot through the door. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I got off. But this shot is me shooting straight through a door. There we go. Yeah, usually doesn't take that long. But about maybe less than a year ago or so, one of the greatest routers of the past few years, KurziHow, found out that you can just shoot straight through that door. There's like an imperceptibly small gap. And that saves about 40 seconds over what we used to do.
Wow. To just shoot a one really precise portal. That is what's really cool about Portal and Portal 2 is I think literally being able to teleport almost anywhere you would want is like a speedrunner's dream for breaking things, right? Like just being able to set a portal to wherever you want to go.
Yeah, it is definitely helpful. And because I've only really ever speedrun Portal games seriously, it's just a part of how I think is just portals.
he literally thinks with portals.
Yeah.
And also this is like one of the bigger cutscenes in the game that I was alluding to earlier. So this is a great time to do donations because I'm doing nothing.
I'll take it. Let me just bring up a thing that I'm supposed to read. Don't forget, guys, all summer gaming long, IGN is asking you to donate to worthy causes by following the links in the description of this video or by heading to donate.ign.com. You can give to the COVID-19 Response Fund, dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating COVID-19, or to the Bail Project, working to reunite families separated by the mass incarceration system. By donating, you'll have a chance to win IGN gift cards, codes for games like Resident Evil 3, or swag from companies like id Software and Bethesda. Donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. This is a long weekend. I'm discovering that I can't read anymore. Guys, we've already generated $22,864. So, yeah, make sure to get your donations in, and we would love to read them on the chat. We're pushing for, what did we say? 24,000 right now. Pushing for 24,000.
Yeah, we're on the brink of 23. I mean, come on. It's just sitting there waiting for somebody to claim the person to push us to that next round number. Speedrunners love round numbers, specifically beating round numbers. So
this is
we definitely do.
This is honestly like one of my favorite cutscenes in a video game ever.
Yeah. I don't know how
GLaDOS waking up is it's just so good.
They made a like gigantic weird robot limb structure be the creepiest thing ever, and it's so great.
It's just, I don't know. It's like I'm trying to put myself back like when Portal 2 first came out, and I'm playing on like Xbox 360, and just seeing those first few dungeons or test chambers. They're essentially the same from Portal 1, just overgrown and like apocalyptic looking. It's like so cool, and then you're just wondering like, when are we going to see GLaDOS again? I know she's going to be here, and then like that reveal is just so good.
Yeah,
and Wheatley is just such a fun character. I love him.
We got our pop-up donation, or our donation pop-ups already starting.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the personality of Wheatley and GLaDOS is really just so good, and it's a good thing about it's a good part of what made this game really popular, in my opinion.
Well, and Cave Johnson is just he's a character you never even see, and yet I get like more emotionally invested in his story more than like most video game characters that you do meet.
I mean, J.K. Simmons, big part of that, right? Like J.K. Simmons is just so good.
Yeah.
Ooh, because I messed up there earlier, I got some pretty slow dialogue here, so it'll be a bit slower than normal. But
more time for people to donate.
Yeah.
And a consequence of the dialogue thing is sometimes I have to just wait for what seems like no reason.
So what's that on the top left running there? Is that just like the game?
Right, that's actually, for the most part, that's like a coordinate display. It shows my position and angle and velocity.
So is that something you have to like monitor throughout the game, or?
Not throughout the game, but for several specific glitches, it is important.
Oh, okay.
Like 90% of the time, I don't need to look at it.
And unless something has changed, the crouch flying I was alluding to earlier that we'll talk about later, or actually you teased flying as well. That actually is related to your velocity, right? When you're setting it up.
Yes, you have to have 0 velocity when you start it. But actually, for the most part, I don't have to look at show pause, which is what that's called, to do that.
you can kind of get it
all
off.
the setups we have for crouch fly allow us to get 0 velocity instantly.
Oh, that's interesting. That's cool.
Because that's obviously a lot faster than having to wait.
Right.
Because by default, the game gradually slows you down to a stop on a funnel, and that takes like 5 seconds.
Yeah. I'm learning so many things from only being a co-op runner of this game. And not a very good co-op runner of this game. Just gotta make that clear.
That was actually a fun glitch where you can activate 2 lasers. You can activate 2 lasers with 1 laser beam by switching it in between them instantly.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Because
So
when
basically
you deactivate a receptacle, it stays on for like a few frames.
Gotcha. So it's just quickly toggling enough. It thinks both are on at the same time. That's neat.
So CantEven, do you do the co-op as well? Do you speedrun that as well?
Yes, I do co-op speedruns with MSushi 100.
Oh, so nice.
And first try, that was one of the hardest ones.
That looked great. Was that because it looked like you had to bunny hop through the portal there, which is already kind of difficult. But were you also trying to time a grab on the cube there? Or were
Yes,
you able
I
to
had
pick
to
it up?
throw the cube in the air, bunny hop through the portal, and also shoot a portal to give me extra speed, which is called a reportal. And then after that, I have to re-grab the cube.
Wow. That is a lot of stuff. You can see just how much you can actually move in the air just off of these little launchers, by the way. And you're not even doing something super special there, right? You were just kind of moving a little bit. Now you're getting a little air acceleration. I think that's always a good demonstration for people who aren't as familiar with bunny hopping and air strafing.
Air strafing is like what makes bunny hopping work. It's just the ability to
Mm.
move in the air. And if you've played games like TF2 at anything more than a beginner level, hopefully you're familiar with it. There's other games. But it's just basically bunny hopping, you're just constantly in the air. You're jumping as soon as you hit the ground.
And it's just faster than walking, I would assume?
Oh yeah, by miles.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
gain a lot of speed by using that air acceleration, but by using the air strafing, you can really pick up speed very quickly.
This doesn't look anything like I've done this chamber before.
Yeah, this is actually one of the more normal chambers. The only thing really was doing that strafe to skip some of the catapults. And this is also an example of an elevator that you actually ride all the way down to the bottom. Because this elevator moves faster than normal, and the dialogue is so long, that you actually hit the bottom before GLaDOS stops talking.
Wow. I didn't even know that was a thing that you could do.
And if you hit the bottom or top of an elevator, you automatically get transitioned to the next level. Oh, this is a fun map.
I'm sorry. I don't know why that went off. Anyway,
Oh, I missed it.
What?
science fact.
I'm just I know we're about to see some stuff.
I know,
here, so
I'm just like, I'm waiting for the weird.
Yeah, normally that would have been first
What?
try, but
What? Why?
Okay, explain.
okay, so I guess the first thing I should explain is a reportal, because I actually haven't explained that. If you're standing inside the edge of a portal, and then you shoot the other portal, the one that you're not standing in, the game will give you a speed boost, because it doesn't want you to abuse that to stand and go to places you shouldn't be able to go. So you can abuse that speed boost to just give you more speed. And what I did there was basically abuse the speed boost 5 times in a row to get 5 times the speed.
Wow. And then that one just
Also-
shooting underneath the barriers.
Yeah, you just shoot right underneath the barriers that GLaDOS is putting back. And that we found that about 8 years after the game came out. That is a relatively new route.
Every time you enter one, I'm like, I have faint memories on how to solve it, and then you just don't do that thing, and it's
Right.
It's just
Also, that if you weren't paying incredibly close attention, you probably didn't notice. But I just skipped a huge cutscene there by crouching and then uncrouching in the air at very precise times. Normally, GLaDOS makes you go on the catapult 3 times, but you can skip that.
Okay,
30 seconds, I
oh
think.
yeah.
And then this just some good old fashioned portal momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love
And
it.
there's another reportal. Just getting the nice height boost.
I'll have to take
Always
your word
useful.
for it. I just saw the thing flick, and then you just flew into the air. Oh man.
I know that's one of the things that, like, when I started speedrunning Portal 2 co-op, I got such a greater appreciation for Portal speedruns in general. I guess I did a little bit of Portal glitchless as well, and same kind of thing. You get more intimately familiar with the maps, so you start to be able to follow it a little bit better, because with how often the camera's moving all over the place, sometimes it can be a little hard to follow if you haven't played the game recently. But it's still always
wow, that
lovely
was okay. In my opinion, should not have made that.
That's like the opposite of the Bloodborne speedrun, because he kept saying, in my opinion, that shouldn't have happened.
Right, yeah. It's like speedrunners love to say, I disagree with the video game there. You know, like, I disagree with what happened there.
Will disagree with the game a few times. Probably at the beginning of Chapter 4, there's a glitch that will probably I'll have some disagreements with.
Right. We got the hard light bridges here, which can be kind of moved through portals. I'm explaining like basic Portal 2 mechanics as if every person in the world hasn't played Portal 2.
Yeah. Well, that portal mechanic was if an object is like near a portal, it can just go through walls or doors sometimes. Because the game thinks it's going through the portal.
Oh, okay.
Would it be cool if I read a couple donations?
Maybe wait one chamber, because this next chamber is
totally.
Especially when you couldn't load saves. This chamber was like a run killer, because it's just whammo, 2 hard things one after the other.
Oh no.
I'm gonna skip a cutscene here just by bunny hopping.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
And then I'm going to do that.
What?
And that's the game. That's the chamber.
That's so good.
Great. That looked like, I think that's even more impressive than it looked, because you had to make sure you didn't get too much speed, right? Or you would have bonked the wall.
Yeah, that can happen often.
Wow.
But
yeah.
getting the speed, you'll pretty much always have the same amount of speed.
Okay.
Because of how the reportal works.
Oh, okay.
It's mostly a matter of what angle you shoot your portals and where you shoot them.
Well, it looked really, really cool, and it looked very precise. That's all that matters.
Right. That's another map that sort of looks cool, just because it's all so fast and turrets.
I know, it's like hard to keep up with what's happening most of the time.
Well, this map is a bit of a breather, so you can read the donation if you want it.
Sure. So we got a couple donations. We got Joe Smith with $50, and we got Aaron G with $50. Guys, don't forget, you can go to donate.ign.com, or you can click one of the links in the description below to donate to the World Health Organization or to the Bail Project. You have a chance to win some really cool stuff. Donations $50 or more, you have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Pushing for 24K right now. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Listen, if you've been blown away by the speedrun already, when like there's still lots to come, I think that warrants a $5 donation right there. Like,
yeah, a lot of the cooler parts of the speedrun are in the underground section of the game with Cave Johnson, somewhat fittingly.
Oh yeah,
Cave Johnson
okay.
is cool.
He is cool.
Get that just speed boost right up.
Fen7 in the chat said, "My goodness, Portal 2 speedruns are mind bending." That's how I would describe them. I would.
Yeah, well, I mean, if Portal 2 is mind blending, Portal 1 is mind blowing.
So do you speedrun Portal 1 as well? I would assume, yeah.
I do actually. I only run any percent pretty much in that game.
So that's the full out of bounds.
Yeah, that is
category.
The full Portal 1 experience.
Yeah, that's the how short is that now? Like 7 minutes or something, or
11 minutes 47 seconds.
Okay, yeah. Jeez.
That's pretty quick. That's faster,
a little bit
faster than I've ever done it.
Yeah, it's I think now it's within a minute of the time it takes to complete the game with no clip and staying inbounds.
Oh, weird.
So being able to just fly through walls, basically, but staying
can't go out of bounds.
But not going out of bounds takes as long as being able to go out of bounds, but not being able to just fly through walls.
Well, it is still quicker, but the point is it's not as much quicker as it should be.
Right. I always just ran glitchless in Portal 1 because I was like, I don't think I can wrap my head around some of the not actual math, but you know, like the math you're doing.
There
you're
is
like,
some actual math, sort
Wow.
of. Well, actually, I don't know if I'd call it math.
Well, because it's all the like I know in Portal 1 you can like desync the camera from like the character and stuff, and then it gets all weird, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah, you can
that's
shoot
super cool
portals from a hypothetical player position that is based on where your two portals are.
Yeah, it's like have to
If
start doing
anybody's
some
been
4D
watching
math.
these charity speedrun streams, you should know by now that me and J-Hobbs are excellent at the math. We are super good at it. It's called stream math, and it's fun.
Never do math on stream. This was always one like a chamber I really liked the design of, just because I think it's one that's not at all immediately obvious how to do when you're first going through.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, everybody should have just done it the way that CantEven's doing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not
this
like
right
that
here,
unintended.
this is actually another cutscene skip, and this is what I was alluding to when I might disagree with the game on what should happen. But I'm going to be attempting to clip through an elevator by just running into it.
Why not?
Yeah, typically you would get this in the first 5 tries. If it takes more than that, you are probably very unlucky, and it looks like I might be unlucky here. Let's see, let me double check this setup. That looks pretty good.
So what's supposed to be happening?
Eventually, I'm just supposed to basically fall through the elevator.
Got it.
And okay, there it is. This is like
All
6th or
right.
7th try.
First,
Wow.
6th try.
Yeah, in typical marathon fashion, it did not go well. But
Right.
We have a donation from Infrabread who says, "Hi, CantEven. Everyone on the P2 Discord is cheering you on."
Nice.
That's awesome.
Great to hear.
I was like, Persona 2? That's, I mean, he's got fans everywhere.
That would be the biggest like switch in dynamic. It's like, yeah, I run Portal 1 out of bounds, or in Portal 2, you know, in bounds and no SLA and all that. We got short categories here, and then I run Persona 2, which is probably ridiculously long.
The world's greatest Persona game.
yeah, I'm not a fan of longer speedruns. I mean, watching them, sure, but like,
Mm-hmm.
if I was
Doing
ever
them
to try
yourself.
to do a longer speedrun, even Portal 2 is on the longer side of runs I would do.
Mm.
So
Yep.
right there, I guess you were doing that same trick to just activate all of the laser
Yeah.
receptacles right after the other and get it to think they're all on at the same time.
Yep. And you have to do it twice for dialogue reasons to make GLaDOS talk. But
Mm.
and this is going to start the section of the game where we are running away from GLaDOS.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And this is just a little
What?
minor skip so that we don't have to wait for Wheatley to turn the light bridge on.
Oh, cool. Just hop right over.
I never thought to just jump over the gap.
Well,
Yeah, well, you need to be somewhat experienced in bunny hopping to do that. It's not like the
Yeah.
easiest jump in the world.
You gotta
that
be good at
looked
the
hard.
game, guys.
all these little like wiggles you're seeing, folks, on of the camera back and forth when CantEven is just like moving forward and jumping and stuff, like that is very intentional because of the bunny hopping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is how you gain speed.
Yeah.
By wiggling your mouse and pressing the corresponding keyboard button.
That's how I gain
Okay,
speed in
nice.
real life, so it's all good.
That jump around on the scaffolding is actually harder than it looks because there's an annoying clip rush or invisible wall that can just stop you dead in your tracks, literally, because you'll die.
Now you're doing an extra advanced thing on top of wall strafing there, right? Where you were kind of jumping.
Right, yeah. Normally wall strafing is looking slightly towards the wall and then running towards it. But if you look slightly away from the wall and jump, that is another way to go faster. It's about
Yeah.
as fast as bunny hopping, if not faster.
Yeah, that was always super cool to me, because that kind of felt like the first step to learning bunny hopping for me, because you don't have to have so many things going on at the same time. Like you don't have to have your hand doing so many things at the same time, because you don't have to worry about like holding, swapping the direction that you're moving, whether it be you're pressing A or D.
Yeah. And also, a quick thing about this chamber, sorry, is earlier I did a cutscene skip that skips when Wheatley turns on his flashlight.
Oh yeah.
And as a result, this chamber is supposed to be extremely dark.
Yeah.
But
weird.
for the sake that you guys can see it, and also because it is allowed by the rules, because some people have monitors that are so dark that they literally cannot see anything if you turn the lights off. There's just a quick command that kind of turns the lights back on.
Okay. Well, that's nice.
Yeah,
everyone agreed on that.
if this command wasn't allowed, I would still be able to do the run fine, but I'm pretty sure most of you watching wouldn't be able to see a thing because of how encoding works.
Right.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Do you what I was going to say earlier was do you watch other people like casually play Portal, and obviously they're just running and they're not doing the bunny hopping, and it just feels extremely slow. Like you're just like,
sometimes yes, it does, because it does feel pretty slow to just walk.
Yeah.
Because like walking speed is 175 units in this game, and bunny hopping speed is usually somewhere around 300 units, because 300 units is the point at which you like lose your control, lose the ability to like, turn.
That was what always tripped me up in co-op runs, where any of the like big bunny hop skips I'd be really bad at, because I'd just lose. I'd get to that point where I lost control and I wouldn't be facing the right way.
Yeah, losing control in a diagonal direction is not fun, and also that was another instance of me just shooting through a door.
So is that possible on every one of those doors? Because that obviously
on every door that looks like that, there is a gap that you can shoot through. But on most of the doors, there's either no portable surface that you can shoot, or you just can't get to the right height, because you have to be at a very specific height to actually shoot all the way through that door.
Okay, so like even the angle matters, not just like hitting that pixel.
Yeah, because
it
has thickness.
Right. Interesting. Okay, that's really cool.
That door and the one earlier in the game are the only two where you can do that. Well, you can do it on others, but it's the only two where it's useful.
Right.
Guys, I just want to mention that we are $70 away from 23K. So we got
close.
It's so close. It's ridiculously close.
If everybody in chat, in like all of the chats right now, because we got the stream up on like 4 different platforms right now.
Oh man, so many.
If everybody donated just $1, we'd like already hit the 24K goal and beyond.
Yeah,
I think we'd hit my $25,000 goal.
Yeah, it's hard to have that mentality of like, if everyone donated $1. It's for a good cause.
That whole map was basically, from the moment I loaded into the map, these panels right here, they were on a cycle, and I actually just got like the pretty standard cycle for like doing a good job, but not exceptional.
You did a good job.
Like a slightly faster cycle.
Yeah, there is a slightly faster cycle that you can get. You also have to be like, you have to hit the button in a certain way, which I don't know how. It just happens sometimes. And there's also like much faster cycles that people will do in individual level runs, but I can't do those. At least not in a full game run.
I've found, I don't know if you're this way, CantEven, but I found that a lot, it feels like there are definitely some people who do individual level speedruns, and we call them IL speedruns, for those who are not familiar. There are definitely a lot of IL runners who move on to do full game speedruns, but I feel like most IL runners don't end up doing full game, and a lot of full game runners don't end up doing ILs, vice versa. Like there is some crossover, but a lot of
the communities are very much together. Like, you know, we're all in the same Discord and everything, but it is sort of separate. You could separate like probably 90% of people at least into IL runner, or actually in this game we call them CM runners because challenge mode is what it's called.
Yeah.
CM or full game runners. Pretty much the large distinction. And you know, everybody does a bit of both at least, but
well, and
like,
of course
there's like the big hotshots in challenge mode like Zype, who has like some 5,000 hours in this game.
Jeez.
Just a few months ago, he actually used to have every single player world record. There's 60 maps, and he had the world record for all of them.
Wow.
It sounds like
That
GoldenEye speedrunning, like where it's just like each map has its own like weird leaderboard. That's pretty awesome.
That's ridiculous. I think that like doing the challenge mode or the ILs can also obviously help you when practicing a lot, but not always, right? Because sometimes cycles
it can
are different.
help you, but it also can actually hurt you because in addition to challenge mode, obviously having some different routes for consistency reasons. Like in the challenge mode run, you would do like insanely hard routes because it's only like 20 seconds. Eventually, you're gonna get it.
Right.
But you can't do that in full game. There's also, because of the way challenge mode works, you don't have to worry about dialogue at all usually in challenge mode.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
a
just
big part
about
of it.
hitting the end goal flags at the end rather than hitting dialogue early. And because of that, some routes are actually different for just that reason alone.
I love this cutscene so much. Is now a good time for donations while this is going?
Yes, now's a perfect time.
Let's do it, guys. Remember, donate.ign.com or click one of the Tiltify links in the description below. We got a few donations here. We got Clay Rogers with $5 who says, let's fix our system. We got Anonymous with $5 who says, Summer of Gaming Portal 2 hype. It's the only time I'll allow the word hype on the stream, is if you're donating. We got, let's go with Magic Ninja. I think that's correct. Magic Ninja with $50 who says, thank you for hashtag Summer of Gaming. And then we have Joss Tay Dollar with $1. So there we go. Guys, we're $8 away from 23K. So we need 8 people to donate $1 each, or 1 person to donate $8, 2 people to donate $4. Stream math. That's how it's done.
As long as it's even numbers, Mark's got you
yeah,
covered.
yeah. I'm like, and then I need 1 person to donate $5, and then somebody else would have to donate. I'm out.
Yeah.
I need lunch. I can't do it, guys.
We already got a couple people added to.
Yeah, we got
Train.
JC with $1. We need to get the Dollar Train going. That's you know, it's my favorite store, the Dollar Train. Oh no, GLaDOS! What happened?
This is definitely one of the more iconic cutscenes in the game.
Yeah,
I love it so much.
GLaDOS is gone.
And then just the gradual turn of evil. I love it.
One
Susan
funny
Q.
story-
Susan Q with $50 brought us over. We're at 23K, guys.
Awesome.
Yay!
So glad to see that. You gotta push for that 24. That's our first goal.
Yep.
And then we're good. We got a new pop-up.
Did you guys see the pop-up? It's so good.
It was portals.
It's very thematic.
That's great.
And actually, funny story, when I jumped onto this elevator just here, that is the first step to actually skipping most of the cutscene where Wheatley turns evil.
Oh.
We're gonna hear his maniacal laugh, and that's all.
Huh.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, because what brings you back down normally, right? And then,
Yeah, normally he breaks the elevator and you fall down here. But
That's
we can
cool.
just fall on ourselves, and that saves 2 minutes.
Oh,
wow.
Awesome.
One thing I was going to
Potato
say
GLaDOS.
about that cutscene is like something that's so unique about Valve's way of storytelling is they can have a really memorable cutscene like that, and they give the player the ability to not look at it whatsoever.
Oh,
like
I
they
know.
don't, you know, a lot of games they'll lock you into a camera angle and all that so they can make sure everything is exactly as they want for very good reason, right? So you can have cinematic angles and just know that your cutscene's going to play out the same way every time. But Valve's like, nah, man, you can go look in a corner if you want. That's fine.
Yeah, I think there's like, depending on if you count the ending, there's like 3 or 4 different times where your camera's locked, and 2 of those are when you're like waking up.
Right.
In this next
yes.
map, you're gonna see the wake up animation, and obviously you can't move during that.
Yeah, most of it it's not, and like they do the same thing with Half-Life and Half-Life 2. They'll let you just kind of look away from cutscenes if you wanted.
Yeah, I
always thought
remember.
that
I
was
remember.
very
There's like a
unique.
Gabe Newell video with J.J. Abrams where they're talking about the differences between video games and like filmmaking, and they show the scene in Half-Life 2 when you're first meeting everybody, and they're just like playing with the blenders, and they're just doing a bunch of stuff while they're like, you know, just trying to explain the story, and they're just doing everything possible to distract you from it.
Yeah, actually, speedrunners will do a lot. If you've seen some of the speedruns, especially the older speedruns that were on like source runs, they did a lot of Half-Life speedruns. And because of, as you mentioned, you have free reign during the cutscenes, they're just messing around. They do not care about the story.
Yeah, we did it. We did a devs react to Half-Life 2, and the devs' favorite thing was the building. Like if there was a cutscene that they couldn't, they would just start stacking stuff on top of each other, and they're like, "Wait, what's going on here?" And they're like, "Oh, I think he's just showing off."
Just showing like full understanding of the physics engine.
Yeah, it's super fun to watch.
Oh, man, just lots of super quick portal shots.
I know every time I'm like, wait a minute, how are you going through that wall? And then I forget whether we're watching Portal. Like,
because a lot of that you weren't even doing anything completely, crazy glitchy or anything, right? Most of those were just
I don't
normal
think there
portals.
was technically a single glitch in that, other than bunny hopping, if that's a glitch.
Right, yeah, depending on how you feel about that. I don't know about you, but after learning how to bunny hop I learned a little bit in like one of the Quake games, but then really when doing Portal 2 co-op, after learning that, I can't play any FPS that has a jump in it without like just naturally doing circle jumps and bunny hopping, even if it has no bunny hopping in it at all.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that for sure. This is also one of the harder maps, and also sort of crazy. That was the kind of first hard thing. Just getting that shot across the cliff.
Why did that shot look curved? That was like a Wanted style portal. Like it looked curved around that mountain.
Sometimes that actually just happens. There's different reasons.
It looked amazing.
Does it have something to do with the game's kind of natural ability to want you to, like, if you shoot near a portable surface, it kind of like wants to make
that
the
actually
portal?
might be it. I don't really know about that one.
Look at J Hobbs figuring out.
I just love like thinking about speedruns, man.
He loves thinking with portals, guys.
Yeah.
Actually, on that note, at the end of this chamber, we're going to see a great example of how what you just said. How sometimes the game kind of puts your portals where it thinks they should be. To help you out.
Oh.
We're gonna abuse that very comedically later in the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see that. That'll be awesome.
I know in Portal 1 there's a technique called I think it's called portal bumping. Is that something in Portal 2, or have they got?
That is also in Portal 2, and it is actually easier to do in Portal 2.
Oh wow.
Oh, excellent.
But it is not used in the run at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess just so people know what we're talking about, you could kind of shoot one portal almost on top of another portal, or like pretty much on top of it, a little to the side, and it'll put the portal next to it, because the game wants you, like, assumes you want to put another portal there, and sometimes you can use that to put it like out of bounds, or
Mostly it's just through a wall, or a thin wall.
Yeah.
That's actually. Oh yeah, what? Sorry.
I was just going to ask if I could read. We're actually getting a lot of donations right now.
Oh yeah, this is Ooh, whoops.
Ooh. Uh-oh. That was an intentional death for comedic purposes.
Yeah, sure. Actually, that was just a great way to explain how sometimes you can lose control if you go too fast.
Having done that too many times myself, I could see it right there. I was like, "Yep, he lost the control there."
Too quick. Yeah, we got Susan Q with $50. We got Making Ninja. He's back with $20. He said, "Let's get over 30K." I agree. We got Brian X Bang who says, "Wear your damn masks, my dude," with $20. I know that. We got Making Ninja. He's back again with Speedruns Are the Best. Anonymous with $1 who says the dollar train. I agree.
Yeah.
Sarah with $10. And then we got Joe Mama with $51 who says, "Mama loves me a good speedrun." We need more like that. We need more Joe Mamas.
Whoa. What a great bounce.
So yeah, we're pushing to 24 right now. Donate.ign.com or click one of the links in the donation in the description.
All right,
Okay.
that map for sure could have gone a lot worse than it did. That was about as good as I could reasonably hope it to be.
That was unbelievable. So what gave you that speed boost right at the end there?
That's called a stuck launch, which is the best way to describe it is you get stuck between like two props, I think, and then the game thinks you're falling, but also thinks you're stuck, so it doesn't actually let you fall. So it just gives you more falling speed, but doesn't actually move you down.
Oh, okay.
So that way, when you let go, you can get all that falling speed, bounce off the blue gel, and then go really high.
I love how much of, especially this speedrun, but just speedruns in general, it's like, this happens because the game thinks this. So then we abuse it to do this.
Right.
Also, right there, if you weren't paying too much attention, I shot a portal seemingly straight through glass, which you normally can't do. That was just an example of how the portal placement helper there is so big that you can shoot a portal in the right spot, and it thinks that you're on the other side. Well, basically, the radius for shooting the portal is just too big. So
Right.
it'll put the portal where it thinks it's supposed to be, which is on the other side of the wall.
Huh. And then I love how even just in that intended launch and stuff, you go over the
That launch was unintended.
Oh, sorry. I just meant the like solution to the puzzle. Like you normally would go inside
Oh,
the
yeah.
circle in the logo, and instead you just go right over it.
Yeah, that skips having to pick up potatoes. But luckily, the game gives you potatoes in the next map.
Oh, good.
Because why would you not have potatoes? How could you?
Right.
Couldn't. We got M Sushi with $1 who says Dollar
Whoa.
Train. I'm a big fan of the Dollar Train.
Oh, what is up, M Sushi? He's
Hello.
another high-level runner of this game. I
M
think he has
Sushi.
second place right now. Yeah, he does.
Sushi's good at a bunch of games too. Cool dude.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this, just
Very
hopping
cool.
right up onto the scenery. That's so great.
Right, and these next two maps are going to be some of the more both difficult and impressive and focus required. I don't know, really focus required, but they're going to be difficult for me and fun to watch for all of you.
Okay. Do you care if we talk over it, or do you need the full series?
Honestly, that's fine.
Okay. Always like to make sure because we messed Brian Otto up once already. So we just want to know if we're gonna mess you up intentionally or not. That's
the infamous. Hey guys, I need everyone to be quiet, and then we talk the second the audio cue happens.
Yeah.
There's no audio cues in these, so
that was for comedic purposes. If I could go back, I'd do it again every time.
Right. Okay.
What is happening? Yep, that's the ground.
I love speedrunner setups, man.
Look around you, Morty. Do you really think this
Wow.
world is real?
That's ridiculous.
That pop-up was pretty good time too, guys.
There was definitely some reportaling going on there, but it looked like you weren't even in a portal.
Yeah, that's because that's called a super reportal. It's like a reportal, but you can do as many of them as you want.
Is there an ultra reportal? Like how is there anything
No.
above super? Super's the
That's
best.
just super.
Just all right.
Someone's gonna find something eventually, and you gotta name it a hyper or an ultra or whatever.
Yeah.
We almost certainly will, because M Sushi is in our community. We have a lot of Celeste influence.
I was gonna say he's a Celeste runner, so it'll be a hyper reportal.
You heard it here first.
This here is another instance of stuck launch.
Okay.
Where I just gain speed and then can release it all at once and bounce all the way up here.
That's absurd. That's so great. So, because I've seen a few different games, and it's usually 3D games that have this kind of like stuck nature thing, where they behave differently. For like Ratchet and Clank, for example, if you get stuck and it thinks you're falling for too long, it'll actually respawn you as if you died. When it gives you a lot of speed, I guess, so that's super cool because you're getting that falling speed. It's not the same as like a zip in a 2D game, but you're kind of using it in similar ways, right? Like 2D game zips are often they give you a lot of speed because they're trying to push you out of a wall, and sometimes you can abuse that. But here, you're kind of making it think you're falling, and then there you
There's
go.
another one.
Jeez. Oh,
So
now it's
good.
really dark. You can still see what's going on though.
It doesn't say
These next maps are going to be much brighter because we're back above ground. Well, not above ground, but in the above part of Aperture Science with our used to be good friend Wheatley. About 15 minutes ago, he was our good friend.
Yeah. I'm just remembering the good times. You know, skipping, not letting him turn his light on. Guys, we have 20 minutes to IGN Expo 4, our last IGN Expo. I can't believe it already. The time is flying, and we're trying to hit 24K before then. We are $834 away from that. $33 away from that. So close.
Oh, wow.
So close.
I've seen wilder things happen with donations so many times.
That's
Come on,
true.
everybody.
That's true. We
just get people donating $5 at a time or $1 at a time
Yep,
or whatever.
yep.
That all stacks up. You would be surprised just how quickly we'll fly past that goal. And come on, who doesn't want to donate to COVID relief in the Bail Project? I mean, come on.
Now, in that last chamber that I just escaped, I did a cube throw onto that button, and that was more than me just trying to get style points. That skips a cutscene. Normally when you put the cube on the button, Wheatley puts a panel in front of the door, blocking you because he wants to talk at you for about a minute. But if you are at the door, when the cube hits the button, you can go through. That saves 50 seconds, I think.
Inflame with $1. I don't agree with what you're saying in your
Do you really think this
donation thing here. So I don't know if I want to read it.
Inflame, it's probably something along the lines of Celeste is a bad game.
More just like all speedruns in general.
Oh, well.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
What a jokester. I assume you're waiting on dialogue there for a moment.
Yeah. Pressing W at a specific time cuts Wheatley off like a second or two early. There's small things like that. There's a few times in Chapter 8, actually.
Also, guys, don't forget that if you donate, you have a chance to win an IGN gift card, codes for games like Resident Evil 3, or swag from companies like id Software or Bethesda. $50 or more, you win it for a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X, which is...
All right, Mark, the flying has begun.
What?
I was a bit subtle there, but...
Are we flying?
Yes, right now I have no gravity.
Why? That's not okay.
Because funnels.
Oh.
Basically, when you... A short explanation is you have 2 hitboxes, and if you crouch in a funnel with 0 velocity, the game forgets about one of them.
And now
then it puts you... It thinks you're in the funnel twice. So when you leave the funnel, only one of your hitbox leaves. Only one of your hitboxes leaves. So... It's almost like I don't know. It's complicated.
Yeah, there's like different methods of it, right? Where you can do this crouching thing to fly directly from the funnel, but then you can also like crouch and then stand up to kind of store it for the next time you jump.
I forgot about the Wheatley
you can do it while crouched or standing. It's changing your crouching state is what activates the glitch, not just crouching specifically.
And then you can just see that air acceleration, the air strafing really work.
Also combined with a reportal to get an initial boost of speed.
Right. This is a glitch that like is so great.
I died.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't really understand how that works.
Intentionally for comedic purposes.
Yes.
never forget.
But what I was gonna say is this is a glitch that like you can use to break open all these chambers that have funnels in them. And this is one that I'm telling you, all of you at home, you could learn this in like 10 minutes. If that you can absolutely learn how to do that. In terms of doing it optimally in every situation, that's where it gets really hard, and obviously CantEven has spent so much time getting really good at that. But if you just want to learn how to do the basics of that glitch, it's something you could totally learn at home.
We have a really good donation here from the Iron Fox, $10, who says, "Save the frames, kill the animals." Oh wait, wrong event.
And that chamber was just a great example of how Valve really did not expect you to be able to fly. So the ending door was just open, so you just go to it.
Yeah. So good. Now,
well, shame on them for expecting you to not fly.
Now, there are certain things that'll like disable the glitch, right? Like certain things that'll kind of...
Yes, depending on if you have what's called like a stored crouch fly or if you have like a fresh crouch fly. It's not really called that, but depending on variables, several different things can end the glitch. Let me listen to GLaDOS here. Yeah, normally for the most part of the game we have like stored crouch fly, which is what happens when you go through and load a save or load to the next map while you have crouch fly. And once you do that, the only thing that can cancel crouch fly is going into a funnel.
Right. And then otherwise, if you're not doing stored, sometimes just landing back on the ground will get rid of it, right?
Landing on the ground will never get rid of it.
Oh, interesting. I was just bad at all of my Portal 2 co-op runs then.
Yeah,
this isn't new information. I'm just...
And in co-op, you can't actually do what's known as... what is it called? Like keeping crouch fly through level transitions, which you can in single player.
Right.
I lost crouch fly now, but in single player, if you got crouch fly earlier in the level, the ways to get rid of it are to either crouch or uncrouch. That will get rid of it. or you can change, or you can remove the source funnel.
Ah, okay.
Because like right here, I'm going to get crouch fly from this funnel.
Yeah.
And after I complete this section of the game, if I were to crouch here, I would lose crouch fly.
Okay.
Well, then don't
And
crouch
also,
fly.
if I were to wait, hang on. Yeah, sorry. And if there was like a button to reverse the polarity of that funnel, and if I hit that button, I would also lose crouch fly.
Okay. So it's
Or
a lot
just
of
turn the
just
funnel
like
off.
making sure that you're not doing specific things or.
But now that I've transitioned the level, I can do anything I want, and I'll keep crouch fly. The only thing is that if I touch a funnel, I will lose crouch fly.
Mm.
Whereas if I were to touch a funnel last map, I wouldn't actually lose crouch fly.
Guys,
that's going to be really useful here. Sorry, because
Nope, you're fine.
Yeah, me doing this in the air is like many, many times faster.
Whoa,
than going through the
that's
funnel.
like way faster. Yeah, that's awesome.
And just touching the funnel to lose it. All right, this map's pretty tame, so you can do
Okay,
anything.
I just want to let everyone know that we got 15 minutes to IGN Expo 4. How are we doing on the speed run? We got 14 minutes and 40 seconds left. Is that enough time?
Oh, yeah.
It's plenty of time.
I feel like it's been that long, man. I love this game so much.
Guys, I want to remind everybody that at 24K we'll have a new pop-up. I really want to see it because I haven't seen any of the new pop-ups, so let's make sure we hit that. And I actually do want to read Inflame's comment because I now see that he's being completely ironic, and I have to read it in a very mean, very over-exaggerated voice. So Inflame with the $1 says, "Speed runs like this bore me. It's all nice and dandy that they beat the game like this, but I prefer speedruns that are actually about the speed of the player, not how well he can abuse glitches in the game." You heard it here first. Stop speedrunning. It's over.
Nice dramatic reading of a donation comment.
That's every comment on every Devs React to Speedrun video.
Yeah, a lot. It's mostly in the YouTube comments, but there are a lot of people who do have that opinion that if you do a glitch, your speedrun is invalid.
Why we got multiple categories, folks?
Yeah,
like the
is.
glitches?
Yeah.
Are these glitches?
Hopefully everyone enjoyed my very over-dramatic. I assume that's what he sounded like while he was typing that. So.
Like, how could you not like the fly? So
yeah.
Well,
But
because you could view it as like cheating, I guess.
We got 13 minutes to 24K. We got to do it, boys and girls,
And we are
everybody.
just going to enter Chapter 9 with flying ability, and we're going to keep it throughout almost the entirety of Chapter 9.
That sounds like cheating.
Well, I mean, if it sounds like cheating and it looks like cheating, it's not cheating.
Right.
Oh,
it's a double negative.
There's also right here.
Got it.
I'm
double
gonna do
negative.
a cool maneuver, which is known as going through a wall.
Whoa!
Because normally what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to land on that catapult, and then the wall is supposed to fold away, and you go right through it. But because the wall folds away, it just doesn't have collision at all.
Right.
You can go through it.
Yeah, they don't
And
expect
there's
it
another,
cheating.
Yeah, there's another instance later where a wall will crumble away because the facility is being destroyed. You can also just go through that wall.
I want to know who the going through the wall trick is named after. We've discovered that every speedrun trick is named after somebody. So I want to meet Speedrunner going through the wall.
It's like how crouch flying was named after Sir Crouchfly. I apologize to whoever actually found crouch flying so many years ago.
Dang, that was good. That was good.
I'm gonna have to improvise here a little bit, but
Were you just not intending to land on the railing there or something, or what?
no, I was supposed to land on the. Oh, I have slow fly. Yeah, I was supposed to land on the railing, but I actually didn't because I missed, and I landed on the catwalk itself. Not what I wanted to do.
Gotcha.
So right here, I'm actually flying slower than intended because if you like hit an object while this is quite annoying. I'm gonna have to fix this.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, if you like hit prop while flying, sometimes you can just start flying slower. I don't know why, but
you said slower than intended, and I want to know who's intending you to just be flying at all.
Slower than normal.
Valve's like, wait a minute, he's not supposed to be flying that slow, guys.
Yeah, it's fast or not at all. That's the two ways we designed this game.
We need to get a patch in ASAP. Guys, 10 minutes to Expo 4, 24K. We need $822. We need 822 people to donate $1.
I know. I'm telling you, it's
and a
easier
new
than you
pop-up.
think, everybody. We could totally make that happen within 3 minutes.
More than enough time.
Yeah, there's like 4 minutes left in the run, and also 10 left in the whole event. So, or well, in the countdown to the event.
Yeah.
Look at this flying.
What I need to know is if the next pop-up is Portal related. I like the Portal pop-up we have, but I don't know if any more are Portal related.
Look around you, Morty.
There it is.
There it is.
Our world is real.
Look at that,
And
man.
this is the last map in the game. Up here, coming up, we're going to be fighting Wheatley. And also, there's actually about a minute cutscene where Wheatley just talks to us. So there's not really too much to explain about the Wheatley fight, other than we're going to be abusing his bombs by keeping them in a loop through portals, which is self-explanatory, kind of. So great time to talk.
Oh, great. Afro Samurai with $20. And he mentions that my dramatic voice is good, so I'll just read it in a dramatic voice. IGN has done a great job with all of these streams. Mark, your dramatic voice needs to continue for the rest of this stream. Semicolon P. Stay safe, guys.
I'll give you a B+ on that one, but an A for effort.
That was a rough one. They need to be longer and they need to be angrier.
Right.
I need some very angry. Start hitting me with the angriest donation comments you can. Just the angry gamer comments. That's where we'll get the party going.
Also, I want to let people know that if you do want to get into speedrunning this game, I was looking it up earlier, and CantEven, our lovely speedrunner here, actually made a bunch of tutorial videos for the full single-player run, so you could totally go and learn how to do it yourself.
Yep, and there's also a great Discord server, the Portal 2 speedrun server, which is linked in those videos and also many other places.
Yes,
where you can ask questions if you have any.
Yeah, you can find all that at speedrun.com/portal_2, or if you go to speedrun.com and then just search in the bar for Portal 2.
Oh my gosh, we already at the last boss here?
Look around you, Morty. Do you really
Just
think
went so fast.
our world is real?
So these bombs are just being juggled.
So as a result of that, you're kind of limited in what portals you have, right? While you're having to juggle them.
A little bit, yeah.
It's kind of neat. It's kind of like counter to most of the game.
Yeah, and I have a portal up there, but I did it while the bomb was in air.
Right. It's cool to see the creative use of it there.
Oh, is this going to work? This is not going to work. You're very close. Okay. Yeah, the cycles for when the bombs actually work is a bit... I don't know. Sometimes it feels like it's just not in your control.
Whoa.
Wow. Just
that was awesome.
Because exactly how long the bombs are in the cycle, I think depends on how far apart your portals are. And obviously they fling many times, so slight deviations can completely change it.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Oh, and also, there's only one more thing left in the game we have to do, and that's shoot the moon. But there's a cool glitch where you can shoot the moon 15 seconds early.
Great!
Because the moon activates at the same time that you get blown back. But you can it actually activates a 1/10 of a second earlier. So you can shoot the moon just before you get blown back, and then that will complete the game.
Wow.
See if I can get it. Alright, and that's it.
That's it!
Wow.
Whoa, what is this? No! I was like, what is happening? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and as a result, the ending cutscene glitches out a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
As you can see, here we are with Wheatley on the moon, and then here we are in Aperture Science.
Oh, yeah!
Nice.
Oh, and then the Twitch plug. I love it. I love it.
And then we have the portal gun. We have 3 or 4 arms here, There's some weird stuff going on. Also, the moon is dark, but that's just a glitch with recording demos.
One of the things I love.
All right, guys. No, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, just real quick. One of the things I absolutely adore about the Portal speedrunning community is how into allowing cosmetic mods and stuff they are a lot of the time. You know, you see people in Portal 1 with the custom portal gun a lot of the time. Like is his name Bewix, I think.
Bewix?
Bewix,
French
yeah.
runner.
Yeah, I know he always had one, and so it's super cool, like to see all of that extra little stuff you can do with this game.
So we got a donation here from Mr. Josh, $5, who says, "Give me Overwatch 2, please." I don't have control over that. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes to Expo 2. Remember, by donating, you have a chance to win game codes. You get swag from companies like Bethesda or id Software. $50 or more, you get a chance to win a custom Xbox One X, a Summer of Gaming one. They're telling me that if we get to 23,500, which is $300 away, that will unlock the next pop-up before the stream ends. That's plenty of time. We raised $1,000 in like 2 minutes during the Titanfall speedrun. So we can definitely make that happen. CantEven, after the stream is over, where can people find you?
As you saw on the moon there, I'm at twitch.tv/CantEven. That's where I usually am. Also, youtube.com/CantEven is where I post any like world records or PBs that I'll get. I am also on twitter.com/CantEvenClick, but I don't tweet. Just follow me, if you want to, so I can have like however many followers or without a tweet. Other than that, I don't really. Oh, I also do have a Discord server, but I don't have a cool link for that. So you'll just have to go to my Twitter, or no, go to my Twitch page and then down Twitter if you want to join my Discord server. Or also, if you liked this run and want to learn how to do it, there's, as I mentioned earlier, the Portal 2 speedrun server, which is honestly, it's a great place. It's a very surprisingly big server.
How many hours would you say you've put into Portal 2 now?
I think it's close to 2,400.
Okay.
2,300, 2,400, somewhere in there. And I also have more time, like several hundred hours on Portal 2 mods, like Aperture Tag, which is actually where I learned a lot of my b-hopping skill.
There are some really great mods for this game. There's some cool ones.
Portal Stories Mel is actually
that
incredible, and the fact that it's free is amazing.
That was the one.
What is that? It's like a game. It's a mod, but what does it do?
It's basically just a game. It's like another game. It's a prequel to Portal 2, technically.
Oh, okay.
Because if I remember correctly, wasn't Mel the character that was initially going to be your like lead character in Portal 2 before testing showed that people wanted Shell back?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they kind
but it's like a different Mel, because this Mel was like born in the era with Cave Johnson, but then I don't know how much I want to spoil, but
yeah, it's cool. Try it out.
Yeah.
Really, it's free too. You should really check it out.
And J Hobbs, where can we find you after this stream is over?
I am on Twitter at J_Hobbs, like you can see right down there. Twitch.tv/JHobbs296, because, numbers. Sure. I go on some things by J-Hobbs numbers because I can't do J-Hobbs on it. And also, I want to let everybody know to tune in. I've got a weekly show on the Games Done Quick Twitch channel, so twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. On Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, it's called The First Step, and we actually show everybody out there just how easy it can be to get into speedrunning. So, like, CantEven has 2,400 hours in this game at this point, but definitely did not start out being amazing. Like, no speedrunner starts out being good at the game that they speedrun. So we show you on Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern at twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick how to get into speedrunning if you want to get in kind of low effort and you think that it's something that you maybe don't have time for, or that you got to be good at games to do it. I prove on a weekly basis I'm not good at games, and I can still speedrun, so you can too.
I also just want to shout out, we just got a $100 donation from Slipspace 2, who says Portal 2 speedruns are great.
I have to agree there.
I would agree with that.
Around you, Morty.
We just saw it happen. Guys, we have a minute to the expo, which means we have a minute to raise $180. Let's just go with that, like $180. Guys, remember, if you donate more than $50, you get a chance to win an Xbox Summer of IGN Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. I'm just like,
it's
man.
Monday. It's Monday. It feels like a Monday.
Man, Monday. We need to get this going. We got $20 from Project Turo. Yeah. So really close. Great. This was a great stream. This was really fun. I've never watched a full Portal 2 speedrun, but that was awesome to see, even though I don't even know what was happening half the time.
I hope you and Sushi get into Summer Games Done Quick online. CantEven for Portal 2 co-op. That'd be cool. Be sure to check that out August 16th, 23rd, in case you can see more Portal 2 there. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see.
And guys, thank you. CantEven, thank you so much for running the game. That was super fun
pleasure.
to watch.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and J Hobbs, thank you for commentating once again. We just got another $50 donation from Chang Fury, who says, "Hey IGN guys, hope the donation helps. Can't wait for the drawings." Me too. Guys, we are mere moments away from IGN Expo 4, our last big block party of the summer. Full of exclusive trailers, new gameplay, and interviews with some incredible developers. After the expo, stay tuned to IGN for a SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh, I can't talk. SpongeBob SquarePants Let's Play and a special update on the Xbox Series X. Plus, another charity speedrun. We're not done. We're going to do another one at 5 o'clock today. And then, of course, our interview with the icon Tony Hawk at the end of the stream. For even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and check out the Summer of Gaming hashtag. Watch along with live events. Submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays. Make sure to also leave us a yappa in the video comments of IGN.com, and you may just wind up on the show. That is it for this speedrun, but we will be back at 5 o'clock for another. Also, make sure there's the ticker right there. You can donate all day. Just because I'm not here doesn't mean you can't donate. That's it for now, guys. It's time for IGN Expo number 4, the last one. Bye. Enjoy.
Welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming Expo. We're rounding up brand new gameplay, next-gen first looks, and got the developers to unpack the secrets behind their latest projects exclusively here on IGN. Fourth meal, The Four Musketeers, Godfather 4. The number 4 is synonymous with an extra helping of goodness, so we couldn't help but wrap up our IGN Expo showcase with just 3. It's time for the kick-ass post-credit sequence you didn't know you were going to get, and today's helping is the biggest one yet. In addition to plenty of brand new trailers and announcements, we'll be getting hands-on with some highly anticipated games, like SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, or The New World, Amazon's upcoming MMORPG. And those are only the titles we're allowed to mention. There's so much more we're intentionally hiding from you on purpose. So strip down to your skivvies, crank up the heater, and throw some sand on the floor, because IGN's Summer of Gaming Expo 4 starts right now.
This is IGN Expo 4, part of IGN Summer of Gaming. We're about to showcase a ton of exclusive trailers and brand new gameplay. I'm Cindy Goodman, here with Max Scoville and Damon Hatfield.
Thanks, Sid. Happy to kind of be here via webcam. You can watch all of our Summer of Gaming content wherever you stream IGN or live on your TVs by tuning into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus. Also, all Summer of Gaming long, IGN is asking you to give to the World Health Organization and the Bail Project in support of Black Lives Matter. The COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. The Bail Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families and restoring the presumption of innocence.
And by donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 or swag from companies like Bethesda. And donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Be sure to click the donation links in the description of your video player or go to donate.ign.com for more information on how and where to give.
For even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and check out the IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag, where you can watch along with live events, submit your very own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays. Or leave us a yappa in the comment section of IGN.com, and your yap could wind up on the stream.
Now, let's get the expo rolling with today's crop of fresh trailers, only here at IGN Expo 4.
I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. Take a look at this wondrous place. Complete strangers brought together by the fates to live out our days in a paradise we can never leave. And in all our time together, not a single crime has been committed. Our bond is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. Every moment we're walking on eggshells, and I have grown more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. Someone is about to break the Golden Rule. I need you to talk to my people, help them win their trust, figure out who is about to end our lives, and by any means necessary, stop them. If all else fails, and our darkest fears are realized, I will use my dying breath to give you a second chance. The fate of this city is in your hands.
Fight Crab! Heck yeah! Later on today, we'll be taking a real deep dive into all things SpongeBob, the Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, hosting yet another charity speedrun, and sharing a special Xbox One X update on smart delivery. Plus, our News, Games, and More crew will be sharing our IGN Icons interview with Tony Hawk, not to mention Chad Michael Collins of Sniper fame guesting tomorrow.
That's all just around the corner, but right now, Tom Marks is going to give us a closer look at 30XX, a roguelike action platformer you can play with a friend. Tell us more, Tom.
Welcome back to check out this game on IGN Summer of Gaming, highlighting exciting, under-the-radar games worth your attention. As a sequel to the excellent 20XX, the aptly named 30XX keeps the original's infinitely replayable roguelike Mega Man concept, but expands it in just about every way imaginable. Check out some exclusive new gameplay from 30XX's Clock Tower themed level. Like what you see? Then head on over to IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN to watch the full extended version of this gameplay.
We are going under the sea for a very exciting adventure with Martin Kreischer, producer from THQ Nordic. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
So we have you for a very exciting remaster that I know myself and so many people in this community are very excited for. We're going to talk about SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated.
Exactly. So it's the remake of the 2003 classic 3D platformer set in the SpongeBob universe. Probably, or arguably, the most beloved SpongeBob game of all times.
I mean, you're not going to get any arguments from me. Did you guys anticipate the excitement for Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated? Because, like, it is kind of insane how... I know people in my office as well were just, like, freaking out. I mean, I know this is something that I played a lot as a kid, and I adored this game. And, like, hearing that it's coming back in, like, a gorgeous remaster like this is super exciting.
We did anticipate it to a degree. I think on that level of excitement is always something you hope for, but not 100% anticipate, because you know, after all, it's a genre that some may say that for adults isn't, you know, it's not what you play regularly. But I think that's also the strength. There is not that many 3D platformers out there on all these platforms, and it's just one of the best ones that was ever made. And there's just also not that much next-gen content that features SpongeBob, and he's just one of the most beloved characters of all time. So I think this all came together to create this amazing momentum this wave we're riding. And yeah, we're just very happy that the fans are happy, that the fans of the original, of the series, that everybody's happy and excited, and looking forward to being able to give this to the players.
I think one of the coolest things about this game, too, is that it really touches on a point in SpongeBob history that everyone really loves and is fond of. And of course, kind of like the originals, like SpongeBob is still going. And I know in previous interviews, you guys said that you're trying to incorporate some of like the more modern art style as well and bring a little bit more vibrancy to this, correct?
Yes. So basically, the game is from around season 2. So this is really the golden age where Steven Hillenburg was still helming the series, who unfortunately passed away, the creator of SpongeBob. And we updated, of course, the art style to the way that current also children experience SpongeBob. And we added little hints to newer seasons, little, you know, like handsome Squidward or stuff like this. So the classics from later episodes, but the story and all the setting and everything is really from that time.
And that's honestly just such like a great way to merge both fandoms. I guess like the older and the newer, because you know the diehard old fans are just probably rewatching the first 3 or 4 seasons and then calling it a day. But there's so much more to SpongeBob. I actually was watching it recently just to kind of like see like where's SpongeBob these days, and he's still in a really great place. So it's cool to see that you guys have found like really fun ways to integrate both. So right now we are looking at this level, downtown Bikini Bottom. It's really good to see it in all of its glory. So I'm actually originally from Texas, and I know we're not at the Texas part yet, or the sandy part. So I was super excited to see her in action, and of course swinging on the little Texas symbols throughout the level. What do you guys like about this level in particular?
Well, first of all, it's the first moment where you, as you say, can actually experience Sandy with all her cool skills and her lasso and all this kind of stuff. So this is actually also the first time we're showing this in a big way. And because she's basically, I think combat-wise, she's probably the best character in the game. With her lasso, she can lasso people from far away and all this kind of stuff. So this is pretty exciting about it. And apart from that, it's also one of the most iconic locations because it's just it's downtown Bikini Bottom. So it's the houses that you just, you know, they're ingrained in your mind from watching the series. These are those typical metal houses that look a bit as if they were built from broken submarines and stuff like this. And I think now with the higher fidelity of an Unreal Engine 4, of modern consoles and modern PCs, you can really, it's on a whole different level, this kind of feeling of really walking through Bikini Bottom, like we're really walking through this world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like even though it's not necessarily a one-to-one creation with all of like the episodes, because that Downtown Bikini Bottom definitely changes between the episodes. It is nice to feel like that there are those iconic spots like that where SpongeBob's hall monitor and we got the Weeboos in the corner in the dark. Like you can just like imagine where that would take place here, and it's really cool to see that. You've said in previous interviews that Purple Lamp has dug into some of the cut content from the original and built it for Rehydrated, like the robust Squidward boss. What's the most exciting new addition to Rehydrated?
Well, I think overall it's the new multiplayer mode. So basically, we were kind of faced with this challenge of, okay, how do you keep a beloved and revered classic the way it was, and still try to bring back these things without them interfering with the basic single-player experience of that people remember. And so we basically took a lot of this cut content that was sometimes concept art, or it was an unfinished level that you could, sneak into if you hacked the old game. And we took that and put it all into this multiplayer where 2 players can off and online play together as 7 different characters from the SpongeBob universe, and you just fight against hordes and hordes of robots. So I think this is the biggest new feature by far, because it basically includes a lot of little hints to all these cut content. For example, Robo Squidward, who's basically your boss in the multiplayer.
I feel like that's such a great way to reincorporate those things, like again, to keep the fidelity of like that original feeling, like not to like really mess with the story too much, but to give something entirely new that doesn't really impact the core game. And I think that's such a great way to do that. So the multiplayer is a horde mode. How hard is it?
Well, it depends. It depends on. I think the thing is that it's about like 26 islands, if I have it correct in my mind. So it's quite a long challenge to get to the end, and basically each island it gets harder and harder. At some point, Robo Squidward starts attacking you and all these kind of things. So the first few islands are not going to be a big challenge for anybody who's used to playing these kind of video games, but it does progressively get harder and harder and harder. And to reach the very last island, you do need to have some stamina and some good skills.
It's really cool that you guys brought in so many of the characters too. Who was the most difficult to design for multiplayer?
Well, I have to speak for the developer there a little bit, but I think it's since they have all the everybody has one normal attack and one dash attack, and then it was mainly also about deciding what kind of little differences are between the characters. For example, that Squidward, it just made sense to give him a distance attack because we wanted him to fight with his clarinet, with his oboe, and so it was more about actually the decision, where do we take the animations, the fight, the move set from. So Mr. Krabs fights with this swordfish skull from the episode where he's on that cemetery. And if you play Gary, which for me is the funniest one to play, you grow this huge 50s shoes that he sometimes has in the series, or he gets a frying pan in his mouth and you whack the robots with it. So I think a lot of thought went into this to really make sure that even those little moves that you have in the multiplayer, that you recognize them from some of the episodes, from the cult episodes.
I love that. It's like she's really putting in that thought to make it something that's not just fun, but also really harkens to those really big moments or just like small details that you might have forgotten. And I just love that. It kind of just proves how much they care about SpongeBob, which is like maybe weird to say, but like getting into those details for that just means I think a lot to the fans who will be probably playing this. Especially, I also think it's very funny that Squidward would fight with his clarinet, but it also makes sense. I am actually a clarinet player as well, and Squidward kind of kills me even though I love him. And, I think it's fine that he's fighting with his clarinet, and if it gets destroyed along the way, it's probably okay.
Yeah, I think that's, because the first instinct, just from gaming perspective, would maybe be to, find the just coolest, most bombastic move. But then when you look at the series, there's so many little funny details, so many crazy details, and this kind of wackiness, I think, is what is part of why it's so beloved around the world. And so we basically then just realized it's just much funnier if you try to find something that people remember from a certain episode, and that just you're not gonna see in any other video game. You're not gonna see in any other game a little snail stomp on somebody with shiny leather shoes. That can only happen to you in the world of Bikini Bottom.
That is absolutely true, and I love it. So I heard you guys brought Speedrunner Shift to play Rehydrated. What sort of feedback did you guys get from him from this?
Yeah, basically he was kind enough to fly over to Vienna, where the studio and also THQ Nordic, the publisher, are based, and just play the game actually at the stage it was back then with the developer, and give his insights, since nobody, I think, on the planet has played more Battle for Bikini Bottom. And he just knows so many shortcuts, so many little design choices, so many little techniques how you can get around somewhere fast, or where you could actually also kind of fool the game. And so all of these things basically went into it. And apart from that, obviously, he just knows a lot about camera, movement, animation, of just since as a speedrunner, you know, anything that kind of trips you up is a pain in the Bikini Bottom. So those were basically the things that he, I think, was able to contribute a lot. And apart from that, we just love watching his videos and, you know, seeing all the of him and the other guys, of all the speedrunners out there and the fans, to just see what they're excited about, and whether we are concentrating on the right things, or whether we were concentrating on the right things.
That is so awesome. Thank you so much, Martin. We look forward to seeing so much more SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated here soon.
We have to take a quick break, but stay tuned for an inside look at the new game, New World's new mode, War Mode. It's all new. We'll take an even closer look at Amazon's New World later on, plus we'll get our hands on SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated with an exclusive Let's Play, so if you liked what you just saw, there's more where that came from. It is a complete remaster of a beloved 3D platformer, and I, for one, can't wait.
The ad break is a great time to donate to the Bail Project or COVID-19 Response Fund, which you can do at donate.ign.com or by following the links in the video description. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 or swag from companies like Bethesda. Donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One S.
And don't forget to follow IGN on TikTok. You can search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for exclusive bonus clips and to upload your own best gameplay moments. That's all we got for right now. We'll be right back.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Welcome back to IGN's Expo number 4. Do you remember when you do that? Oh wait, that's not 4. It's fine. Where we're premiering the latest game trailers and getting you first looks at fresh new gameplay like New World. New World is a game designed to be played with other people, and War Mode allows for epic 50v50 action. So we sent in Mitchell Salzman and Nick Lamone to fight for opposite sides of a 50v50 match. And let us know what it's like on the front lines. Let's play New World War Mode with Nick and Mitchell.
There's Mitchell. Oh, I killed Mitchell! I sniped him!
Burning oil, here we go. Yeah! Oh no!
Yeah! What is up, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Mitchell Saltzman, joined by Nick Lamone.
How's it going, everyone?
And also, Mike and David from Amazon Game Studios.
Afternoon, everyone. What's up?
And today, we're going to be doing a Let's Play of the War Mode in New World, a game that's coming out rather soon, actually. So, Mike, Dave, why don't you give us a quick walkthrough of what this mode is?
Yeah, so War Mode is how we determine who owns a territory. So when one company owns a territory, another can declare war on it, and then they fight it out in a 30-minute battle. As an attacker, your goal is to first capture the 3 points around the fort. Once those are captured, then you breach the walls and then go in and try to capture the flag.
So as a defender, we don't like Dave and his team doing that. So what we're going to try to do is prevent them from taking those capture points by setting up our own siege weaponry, which we set up through town projects and various other things. But we want to keep those up, and we want to stop them at all costs from taking those points. Because if they take those points, then they'll be able to batter down our gates and then eventually try to take the fort itself.
All right, and Nick and I are going to be on separate teams. We're going to be coached by Mike and Dave. Dave is going to be on my team. Mike is going to be on Nick's team. And Nick, I like you a lot. I just want to say that.
Don't lie to me, Mitchell.
No, this is true.
No need to lie on camera.
This is true, Nick. I like you a lot. But as much as I like you, I like winning more. And I hope you're going to be okay with that. I hope we can still continue to be friends after this.
We'll see.
All right, so this time we're on the attacking side. So you'll see once the gates open, now our job is to try to capture all 3 points to unlock the doors. So.
All right, I'm following you, David. So wherever you go, I will go with, unless, and this is a very, bolded unless, if I see Nick and his dumb little face.
I'm a tanky boy.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go and follow my heart.
So what we want to do is defend the control points. Now we want usually anti-infantry weapons. So basically we'll want to use like the repeaters. We'll use the cannons and ballistas against their siege weapons, because that's what's going to do more of the structural damage.
Where are you at?
Let's see. I am at the very top of the structure. I see you. I'm dropping down. And so anytime we want to enter or exit a gate, when we're ready to go and we unleash hell.
To war!
We'll press E to open.
Oh, I have to hit E. All right, I'm still following you. This is still good.
Here we go.
All right, don't be distracted. We're going to the point.
All right.
So as we stay on the point, we'll start to capture.
Oh, wow, there's a lot of them on top of B. We got to get in there.
Yeah, there is.
All right, we're halfway there. Stay on point.
Definitely need our healers up front. Oh, we lost B.
All right, we got B. I'm going to tell the army to go for C now.
So that means they can go through our main gate, right?
Not yet. They need to take more control points.
All right, head towards C. I'll meet you there.
Head towards C. Oh god, I'm getting hit. Leave me alone!
I'm gonna go to A since I don't see anyone there.
All right, I'm heading towards you. I only see a
Healing up.
small handful. There's still people fighting around that main control point. That's fine. It's fine. Let them do that.
I keep missing my siphon on you. It's still
You're
helpful.
healing
It's still
lady.
helpful. Ah!
We're looking strong at C.
A's looking pretty clear as well. They're too quiet though. I don't like it.
All right. I'm gonna buy a couple Inferno traps and place them around here.
Okay, same. I'll do that as well.
Oh,
I'm doing
there's
good.
so much going on right now.
That's a quarter of the way.
Okay, I see them coming to A.
Okay, so you can't build directly in the circle, but you can build around it. Oh, good
right,
melt.
so
Good melt.
Their bowman's down.
I can't block forever.
Oh, I got you. Oh, run.
I'm running.
Ah, nice. I'm right behind you. You're safe.
Okay.
Drink a potion. One more. And then let's head towards A.
Alright, where's A?
I'm just in front of you.
Oh, they got C, so everyone on A. All right, good. We took that down.
I'm going to A right now.
If you need an auto run, just hit equals.
I haven't
Don't
seen
be
Nick
tempted.
anywhere yet.
Yeah, unless we see Nick.
There's Alpaca, B-Space, Snickerdoodle.
Oh, focus on nice shot. That one's almost dead. Ah, man. Missed. Oh, man, everyone's raining down over here. It's getting wild.
Leave me alone. Oh. Backstabbers. It's Nick! Oh, Nick's killing me! Help me!
Where is he?
I don't want to die to Nick!
Drag him back over towards A.
Come on, Nick! Full life, you got nothing!
Ooh. I'm getting wrecked right now. Okay, I'm retreating.
Oh, he's running.
Oh, you're running? Where you running from?
Going back. Oh no, I'm a dead stuffster.
Oh, he's down.
Where'd he go? Did I lose him?
Right here. Oh, I just got a message. Killed Advent Nick.
I got taken out. All right, David V, I'm taking this seriously now. As long as Mitchell didn't do it, it's fine.
Well, it was worth it in the end, but I think I'm going down right here. I gotta run. Ow! Oh, I'll take it.
David V got the last poke in.
Oh, Dave?
I'll remember that.
Oh no, I'm down.
Oh no.
All right, David V, I'm coming for you. This is what you get. There you go.
Oh, he's
there
dead.
you go. How do you like that, huh?
Oh!
Oh no, killed by Advent Nick.
Oh no!
The retaliation.
All right, back in.
Get
Killed
that
Fade.
back line.
Oh, I see Nick. Put him down to heal right here.
All right, up in the right corner of your screen, you'll see how many battle tokens you have. If you need
132.
to, go ahead and buy some either Chase Elixir, which is really good, or I'm sorry, Cleansing Elixir, just in case you get slowed.
We'll try to hang back. If we can clear this guy out of here, I can try to put some siege damage on him.
Oh, shoot.
All right, I'm going to try to... very close.
All right, fade down.
Good. I need 4 more tokens to get another siege barrel. Once you get a barrel, see if you can get up close by those weapons up top.
Gotcha.
We need to take those out.
We just shoot these powder kegs?
Yeah, once they're right, you can either shoot them or ignite them, like walking up to it and interacting with E, and then it'll set down a timer. If you shoot them, it's like instantaneous.
Fuse is lit. There you go.
So do you think I should be in the thick of it, or should I be hanging back and dropping just fireballs?
Well, we need a mix. You can't capture it unless there's people on it. So if you lay down fire, I'll hop on the point.
All right, I'll try laying down some fire.
Oh boy, that's a lot of fire.
Oh, I see him.
Oh, it's Nick. Go away. Come on.
Oh, he's retreating.
Leave me alone.
I'm gunning specifically for him right now.
Oh, oh dang it.
Got it.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Mitchell. I had to do it.
Just like Nick. Come after someone who's already weak.
I'm happy. Mitchell's gone.
How much time do we have left?
14 minutes. We're a bit behind. We should be working on the gates right now. So.
Oh man, A's not looking so good now. We seem to giving them an inch.
Time to breach.
Alright, so let's start from C. I see you. I'm coming to you.
Yeah, help me get Simon War out of here.
All right, get to those supply generators.
Oh yeah, I gotta get back inside.
Move on to the gate.
So now we just have to put damage on this gate?
Yep, put damage on the gate, and once this is clear, next time around, I'll bring up a cannon and build one to help take it down quicker.
Okay.
Alright, I'm back in. Supply generators. Alright. Got this, we got this.
And also with your tokens, buy some Inferno traps. Do I have any? Yes, I do. All right.
Good call.
So set up Inferno traps next to like the entrances.
Knock, knock, knock.
They're all just trying. Oh my gosh, the side of our castle has so many Inferno traps. I love it. I gotta add one more just for posterity.
Oh. Does this have ammo? Yeah. Burning oil. Here we go. Yeah. Oh no! Good shot.
Oh, there's Mitchell. Oh, I killed Mitchell. I sniped him.
Oh.
Victory! Yay! Well done.
You go rub that in Mitchell's face.
David, be honest with me. Where did we go wrong?
In
Lay it into
many
me.
different places. What I'd like to focus on, though, is the number of times we killed Advent Nick. That was a positive.
You know what? That's fair. I think we at least got him twice. I know he got me at least once. Maybe more. I'm not going to give him any more credit, though. All right, David, we've changed a couple things up. We got smoked that first round. I've completely changed everything that I did last time. I'm going for a melee class this time. I got a hammer. I got a sword. We're on offense. What else do you think we can do to try and shift the tide in our favor and at least tie it up?
I think this time we're just going to stand on that point, and anyone that enters the circle, we're going to jump on them and put the full force behind them.
You know, enter my circle. I like it.
Don't forget to eat.
Oh yes, thank you for the reminder. All right, going B.
Out of the
Which one are we
circle.
starting for? Are we going for A?
I say we go right down the middle again. That worked out well. Go to B.
All right, I'm going to B. Getting on the point. Getting on there.
We need a lot of people on.
Get out of my circle!
Oh, we almost have it. We almost have it.
Oh God! Everything sucks.
Yeah.
Nice.
There we go.
All right, I'm going to C.
Oh, they got it. Want to go to C?
Yeah, let's do it.
If they're going to C, then let's go A.
A is looking rough, but I don't think we'd get there in time.
Yeah, I think at this point we stay here.
Nice. All right, just to C now.
Canizia, why don't you come into my circle? Ooh, got a headshot there.
Oh man, there's a lot of them at C already. Ooh.
Oh, don't say all in on C in general chat.
Trying to lead him. Got him.
All right, I'm back on point. A lot of red people coming in.
All right, I got Canizia
Wow.
down.
All right, I'm going to go and get some anti-infantry weapon. So we can try to take C.
Alrighty.
Going back on point. Oh boy.
Here it comes. Boom.
Nice.
Oh, I hit a ton of people
nice.
on that one.
Great.
Yeah, look at that. Look at him disperse.
Where's Nick? Where's he hiding?
I know. Why isn't he on the point? I got this guy also.
Irish Pride? Yeah.
Reviving. Ah, I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, every time I try to get in on someone, I just get destroyed. I'm getting rocked right now.
That last one's always the toughest.
Oh yeah.
All right, we gotta get that repeater right here.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna sneak around to the right.
Going for it.
We need to fight on the circle.
Fighting. Oh man. Getting bullied.
Oh, is that Nick? Oh, I see Nick!
Oh no, Mitchell's got me. I can't let him kill me.
Oh, I'm gonna get him. He's hiding in the fire.
Oh no, Mitchell's gonna get me. No.
Oh, he's dead. I can taste it.
Anyone but him.
Where are you going? Where are you going, Nick?
Oh no, he's got me. No, I can't let that happen. He's dancing on my body.
Yeah.
Okay, we can play that game.
All right. Oh God, I hope that didn't cost us the point.
We're losing it quick. Get back on.
I'm back.
It was worth it.
It was worth it. It was absolutely worth it.
All right, get on C. No one's here.
We're starting to lose C. I may pull back if I were you.
Oh, I see Mitchell. Oh, he's running. There you go.
Oh boy. That's it for me.
Fire everywhere.
Hold strong. Oh, no.
Almost got it. Almost got it.
Get on circle.
Oh no, it's going down. No.
All right, we're pushing them back.
Oh, we were so close.
Get off my point. All right, it was looking dicey for a second there, but I think we got it.
I think we're back.
I'm gonna get. They're building 2 of these. I got one of them down dead.
Oh, I see it. I see Nick.
Oh, it was Nick. Oh, and he's dancing. He's dancing on my grave. Hey guys, stop that.
Not looking good for the home team here.
No, this is rough.
So what's like the good combo that you guys mentioned earlier? It's like 2 slashes, shield bash, and then while they're stunned, you can use a strong attack and then cancel that into something else.
Yeah, if you've got the spin swipe, the spin stab, that's a great one to cancel the heavy into after the stun.
I'm cheering about Nick's death here. Sorry.
There we go. I like that.
Do you think we should retreat?
You know, I'm going to try using the turrets a little bit.
All right. Yeah.
Give them a chance. Feel bad for old Mike and Nick.
Oh, we did it.
It's a regular Christmas miracle.
You know what? I don't feel anything because it's just...
Oh, I feel Mitchell. I sniped him.
Karma as far as I'm concerned.
Trying to go from behind.
Oh, he's running. He's running. He's at a 3rd health.
All right, well, at this point, I'm going to go hunting. Oh, I see Nick. Oh, I see him. He's all the way at the back. He's on a cannon. Get in the ground where you belong.
He's running.
Where you running? And he's down. Oh, perfect. Oh, how poetic that was.
Well, you win one, you lose one.
All right, guys. Well, that is War Mode in New World. Nick, we went 1-1. So, you know, I'm glad at least, even if I didn't win, I'm glad that we went neck and neck in there. And I just have to say, you know, you did great. And Mike, Dave, thank you guys so much for being such excellent coaches. And Nick, I am sorry for dancing on your grave.
Yeah! You're so mean, Mitchell.
Thanks for watching, guys, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now that you've seen what New World is all about, let's join Sid and one of the game's developers to find out more about this ambitious project from Amazon.
And now we get to talk about a brand new game called New World. And here to talk to me about it, we've got Mike Willett and Dave Verifai. Hi, guys. Welcome.
How's it
Thanks,
going?
Sydney. Great to be here on the Summer Gaming.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you here. So let's just start at the top. For people who don't know, what kind of game is New World? What can players expect when they get their hands on this?
Yeah, New World is an open world MMO. It's set in the age of exploration in the 17th century on this beautiful but dangerous island called Eternum. It's got this great blend of directed content with quest chains and deep story, as well as lots of opportunity for emergent gameplay with open world systems like the territory control system, a player-driven economy, housing. And underneath that all is this really cool action-based combat system and deep progression that sort of keeps the moment-to-moment gameplay fun and engaging.
Mm-hmm. And so how does New World set itself apart from other fantasy MMOs? I know you kind of started outlining some of the things, but if you want to get a little bit deeper, maybe into the combat aspect.
Yeah, the action-based combat is a really cool element of the game. It's a system where skill really matters. Positioning and timing is super important to the combat. It's a physical-based combat system, so your swings actually have to connect with an enemy to register a hit. There's also a lot of defensive options, so it creates this really sort of cool dance between the attacker and the defender, where there's momentum during the battle. And it's a really sort of strategic system also, where your gear choices, how you sort of specialize your combat abilities, all makes a big difference in how combat plays out.
Mm-hmm. Now, how did you determine which typical MMO conventions to keep and what you and your team wanted to innovate on?
Yeah, I think, MMO players have certain expectations. I think a big part of the game that everyone likes is the sort of progression systems, leveling up your character, seeing that advancement of your character, both in terms of their abilities and their gear and all that. So those are parts that we really wanted to keep. We also like the sort of the stories that MMOs tell, and New World I think has some great story and quests behind it that Mike and his team have worked on a lot. He can dig into those. So those we really wanted to keep, but on top of it, we really wanted to add a little more open world elements and opportunities for players to create their own stories in the game. And that's where things like the territory control system, where players can take over one of the 11 territories in the game and sort of own that territory. They can set their own tax rates. They sort of act as governor of the territory, and that creates really cool storylines where different people want to overthrow governors that they don't like. And the battles and wars that come out of it are really, that's what we're seeing in the B-roll here right now, are some of the epic moments in the game, these large-scale battles. They're 50-on-50 battles where one team is trying to siege the fort while the other team is trying to push them back and hold off in defense.
Yeah, I'm so glad you referenced this B-roll, because what we're watching is War Mode, correct? Can you maybe tell us more about what exactly War Mode is?
Yeah, so War Mode is how we determine who controls the territories in New World. So as a territory is, when a territory is in a neutral position, we start something called Influence Race. What that means is there's 3 factions in the game, and one of the factions that doesn't own the territory can try to put the territory in a conflicted state by doing these PvP missions. So it's basically a race between the 2 factions that don't own the territory to see who gets the right to declare war on that faction. And when that happens, once the territory goes into a contested state, then we see the war that actually is happening here. And this is a 30-minute war where it's a 50-on-50 experience. And there's sort of 3 general phases to it. The attacker's end goal is to take down the claim and basically lay siege to the fort. But before they do that, they first have to control these 3 control points that are spread throughout the territory. Once they control all 3, then the attackers can try to break down the gates. And then the last step after they've broken down the gates is sort of spilling into the fort itself and trying to take control of the central claim flag in the fort. And while all this is happening, the defenders are trying to stop them from doing this. What's cool about this is you'll see right there on the screen one of these siege weapons, right? So it's a really cool blend of people on foot using melee weapons, using guns, using magic, and then these huge siege weapons trying to control space and the flow of battle also.
Yeah, man, that definitely looks like quite the weapon. I don't know that I would want to see that outside of my territory. So what kind of weapon? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, what you're seeing here is someone trying to take down the weaponry. So what these siege weapons become almost sort of like mini objectives on the battlefield, where the attackers can choose where to place them. So it's sort of fun to find hidden places or places where you've got a really good sightline. And then the defenders have to sort of come out and try to take them down before they do a lot of damage. So it's this cool sort of objectives and that people can put and trying to find them in a cat and mouse game around it is a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. Now, are there certain war specific weapons for the defense side or the defending faction?
Absolutely. So the defenders on top of their fort in the bastions, you'll see they have a variety of siege weapons, and some of the cooler ones that only the defenders have is this huge horn, and when it rings, it provides a buff to everyone on the defending team that makes them heal and makes them stronger. And it just creates this sort of cool visual when you hear the horn, everyone charges. It's sort of a really cool moment in war. They also have vats of hot oil that they can drop down, flaming oil, on the battlefield right under the doors. So those can be effective in combat also.
Those definitely sound very effective. So you were talking about the steps for preparing for war and how there's kind of missions or quests that maybe you need to do in order to activate or start the war. Can you kind of take us through that?
Absolutely. So there's two main elements. As the defender, one of the things you want to do is upgrade and build your fort. So as you own a territory and are trying to protect it, you can do what we call town projects, which are basically projects that the governor starts, and then anyone in the territory can contribute to the progress of that. And various projects will upgrade the strength of your walls, will upgrade the strength of your defenses. So governors can sort of choose which elements of defense they want to work on first, and then it brings together the whole territory to try to upgrade the town and get ready for war. So that's what the defenders are doing. And then, as I said, for the offensive side, it's sort of a race between the two factions to determine who gets the opportunity to go to war, because everyone wants these territories. They're highly sought after, they're limited number, and if they're popular and well run, you can make a lot of money from them. So the opposing factions both want to take these territories, and the influence race basically is a race where both factions are doing missions. These are PvP missions, so you have to flag for PvP, which puts you at additional risk when you're doing them. And when you're flagged, you have to run these missions, and basically the side that runs the missions most efficiently and gets the most done wins the race and then has the opportunity to declare war.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, Mike, now we've talked a lot about PvP. Can you tell us a little bit about the PvE elements of New World?
Sure. As Dave said, you know, as we've been developing thing, we do have lots of quests and missions that like take you out to explore elements of the world. But then we have lots of POIs that represent the different families that live on this mysterious island. So the main groups that we have are the Corrupted, which are the kind of like the evil red dudes that you see everywhere that are overrunning the island, and kind of the whole mission that you're kind of like undertaking is to fight back and discover what this mysterious group is all about. There's another faction known as the Lost, another one known as the Angry Earth, and all of these factions or these families like coexist in this island, and you kind of like find lore and tidbits and go on missions and quests and then just explore the environment and different POIs, like what's really going on here. And some of them are dynamic events. We have corrupted breaches, and I don't know if Dave alluded to it earlier, but we have something called invasions where forces actually come to assault your fort and try to take down your civilization.
Jeez. Well, this is definitely not for the faint of heart. But thank you so much for walking us through that. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have, but I love learning about all the nuances of war mode. Now, when can people get their hands on this?
New World is going to be launching on August 25th, 2020. But if you want to get an early hands-on preview, if you pre-order now, you can join our closed beta on July 23rd.
Well, there you go. People don't have to wait too long. It's coming up soon. Yes.
That's right. Not too long.
Not too long. Thank you both so much for coming by. And if you want to watch more of that 50v50 war mode Let's Play, we'll have that up on IGN.com. So make sure you check that out. And Mike and Dave, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
We've got to take another quick break, but stay tuned. We're just shy of learning all about Celesta Crown of the Magister, a Dungeons & Dragons-inspired tactical RPG. And later, we're popping the hood on the Xbox Series X to see how smart delivery works.
And you know, an ad break is a great time to donate to the Bail Project or COVID-19 Response Fund, which you can do at donate.ign.com or by following the links in the video description. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 or swag from companies like Bethesda, and donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X.
IGN Summer of Gaming continues right after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
A clear white man energy was on the streets trying to consume some search for the eat so I can get some phones rolling in my
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming and IGN Expo number 4. In a little while, Tom Marks will introduce us to Dead Static Drive, an atmospheric road trip across America set 1 month before the apocalypse. But first, Solasta Crown of the Magister is a tactical combat RPG that draws heavy from Dungeons & Dragons. Damon had a chance to chat with one of the developers. Let's go check it out.
I'm Damon Hatfield, and I'm joined by Matthew Gerard. He's CEO and creative director at Tactical Adventures, and we're here to talk about and look at Solasta Crown of the Magister. Matthew, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Actually, I would have loved to meet you at E3, but well, we have to adapt to the new times, so let's adjust and do something great with you today.
Of course, that sounds amazing. Solasta is a classic tabletop RPG in video game form. Is that accurate?
I think it's pretty accurate, actually. We define ourselves as a tactical RPG, and I've been a huge fan of tabletop gaming for 30 years. My vision was really to recreate this feeling of tabletop in video games, in something very faithful to the rules of tabletop gaming. So what we see behind is the footage of the game, which we're going to release as a demo for the Steam Festival. And what's really interesting about the game is that we used the D&D 5th edition rule sets. We have a license from Wizard of the Coast. And the game is very accurate to the rule set. And people who are fans of D&D will find themselves right at home with this game, because you'll find all the classical races, classes, backgrounds, powers, features that you're used to. But also, The game has its own universe called Solasta, and so we added our own races, classes, and special content.
So people that are familiar with Dungeons and Dragons should feel very familiar to them. But what about people who haven't played D&D?
Well, I would say that the 5th edition is a very good balance between simplicity and customization options. So it's not the most complex of editions. And also we have lots of tutorials and introduction sequences. And again, also the interface is really streamlined so that it's easy, natural, and fun to use.
So here I think we're seeing, we're rolling a character.
Yes, absolutely. You have the different stages of the character, race, class, lots of options. For the background, you can also customize your personality. That is at the bottom left, you can see the personality flags, which will define how the character reacts during the cutscenes. And also what is really interesting in the game is that you play a team of 4 characters, not just one, plus henchmen. So you're going to create a full party of 4 characters with complementary skills, powers, abilities. So it's really, you're going to take advantage of all the rules at the same time when building a party.
So you create your characters, create your party, but what's the sort of overall story that you're telling here?
So the story is it's a story. It's an epic story of saving the world in Solasta. So Solasta is an ancient universe. In this world, the kingdom of the elves was destroyed by a cataclysm. Shortly after, the humans came from another world, another dimension. And somehow, after this cataclysm, the world reconstructed. But there's some pretty bad stuff going on in the area called the Badlands. And the main goal of the player in the campaign will be to find out what's happening, which ancient evil is appearing. And so his party of 4 characters is going to meet different NPCs, monsters, dangers, strange fortresses, all of that, exploring the world of Solasta. And actually, it's one of the goals of this game is to discover the lore and the specificity of Solasta.
So I think we're seeing some combat here, and I think you've put a lot of work into making dynamic environments and also vertical environments for combat. Is that right?
Yes, because I'm a big fan of D&D rule set, and I think sometimes it was overlooked the fact of having the ability to use torches, light sources, or darkness spells, and also sometimes flying around, levitating. So we've put a huge effort in simulating a cubic world made of cubes, like Minecraft somehow, which allows us to have all these different motion mode and also lighting simulation, depriving the enemy of his senses. Even some enemies are afraid of light and can be it can be used as a weapon. So really, the environment it's useful. You can shove enemies from a platform. You can knock them down. You have lots of options, and it's not only using a longsword or firing a fireball. It's really a very deep turn-based, cell-based game that we built.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you can sort of knock enemies around the environment. Certain parts of the environment can be destroyed. So it seems like you're going to have a lot of options, different ways to approach combat.
And you have interactions. When you cast a burning hand spell, you're going to light torches, or you can have stuff which explodes, etc. So there's a lot of interaction between you, monsters, objects in the game, in exploration as well as in combat as well.
So the 4 characters that you create at the beginning of the game, are they in your party the entire time? So it's not a situation where as you travel around, you're meeting new people who are joining your party?
No, it's your party. So again, I want to reconvey the feeling of tabletop where you have this party of 4 characters interact together, doing the full adventure together. So if one of them dies, obviously you'll have to find a way to revive him or her. And there's lots of options to do that, but you cannot change the character because it's his or her adventure, and he has to stay with the team the full game.
Sure. So as you were mentioning, Wizards of the Coast granted you the license to use the D&D 5.1 rule set. Is that unusual? I guess I can't think of a lot of other examples of video games that are using the official rule set.
Actually, I don't know. To my knowledge, we're the only one, but I'm not sure about that. So it's a great opportunity because the SRD, the System Reference Document, it's a huge PDF file of 400 pages with all the classes, spells, races, magical item, monster. It's huge. Of course, you don't have the copyright content like the universes or the heroes, but it's still a huge content.
Yeah.
And very familiar to what people are used to. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Are we seeing some sort of exploration here?
Yes, so exploration is real time in the game. So you will have your allotment of traps, magical puzzles, hidden dangers, etc. You have some looting. You can detect magic on objects, identify them. All of what you would expect in a full-fledged RPG game. Each character has its own advantages. So when you're going to inspect a strange totem or statue, the one with the highest history score is going to do the check. When you want to disarm a trap, the rogue obviously is going to be more effective. But what is really interesting in the game is that you are completely free to create the party you want. And it's actually a treat for us because if the player wants to make 4 halfling fighters for the whole game, he can. It's not the best thing he or she could do, but it's a possibility. So again, the game is reacting during the cutscenes, during the combat, etc., during the exploration to whatever the party has selected to have in his party. So it's a big challenge, but actually the benefit is that when you play the game, you will have different dialogue lines or interactions with your party.
And it looks like those dynamic environments that we see in combat also apply to the exploration, where they push a rock off a ledge, created a new pathway for them, right?
Yes, and you can see on the screen spiders crawling on the walls. So obviously this is about for the monsters, but when you find some high-level spells like spider climb, you can do that yourself. So it's very cool. And it's been a nightmare, of course, for the engineers to program all the mathematics to do that. But it's super fun. And if you hit someone, it's going to fall from the wall. So there's lots of interactions and fun stuff going on because we went, I don't know, maybe like 95% in implementing the rules. Not because we're fanatics, but just because it makes a more fun game.
So the demo will be available via the Steam Festival.
Yes.
And so what does the demo include?
So the demo includes the new character creator. So with all the options to create a level 1 character. So you can play around and create all the crazy characters you want. There's several option methods to do that. So I hope it's going to appeal to all the fans. And on top of that, we also are rebooting the Kickstarter demo, which we proposed a few months ago, except it's going to have the new gameplay, new game mechanics and art and stuff. So it's almost another game and people can show our progress and see what the game can offer. So we have both the character creator and again, 1 hour of gameplay to check out.
Very cool. Well, I can't wait to check out the demo. Thank you so much, Matthew. Solasta Crown of the Magister looks very cool and we look forward to learning more in the future.
So these are the ruins of Telema?
Imagine the wonders that await us inside.
Welcome back to check out this game on IGN Summer of Gaming, highlighting exciting under-the-radar games worth your attention. This next one is called Dead Static Drive, a survival adventure game about driving, scavenging, and fighting your way through a world full of nightmarish monsters. Here's some exclusive new gameplay.
You just watched an interview on Solasta, Crown of the Magister, and then Tom told us all about Dead Static Drive. Later on, we've got Destroy All Humans gameplay and an exclusive week-early hands-on with SpongeBob SquarePants, Battle for Bikini Bottom, Rehydrated, very long title, another speedrun charity drive with the original SpongeBob game, Tony Hawk, the actual skater, and much, much more. Right now, Miranda Sanchez is going to tell us all about Scarlet Nexus, along with one of the game's developers, so hold on to your brains, because the others are coming. And here's Miranda to explain whatever that means.
Here to talk about Scarlet Nexus with me is game director Kenji Anabuki, producer Keita Izuka, and translator Yuji Moria. Thank you guys so much for joining me.
Hey, how's it going? はい、今日はインタビューよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
Thank you guys for so much. So let's go ahead and get started. This is a super exciting property. Next Gen is on the front of everyone's mind, especially mine. Like, we are so excited. And we're so excited to see more of Scarlet Nexus. So first things, let's hit it off with, what were the most exciting things to develop for with Scarlet Nexus with Next Gen power in mind? Whether it were gameplay or features or just the graphics, what was the most exciting thing when you're ever developing Scarlet Nexus?
スカーレット・ネクサス、みんな楽しみにしてて、次世代コンソールも出る中でみんな、注目の作品なんですけれども、今回そのスカーレット・ネクサスの、開発において、次世代コンソールに向けた開発になったと思うんですけど、その、過程の中でなんか一番、エキサイティングだったこととか、一番楽しかったこと、その次世代コンソールに向けた開発の中で何が一番楽しかったでしょうかっていう質問です。
はい、そうですね。今回この、新規タイトルとしてスカーレット・ネクサス開発していく中でですね、やっぱりその次の世代のハードに合わせてやっぱり展開していけるっていうのは、非常にやっぱり我々としても、楽しみでありました。今まさにその開発中ではいますけれども、やっぱりそのハードの性能を生かした形でより良いこの、RPG としての体験ですね、を提供していけるんじゃないかなと思っています。
Yeah, so we're very, very excited to be developing for this new, hardware, new specs and everything. And yeah, I think we'll be able to bring a new sort of experience of RPGs with this new console and hardware.
Okay, what are some of the most exciting features that you think will elevate RPGs with this new hardware?
具体的になんかどういった、フィーチャーとか見どころがありますでしょうか。この新しい、ハードがあるからこその、なんか表現というか体験っていうのはどこにあるんでしょう
か。やっぱりその、今回その、グラフィックの面でもですね、このアニメスタイルでありながら、高解像度で、作っていってますので、僕はこのキャラクター表現ですとか、あとはもう単純に、やはり場面の移り変わりっていうのをシームレスに体験していただけるんじゃないかなと思いますので、そういったところで、この RPG としてのストーリーへの没入感ですね、そういったところが非常に強化されてくるんじゃないかなと思います。
Yeah, so I think definitely the enhanced graphics will be something that will enhance the experience of the RPG, especially with this particular game. It has that sort of anime style artwork to it, so it'll be really interesting to see how that will play out in the new hardware. We also are looking forward to a lot of the seamless changes between scenes and cutscenes, and we're also looking forward to just the more the intensity and what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word? I'm sorry. Yeah, I forget. But yeah, it's the experience will be more, realistic and more deep in that way.
Got it. So Scarlet Nexus will be available for the current generation of consoles for the Xbox One and PS4, but also for next gen. So will those versions differ in any sort of way? Or any sort of significant way, I guess?
今回その現コンソール、PS4 と PS5 両方ともリリースっていうことなんですけれども、そこの両方の違いというところはどういうところに来るんでしょうか。
そうですね。基本的にはやはり皆さんハードによらず、体験としては同じ体験をしていただきたいというところがベースになります。ただやっぱりその中でこの次世代に向けた、多分それぞれ新しいサービスとかも始まってくるかなと思いますので、それに合わせた形で、最適な形で楽しんでいただけるというところを目指して作っていってますね。
Oh, sorry. The word I forgot in the previous bit was immersion. Sorry about that. Immersiveness. Yeah, so basically for Scarlet Nexus, we want both owners of the PS4 and PS5 to have relatively the same experience in terms of the game. But we imagine that the PS5 will come with its own sort of unique services. So I think the difference will come in that regard. The interaction between the different within the new PS5 features and services.
Okay, well, I definitely can't wait to hear what those are eventually. But Anabuki-san, so I have a question just for you. You've been involved with a few of the great games from the Tales series. What sort of similarities, if any, does Scarlet Nexus share with those?
次の質問は穴吹さんに質問なんですけれども、テイルズシリーズに関わっていたっていうことで、今回そのスカーレット・ニクサスとそのテイルズシリーズのなんかストーリーなんか同じようなところがあるとか、なんか接点とかそういったところはあるんでしょうか。
お話においてはもう完全に新しいものなので、つながりとかはないですね。はい。テイルズオブの開発の知見とかはもちろん生かされてるんですけど、ストーリーは全く別物で、全く別の新しいゲームとなっております。
Yeah, so this game itself, Scarlet Nexus, has no real connection story-wise to any of the Tales, RPG series, but the staff members are there. So I guess the spirit of the Tales is there, but in terms of the story or any of the world settings have no relation to each other.
Got it. So I read that this is a fast-paced action game, but there's a strategic element involved. Can you explain that a little bit?
このゲームすごいスピーディーなファーストピースなアクションゲームっていうのを聞いてるんですけれども、それかつなんかいろいろとなんか攻略性があったりとか、そういった面も濃いっていうふうに聞いたんですけど、その面についてちょっとお聞かせください。
はい、そうですね。はいはい。はい。どこまで言っていいのかな。もちろんアクションゲームとしてこだわりを持って作ってます。テイルズオブの開発のノウハウを生かしながら簡単操作でかつ誰でも爽快感が得られるようなアクションになっております。かつ各回に対していろんな超能力を使いながら攻略できるってところにはこだわりを持って作らせていただいております。
Yeah, so we did put a lot of emphasis, as you mentioned, in the sort of action elements of the game, and the staff, the guys who worked on Tales, also are using the experience that they've learned from developing Tales games into developing something that is very simple yet, it really feels good. It feels crisp and intuitive in terms of the action controls. But the strategic side will come mainly in battling what's called the others in the game. So these are the main enemies that you will encounter in the game.
今回トレーラーとかではですね、今回トレーラーとかでは、この念力を使ったアクションっていうのを少しフィーチャーしてお見せしてますけれども、それがやっぱり今回のアクションの中心に来る、ゲームシステムになりますが、この念力でできること、動かせることっていうのが、これからちょっといろいろバリエーションをお見せしていければなと思いますので、そういったところを使いこなして敵をどんどん倒していくというところを楽しんでいただけるんじゃないかなと思います。
And then Izuka-san just added that in the trailer, there's a feature of you'll see a lot of psychokinesis and psionic abilities taking place, and that will be a big part of the action and strategy of the game. So that's something that we look forward to sharing more information as the time goes by.
Yeah, that trailer was super cool. I saw him about ready to swing a train at some enemies. That looked very neat, and I'm excited to see that in action. So when can we expect to see more of Scarlet Nexus?
まあ、これからスカーレット・ネクサスに関しての情報の展開なんですけども、これからまあまた次はいつ頃、新情報を期待できそうですか？
そうですね。まあ続々とこれから出していきますので、皆さんお待ちいただければと思います。はい。
We can't tell you any specific dates, but yeah, we'll be trickling down some information to you guys. So be sure to catch it when you get it.
Fantastic. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Thank you guys all so much for coming in and having this interview.
Thank you, Press. 今日はどうもありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
We'll be back after a quick break with some exclusive gameplay for side-scrolling sword fighter. Shing! Don't forget, the ad break is a great time to donate to the COVID-19 Response Fund and the Bail Project all summer of gaming long at donate.ign.com or by following the links in the video description. All donations go to combat the spread of COVID and reunite families in need who've been separated by mass incarceration.
And by donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 or swag from companies like Bethesda. And donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. And make sure to follow IGN on TikTok and search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for exclusive bonus content and to join the conversation. That's all the stuff we're going to tell you to do right now. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th. Rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
As promised, we are back with more IGN Expo 4 on IGN Summer of Gaming, and we're talking all about Shing. What is Shing? Well, it's a demon-slashing beat-em-up and the sound my blade makes when it thirsts for blood. But right now we're talking about the beat-em-up. How does Shing play? Well, there's only one way to find out. Actually, there's probably a few ways, but here's the one we chose, exclusive gameplay footage.
Hi guys, Greg from Mass Creation here to give you a short gameplay breakdown of our upcoming game Shing. At first glance, Shing seems like an old school arcade beat 'em up, and well, that was the idea. But as huge fans of the genre, we played and tinkered with the formula and created a beat 'em up that's faster, more reactive, gives you a wide range of attacks, defensive moves and buffs. Seems complicated? Well, it's not, thanks to our unique control scheme. In Shing, you perform attacks with flicks and spins of the right analog stick. Yeah, that's right, the right stick. As you move the stick, your characters perform attacks that mimic that movement, giving you instant access to all sorts of attacks. From angled slashes, uppercuts and spins to aerial combos, drop attacks and special moves. Another cool feature is character switching. Using the D-pad you can switch characters at any time. They don't share health bars, so you can treat them like 4 lives at your disposal. Switching is available in co-op as well, so we can exchange characters when you play with friends. Hi there! That's right, there's drop-in, drop-out co-op for up to 4 players. Back to switching. You can use it to extend combos, revive fallen characters, or conserve buffs for later use. Right, buffs. You've probably noticed that some enemies drop glowing orbs when they die. Buffs, or power-ups, give you all kinds of extra abilities, both passive and active. These abilities are designed not only to increase the on-screen mayhem, but to give you extra tactical options you can use to counter all kinds of enemy skills. Talking about skilled enemies, here's a perfect example. Fencer will punish players who are too passive or too predictable. To break his guard, you need to mix up your attacks, quickly react to his counterattacks, and respect the rules of one-on-one duel, because he will punish anyone who tries to interfere. Throughout your adventure, you will encounter all kinds of enemies with different skills, each with multiple ways to defeat them. It's a perfect opportunity to talk about something that almost never exists in beat 'em ups: defense. Best defense is good offense. Doesn't always apply in Shing. Sometimes the best offense is good defense. You can block and parry incoming attacks. Blocking is easier, but your guard can break if you take too many hits. Parrying requires good timing, but a successful parry will negate all damage and unleash a powerful counterattack. Or, if you parry projectiles, fireballs, arrows or grenades, a parry will send them back to where they came from. Those returned projectiles can deal extra damage, break shields or send whole groups of enemies flying, opening them up for juggle combos. And all that in cool anime-inspired graphics with tons of slick animations and special effects. All the technical tricks we had to pull off to achieve that OG arcade feel of the visuals are huge subjects for another time. Instead, let's talk about another important ingredient of any good beat 'em up: music. Good beat 'em up soundtrack not only gives each stage a unique mood, but most importantly gets you in the right rhythm during the fight. With good music, beat 'em ups can feel like rhythm games. There's this magical moment when you start attacking to the beat and realize that you're dancing with your enemies. What else? Cool characters? Check. Cheesy one-liners and bad jokes? Check. Environment storytelling? Check. Bosses? Oh yeah, bosses. You may have noticed a shadow lurking in the background watching our heroes every step of the way. Like in every good drama, it foretells a big event that is about to happen. But before that, let's take a short detour. Throughout the stages, you will encounter all sorts of interactive doors. These will take you to optional challenge rooms, which will test your skills in various ultra-hard scenarios. Or they might lead to so-called lore rooms, where you can spend some time with the characters and get to know them better or learn something about the world they live in. And the boss. Shing's stage bosses are the summary of the level. Like an exam at the end of the school year. They test everything you've learned so far, and each one is unique. So, if you're looking for a fast-paced, intense beat-em-up action to play solo or with friends, Shing is your game. Thanks for watching, Greg signing off.
Not today.
You're watching IGN Summer of Gaming. Later on, we've got a SpongeBob stream and a look into Xbox Smart Delivery, plus an interview with Tony Hawk at the end of the day. But right now, some info on the Forgotten City.
The Forgotten City started out as a Skyrim mod before becoming so popular that the developers decided to spin it off as a brand new game of its own. Here's Max and one of the developers to take a tour of the Forgotten City.
The Forgotten City began as a Skyrim mod, which won awards and was downloaded millions of times, and now it is becoming a standalone game. Here to tell us about it from Modern Story, we have writer and studio director Nick Pierce. Nick, welcome.
Hi, how's it going?
Going just fine. The Forgotten City has been in the works for quite some time. It is a narrative, interactive, explorable world. Can you just kind of give us the explanation of what's going on here?
Sure. So it's an open world murder mystery caught, it's set in an ancient Roman city caught in a time loop. And as you say, it's a standalone reimagining of a mod that won a National Writers Guild Award and racked up millions of downloads. In it, the player discovers the ruins of an ancient Roman city, travels back in time 2,000 years, and investigates what caused it and tries to stop the city's destruction.
Now, can you give us a little bit of a kind of a guide of, or an idea of what the gameplay is like? Is it predominantly just sort of talking to people, or is it solving puzzles? Is there any combat?
Sure. So there's all of that. So predominantly it's a murder mystery. So the player will be doing a lot of investigation and exploration and talking to people. The dialogue has lots of branching narrative and opportunities to roleplay, and then of course there are puzzle and combat elements as well. Although certainly the focus is on investigation and exploration.
Now, obviously, a murder mystery has a certain amount of sort of twists and turns to it. Can you talk a little bit about how much the standalone game might differ from the mod for anybody who might have played the original and is?
I think that every aspect of the game has been leveled up. So it has a new setting, a new engine. We're using Unreal. It has new twists and story beats and endings. It has more endings than the original one. So there are at least 4 new endings, or 4 endings in total. It also has a new orchestral score, new professional voice acting, new animations, and new gameplay mechanics. So I think the feedback we've got from testers so far is that it just feels like a whole new game. So we've taken the best elements from the original and the best characters, and we've sort of just woven them into a wonderful new experience for people who enjoyed the mod to enjoy all over again.
Now, this project began as something that was pretty much just you and one other person. Is that right?
So it was just me. Well, the mod was entirely my doing with the help of a composer and some voice actors. This time around, I've sort of built up the team a bit with the help of Film Victoria and Epic. So we've got a core team of 4 people. So yeah, the production values are, I think, much higher than the mod. Though we're still a very small team. We're just trying to punch above our weight with what we've got.
Can you speak a little bit about the historical accuracy? I feel like you've got an impressive bookshelf behind you. How much of how strictly rooted in ancient Rome is this, and how many liberties did you take?
It's a good question. So we have engaged the services of a wonderful historical consultant. I'm not quite ready to talk about him just yet, but I will say that he is an Oxford scholar. He teaches at Cambridge, and he has been wonderfully helpful in helping us try to create a really historically authentic world to the extent that that's allowed by the story. Obviously, there's time travel involved and aspects of mythology, so certainly not historically accurate, but in terms of the environment and the costumes and the character backstories, we're aiming for historical authenticity.
Now, obviously, you have a lot of freedom when you're, building something completely from the ground up, and it's not, modifying something. Was there anything you were particularly excited about being able to do and having the sort of the freedom to put into the game that you would have liked to have around the first time around? That's now here in the standalone.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I like to think of the game as, the story we always wanted to tell for exactly that reason, because we're able to do things with Unreal Engine that I couldn't have dreamed of with a mod. And I also like to think that making a new game as opposed to making a mod is a bit like building a house as opposed to putting an extension on an existing house. You just have, there's so much more to do, and it requires an enormous amount of work, but at the same time you have, much more creative freedom. And so, one of the gameplay mechanics that we've built is around the golden rule. So I have to explain it a little bit. The backstory is that in the city, if anyone commits a sin, everybody dies. And so that was the case in the mod. It's the case in the game. Although in the game we call it the golden rule. And so what happens is that when somebody commits a sin, the earth rumbles and a great booming voice bellows out, and the lighting changes, and all these golden statues come to life and start firing golden bows at people. And so what happens when a person is hit with a golden bow or a golden arrow is that gold sort of creeps over their skin, and they slowly sort of melt into a golden statue. It's a really cool effect, and you've got to see it. And that's something that we could never have done without Unreal Engine. In fact, when I said to my programmer that that's what I wanted to do, I really didn't think it was going to be possible. But he just looked at me and said, "Yeah, we can do that." And so it was done within a day. It's very cool.
That's awesome. Now we've seen a lot of people. I mean, obviously the modding community is huge. We've seen games that let people make games, like Mario Maker, Dreams, for instance. Do you have any advice for people who are getting their feet wet, building a game within another game, who might eventually want to break that out and create a game of their own separately? Do you have any tips from your experience you could pass on?
Good question. Look, I think. I'd say if you're serious about turning your idea into a standalone game, it is an extremely difficult path. I've been very fortunate in that I've had assistance from Film Victoria, a state government arts body, and also Epic. Epic gave us a grant which helped us going. When you're developing an indie game, it's a little bit like one of those levels of Mario where you're running along and the platform is disintegrating beneath you, and you've just got to keep going fast enough that you can kind of find safe ground. It's a lot like that, and Epic's funding, gave us the ground that we needed to get to where we are, and eventually land a publishing deal. So look, it's not for the faint-hearted. It's extremely risky, but certainly from my perspective, it's the most rewarding thing I've ever done to make a game. It's a dream come true for me. So I'd say, if that's something that you're interested in doing, you should do your best to act professionally from the very beginning. I think the modding community is a wonderful engine of creativity, but I think sometimes it can be it can lack a bit of polish. So I think if you are serious about turning your mod into a standalone game, then you should try to act professionally from the very beginning. Try to get as much coverage as you can, and then take it from there.
Nice. Well, the good news is the end is in sight, and the Forgotten City is coming out very soon. Do you have a release date yet, or a window?
Yeah, so the window is winter 2020. It's coming to PC and Xbox.
Nick, thank you so much for the grand tour of the Forgotten City. We're all looking forward to checking it out in the near future. Thanks so much.
Complete strangers brought together by the fates to live out our days in a paradise we can never leave.
Welcome back to Check Out This Game on IGN Summer of Gaming, highlighting exciting under-the-radar games worth your attention. This next one is particularly exciting for me because it's basically what happens when you take a turn-based Earthbound-inspired RPG and somehow make that even weirder. Take a look at some exclusive gameplay of Knuckle Sandwich.
Like what you see? Then head on over to IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN to watch the full extended version of this gameplay.
Thanks for rocking with us here at IGN Summer of Gaming. Follow us on TikTok and search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag. Watch us on channel IGN1 on your Samsung TV Plus. Leave us a yappa. Yap, yap, yap. Donate at donate.ign.com. All of that. And while you do, we'll keep things rolling. See, it was a joke. It was a joke with a payoff. With Recompile and an upcoming 3D Metroidvania with hints of Tron, Cyberpunk, and some classic platforming action thrown in. Damon got a chance to chat with one of the developers about it, so let's take a look.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Damon Hatfield, and now I'm joined by Fee from Fee Games to talk about Recompile. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. How's it going, Damon?
It's great. So Recompile looks very cool. This is a 3D Metroidvania game that takes place inside a computer. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's right. It's a virtual world, kind of inspired by kind of sci-fi films like Tron and like old TV series like Reboot. I really wanted to make a game about a virtual world where you're kind of stuck inside a computer. So that's kind of the setting for it.
Right. And we are actually a virus that's sort of infiltrating the network?
Yeah, correct. So you're a computer virus, and you've been installed into this mysterious computer system. You don't really know what the purpose of the computer is, or why you're there, or what exactly you're there to infect. And that's kind of the journey that you'll be discovering as you play the game.
And we are almost immediately discovered by this sort of floating Death Star-ish orb. What can you tell us about that character?
That's basically the game's antagonist.
Gotcha.
It's called the Hypervisor. And so the Hypervisor essentially is it's a program that's created by humans there to maintain the system, but it's been abandoned for decades. But because the time runs a lot faster inside a computer because of CPU cycles and stuff, sure. Obviously, the Hypervisor's kind of been left there alone for thousands of years, and so he's really surprised seeing you in the kind of shape of a human. Yeah.
So talk about our character. I think you've described it as the character is only made up of effects.
Yeah. So the character design. We never had a character designer when we first prototyped the game, but my business partner, he's a VFX artist and animator. So we decided, why not make a character just purely out of VFX and see what happens? And we did. And we posted it on Twitter, and it got 12,000 likes. And it was from that point we were like, okay, I guess we're making this game.
Yeah, well, it makes for a very unique looking character to control.
Thank you.
What's up with the sort of vibrating backgrounds? Is that just to show us that? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a show that part of the world is corrupted, but also as you kind of explore the world, the vibrating meshes, if you like, start to build up and collapse into the actual level geometry, and that's to kind of tell you like you're there to perhaps decorrupt the world, and it's a good way of showing where you've been and where you haven't as well.
Interesting. So this being a Metroidvania game, you are legally required to include a double jump, and I think that's what we just received right here. Is that correct?
Yeah, there we go. So we have the typical Metroidvania abilities, but there's also a few unique ones in there as well, which we're really proud of.
I believe you said the inspiration for this world was The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. Could you explain how so?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be completely, honest with you. It's a big inspiration for the game. I really love the kind of emergent mechanics of gameplay, and we want to recreate that in WuCompile as well. One of the main mechanics in the game is the ability to hack everything, and we hope that players will find solutions to puzzles that even the developers haven't thought of ourselves. So that would be interesting to see.
And what was that we just saw? Sort of the lights that were wrapping around that tube.
So that's it's what's called the logic gate circuit. So the entire world is powered by these dynamic logic gates, and everything is completely systemic. So we don't hard code anything in the game. There's no code that says if you press this button a door will open. It's all connected via these logic gates, and that's what makes the world so hackable as well.
And it looks like we're getting another power here. I think a little bit ago, there's a lot of platforming, there's a lot of verticality to this world, but it looks like we took a little bit of fall damage a few minutes ago. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a good way of stopping the player from exploring too much too early on.
Sure.
But also the fall damage kind of scales as you progress through the game. So eventually, if you can imagine, you'll be able to explore the entire of the vertical world, depending on what abilities you have.
So now I have a machine gun. Ho ho ho. What do we need to know about this? It looks like, do we have infinite ammo?
So in this kind of footage, there is infinite ammo, just to keep things simple. But there are kind of forms of currency or resources in the game that you collect called bits, and you need to harvest them. And we use those for hacking, for other powerful abilities, and ammo as well. So there will be some kind of resource management and choices to make there.
Interesting. Are we actually looking at like the opening moments of the game?
So this is kind of a hybrid between what we think will be very similar to the opening of the game and a kind of a vertical slice that we like to show to kind of the public if they're interested in the game. It's also something that we would like to show at events as well. Obviously, physical events are few and far between these days, but this was originally the plan for it. Yeah.
And speak to what's happening here. It looks like these flying devices were blocking somewhere we need to get to. Is that right?
Yeah, so they're sitting on these kind of switches. So part of the kind of puzzle solving the game is like you learn to not only activate a switch, but also to deactivate them as well based on what logic is powering the circuit. So for this, for example, there's 3 switches and they all need to be unpressed in order to gain the next ability, which you'll see here.
Let's see what ability this is. Oh, I think I know. I think we also saw some slowing down time. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that? But I haven't seen us get that ability.
No, it's just something that I like to include in videos because it looks nice. It shows off the combat really well. But we do have a time hack ability in the game, and that is allows the player to improve the precision on aiming as well as other kind of time related puzzles as well.
I see. So yeah, that last power we got was the dash. So in like under 8 minutes, we've already gotten 3 new powers here. But I think, as you were saying, this is sort of a truncated demo, right? The actual game won't move quite this quickly.
No, I mean it's a full Metroidvania game. There's some real pacing to it, so we wouldn't get 10 abilities in 10 minutes. But for this demonstration today, I just wanted to show how cool some of the abilities look and how fun to play. The dash actually you can use for combat as well. So if you kind of dash into enemies, you can destroy them.
And I think you've said before, you want to be the first ever Metroidvania that has branching narrative. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So plenty of Metroidvanias that I've played are all pretty linear in the way that you have to collect ability A, B, C to progress through the game. So we wanted to support like multiple play styles, whether you like combat or traversal or hacking. And the depending on which abilities that you choose to get, gives you options on what route to take throughout the world, and then ultimately that will give the player a reason to change the narrative of the game as well. So the idea of Recompile is you're there to help create the first sentient AI, but what kind of AI you create depends on how you play. So if you're an aggressive player, you can imagine what kind of AI you would be creating at the end.
Well, I think Recompile looks really cool. I can't wait to play it. What is the release plan?
So we are currently in the final stages of polishing and fixing bugs, and then we are planning to release the game on PC and Steam at the end of the year, holiday season, and we're also looking at opportunities with next-gen consoles as well, but we currently don't have anything to announce today.
Gotcha. Very cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us today for IGN Summer of Gaming. Recompile looks awesome.
Thank you very much, and yeah, thanks for having me.
That was Recompile, and now our producer is asking us to use that as a segue to recompile our social and charity information. I'm very sorry. Here goes. Don't forget, you can follow IGN on TikTok and search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for exclusive bonus content and to upload your own gameplay clips.
And all Summer of Gaming long, we're asking you to donate to the World Health Organization and Bail Project by following the links in the video description. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 or swag from companies like Bethesda. Donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X.
Not bad. Now it's time for a quick break, but when we return, we've got a whole bunch of games from Humble Bundle and exclusive gameplay from Corepunk, plus more from SpongeBob later on. Stay tuned.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Welcome back. A little later, we'll have a SpongeBob Rehydrated Let's Play. But next up, here's the latest from our pals over at Humble Bundle, plus never-before-seen gameplay from Corepunk, a promising new top-down MMO RPG.
joined today by Eugene Kiver. Thanks for talking with us. So let's start with the most basic of basic questions. What is Corepunk? What is this game you guys are working on?
In a nutshell, Corepunk is a top-down MMORPG in a vast, seamless open world with fog of war. Like initially, we thought we really wanted to have this experience of playing with fog of war in an open world, and we weren't able to find any other place, so we decided to build this game.
And this is like a traditional MMO, right? Like this will be a large explorable world.
Lately, there's a lot of instance-based games and session-based games, and there's not a lot of like classic MMOs. I mean, where you can meet thousands of people in persistent world. So yeah, that's pretty traditional MMO RPG.
And you mentioned it already, but this was something I did want to talk about, which was the fog of war specifically. You know, fog of war is something we usually see in stuff like RTSs, that sort of thing, not really like MMO. Why was it important to you to include this? Why did you want to see an MMO with fog of war like this? And kind of what does it bring to Corepunk?
Well, it creates a lot of these encounters that you would not expect to get in a game where you see like 4 kilometers in front of you. You don't know what awaits you behind the next corner. Like what will happen? You can meet a foe. You can get into the fight because we have this open world PvP, so you can get attacked anywhere in the world, or you can create these ambushes on other people, or you can meet a friend who you can meet someone in the forest, you chat to him and become friends for a very long time. You don't know what awaits to you.
And let's talk about some of those environments that you'll be discovering under Fog of War too, because you just mentioned one is like something I noticed back when your gameplay reveal trailer back in December, I believe it was. There's a ton of visual variety in this game. You know, it's one moment you're looking at like steampunk style trains, another moment you're in like a neon cyberpunk city, and then another you're in more of a traditional, fantasy based MMO forest fighting creatures. So like, what are some of the themes you'll see in Corepunk?
Yeah, actually the trailer was kind of packed with all these environments. So yeah, in an actual game they are much more spread out all in the world. But yeah, there's 4 basic cultures and themes we wanted to see in Corepunk. That's monopunk, which like fantasy basically, this cyberpunk, steampunk, and post-apocalyptic dieselpunk. So, but there are cities of these cultures are really like far apart, so they're not be like blended in one city, but there's kind of eclectic. There's a lot of mix of cultures in a game.
And that was like an explicit goal, was to just sort of focus around. I mean, I know the name is Corepunk, so it was really to kind of go around these different sort of punky ideas.
Yeah, at some point we just realized that there's a lot of punk styles in a game, and this world of Corepunk, its lore is that it is like a cradle of life, and basically it's just a core for everything. So we decided to just call it Corepunk. And
switching to the actual meat of the game, the actual things like combat, classes, how does Corepunk handle sort of the more like a traditional MMO class system, something like that?
We have 4 archetypes. Those are tank, heal, damage dealer, and support. Support is getting much more attention lately in session-based games, so we're fans of that archetype too, so we decided to add this class. And in terms of how you would select your class, we have 12 heroes and 6 that we are focusing on to bring into closed beta. And each hero has 3 weapon masteries, and basically each weapon mastery is your class. So yeah, that's how it works.
So there's 12 heroes, each with 3 weapon masteries. So that's a lot of kind of choice in sort of how you decide to bring your character?
Yes, that's a lot. But like, for example, you can be like, not all classes are in one character, right? There's just only 3 weapon masters, but basically kind of weapon you can use with that hero. And you can switch between them and upgrade them. Yeah, but there's a lot of like distinct fighting styles in a game with that many characters and 3 masteries each. Yeah.
So I gotta ask, if there's like a healing archetype and a support archetype, how do the 2 differ? Because a lot of times those 2 are sort of interchangeably used.
Yeah, but support is more about controls, helping people, and like, if you're in a raid, your primary goal is to heal, but support can stop someone, can help you, so it's just more diversity is more diverse. Yeah.
A lot more utility, more than just straight up keeping people alive. Cool.
Yeah.
What about the combat specifically too? Because in some of the gameplay you've already shown off, and it's you've got a lot of like big red circles that you have to dodge out of the way of, that sort of thing. It seems very action packed, very kind of dynamic, rather than just right click and take your hands off of the controls and be done.
Yeah, like in a lot of MMOs, you get to the cap level and you're not interested in an open world anymore. So there's just mobs that are staying like at some spots, and you just hit everything you have, like spawn all your abilities, and you kill them. And we really wanted to make this part of the game interesting to higher level players. So each camp, it consists of different mobs, and they get rearranged each time you kill them off. So they actually work together. Some of them keep distance to like range type. Some of them will heal other parts of that camp. So they're help and they cooperate. And you have to move, and we really wanted to make it like a part of the game because it's much more interesting.
And so that also sounds like enemy variety is kind of, or enemy variety and also enemy behavior is pretty important in that. Can you tell me a little bit kind of how you're tackling enemies and the things you'll actually be going up against?
Some enemies can have different abilities every time they're spawned. So like, for example, a zombie, for example, it can, after you kill him, it will explode, for example, and you did not expected that from him. So some will like use like for example freeze you and they'll give levers to other like mobs to attack you while you're frozen. So they're different every time. You usually don't know what you have to adjust your tactics every time. Every time you meet a camp, you need to think about whether you have to. How would you approach it?
And what about, I know this is early since you guys aren't even in beta yet, so it's sort of maybe jumping the gun a little bit to talk about this, but you mentioned sort of like in some other MMOs, these mobs just sort of like being there for high level players. What do you guys imagine the end game of Corepunk looks like? Are you going to have these giant raids? Are you going to expect people to go into PvP? How do you hope for like dedicated players to be engaging with it for a long time?
Yeah, that's actually a problem for a lot of modern MMOs, that they have too much of too little, basically, of high-end content. Basically, 40% of our game is for you to get to the cap level, and after that, 60% of the game is high-level content, and it's open world. It's like vast wilderness where you can find like rare monsters, rare world bosses. That's dungeons, that's randomly generated dungeons and custom dungeons. There's also raids and arenas, battlegrounds, just plenty of things to do, basically.
Well, great. Eugene, thank you so much for joining us, telling us all about Corepunk. It was a pleasure to have you on.
We are nearing the end of our 4th IGN Expo, but there's plenty of great Summer of Gaming content to come. Today alone, we'll have a special Xbox One X update and an exclusive SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom rehydrated Let's Play.
Not to mention our Animal Crossing charity stream tomorrow, where our pal Brian Altano will be touring a bunch of celebrity islands in Animal Crossing New Horizons. You can catch it wherever you stream IGN or on channel IGN1 on your Samsung TV Plus. All right, let's end Expo 4 strong. What's on deck?
Destroy All Humans. The game, not the directive. Destroy All Humans abducted its way into fans' hearts with a zany style and chaotic alien invasion-themed mayhem. It's now been completely rebuilt from the ground up for modern platforms. Let's check it out.
Destroy All Humans is the upcoming open-world sci-fi action-adventure reboot of the classic 2005 game, and I can't wait to learn more about it, so here to help me do just that is Dennis Schleifer and Stefan Schmitz from Black Forest Games. Hi, guys.
Hello. Hello.
It's good to see you. So we have been tracking this game for a long time here at IGN. Big fans, me particularly, because I think this does a really good job of sort of fusing comedy and chaos, which is two of my favorite genres in all of life. And so we saw this game, you know, you were showing it off around the convention cycle last year. What's new this time around? Like what are the sort of the new additions that you guys are kind of proud of here?
I mean, the first thing that is new that we have a release date, so it's coming out on 28th of July. So many people were waiting for this. And of course, we now have done the whole production and kind of can tell you a bit more about the changes we did to the original and what we kept. And I think Stefan, as our assistant creative director, might be best to talk about that.
Yeah, sure. Largely the development since we showed it off last time, I think it was at E3 last year, was that we applied a very strong level of polish to everything. The VFX look more crisp right now. The gameplay was now smoothed. We took actually some feedback that we got from earlier interviews and from fans when we showed off a few things in our trailers, and improved a bit on our PK system. It's now really fun to just toss around things and make them exactly land where you want them to land. Also a few of the additions that are very apparent is, for example, how we let the synergies between weapons and psi abilities work together. For example, with the Iron Detonator, Crypto's signature grenade-throwing weapon was an extremely nice detonation and disintegration factor to it. If you toss a grenade, if you shoot a grenade with that thing, and you pick it immediately up with PK afterwards, you can basically fling it and toss it like a dart, or it feels more like a rocket launcher when you use PK on it. So essentially you turn one weapon into two different weapons by just trying out to fiddle around with your psychokinetic abilities around it.
So that's a big part of this, is sort of combining systems to create mayhem. And they make there's a lot of open world games where you are rebuilding things or bringing people together, doing objectives that are sort of a little bit more peaceful. This is obviously just about destruction. It's literally in the title of the game. So how is it to sort of nail that feeling of just pure mayhem? Like what's the most important thing to get right when you want players to really get in there and just wreck shop?
I think, yeah, you go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah, so I think one of our biggest focus was the controls of the game. We wanted the player to always feel in control and to always know what he has to do to achieve the kind of destruction he wants to achieve. So we spent a lot of time optimizing and then looking also at later installments of the original games, how they already found solutions for control, let's say issues or criticism that people had for the first game. So we took all into consideration and to really focus on smooth controls and a fluid gameplay. So that was one of.
Now, like in terms of traversal, I think what I really dig about this game that's super cool to me is the sort of the platforming feel of it. It's, it almost feels grounded in traditional platformers, which obviously the original game kind of came out right at the tail end of that kind of renaissance of 3D platforming games. Tell me a little about traversal, because we're obviously seeing, jetpacking, double jumping. It looks like almost rocket shoes. Like there's a lot of really cool ways to get around in this game.
Yeah, what we were looking at when we started the development of the game is we were looking not only at Destroy All Humans 1, but also the whole series as a whole. And one thing that was very apparent to us when we looked at Destroy All Humans 1 and 2 is essentially this power fantasy of being that the alien invader, and how much fun it is to essentially domineer your foes with these fun powers. And we had the feeling to actually build up upon them, make the jetpack, which is one of the most signature things, feel fast, powerful, and really cool to use. As you can see here right now in the example, all this zipping around, which you then can switch into a focus mode when you play with a gamepad to essentially sail around enemies. It makes it feel really fast paced, but you're totally in control about that. And to play on top of that and put it into a modern sense, in a modern setting of modes of locomotion and transportation, we added an additional dash, which is also doubling as an evasive ability if you're under fire, and the skate ability, which is an upgrade you can simply attach to crypto and go like skating on this kind of psi hover cushion while you either enjoy the view or try to get fast from A to B.
God, I love it. I love it so much. This is exactly kind of what I look for in open world games, right? It's this sort of ability to just kind of approach things however I want. We saw an objective earlier that was basically like kill a human with a car, which you've done now several times during the length of this gameplay. What are some of your sort of like favorite weird objectives in this game, like the really crazy ones, without spoiling too much?
Stefan, I think you.
I think my favorite is right from Turnip Seed Farm. Essentially, you have two additional objectives. One of them is, kill those bovine creatures which are not reacting to the Furon invaders. And you go, okay, drown a cow in the lake. Let's try this. PK and go ploof. That's the one. And the second one is, Martha Turnipseed is still around when you have to kill the cops. So kill her with a chicken. With a chicken? Oh boy, chickens are deadly throwing weapons. I love it so much.
Oh, that is so awesome to hear. I wanted to ask about that too, because it's sort of, not about chickens, although we can always talk about chickens, but
Sure.
the chickens are sort of a classic comedy trope, and comedy is pretty tough in video games because comedy is about timing. And in this game, I'm like cackling and laughing almost the entire time because of a lot of the it's sort of almost vintage kind of Looney Tunes-esque comedy in this game. When you zap a car, it jiggles, and then you electrocute somebody and you see their whole skeleton. What were some of your sort of comedy influences for this game, and how do you get comedy right in a video game?
I mean, the great thing we had great material to work with. The whole storyline, the voiceovers, the way the voiceovers were done, already kind of inspired the whole team to find more in that area. So and you're absolutely right. It's a lot about timing. It's a lot about how it actually looks. Then, I mean, for example, there was a long discussion what art style we should go for. Should we go for a bit more realistic? Should we go for the art style that we then chose now, which is a bit more cartoony? And the humor was one of the main aspects why we decided to go for a bit more cartoony style, since I think it lends itself better to make the game fun and not too serious. I mean, it's a game about destroying all humans, and if you would have done this, in a super realistic style, I don't know if it would have had the same charm as it does now.
Now, the vehicular combat is amazing. I love the absolute destruction that's happening right now. Tell me about some of the weapons there. We just saw is this just basically like a massive laser beam flamethrower that can do graffiti on the ground?
That weapon is. Yep. You go first.
I mean, The name says it all. It's a death ray, and that's what its job is. So what we added is that you can also, shoot just downwards from UFO instead of just forwards, just to kind of go with the whole UFO trope a bit more. So that's the main weapon you have from the beginning. But you also have then the Quantum Deconstructor and the Sonic Boom. I hope I said the right ones now. Stefan, correct me if I didn't.
Quantum Deconstructor and Sonic Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I mean, you occasionally feel bad about what you're doing here, I imagine, but ultimately, like, you are playing sort of as the bad guy, but there's a motivation there, right? Like, it's not just pure chaos. Or am I inventing that? Is this dude just ready to just wreck shop?
No. The Furens have a mission. The Furens are on Earth to collect Furen DNA that has been intermingled with the human DNA a long time ago, when sailors, so to say, from the Furens were on shore leave on Earth and did what sailors do then. And so the Furen race, as they as they clone themselves, and this degrades their DNA, they're at the point where their DNA is not strong enough anymore. So they need this fresh, old kind of Furen DNA, and that's their mission. That's the main reason why they're on Earth.
Yeah, I love that.
So
also,
while saving a race.
Oh, no, that's great. While you're saving a race while you're destroying sort of like a classic donut shop, which I like. I was wondering how that building particularly would explode, and seeing the donut just soar into the air and land back in the fire is just like, it warms my heart. I mean, it breaks my heart too, because I love donuts, but how much fun are you guys having just sort of deciding how you want things to explode, and the physics in which certain parts break off and things burst into flames and stuff like that? Because it seems like you're having a blast.
Absolutely, it is a blast. But as with games development, this is a lot of meetings, a lot of sitting together and thinking about how can we transport it, how can we stay true to the identity of this game and kind of ramp it a bit up to 11, but not too much. So we try with our designs and our implementations to find the sweet spot really that is kind of complementing the original game, but on the other hand feels so natural. Like Dennis has always coined the phrase for us. We're not making a remake of the original game. We're making a remake of the memories players have of that game. And I think we did a great job with that.
So one really important aspect to get the humor right in the game is to actually give the animators and the technical artists the freedom to make choices and to see how they can actually infuse humor in the work they're doing at that moment. And that was one really important thing that we made sure our team had.
No, I love it. No, thank you guys so much. I think this is the kind of game the world needs right now. It's a little bit of chaos that we can actually take control of ourselves. Thank you guys so much. Destroy All Humans is out on PC, PS4, Xbox One, and Stadia on July 28th, which is incredibly soon. I'm very excited for it. All right, thanks so much. We look forward to hearing more about Destroy All Humans in the future.
I can't believe it. That's it for IGN Expo number 4. We are done. That is all the games that anyone will ever make or talk about, and yet somehow IGN Summer of Gaming continues. After the break, we'll have a very deep dive into SpongeBob SquarePants, The Battle for Bikini Bottom, Rehydrated. That title is too long. And then keep an eye out for more charity speedruns, our Celebrity Animal Crossing Island Tour stream on June 16th, and plenty of other stuff coming up.
There's also our special Xbox Series X Smart Delivery update, Chad Michael Collins guesting on tomorrow's news, games, and more, our interview with Tony Hawk at the end of the day today. We pulled out every stop we could find, and we're hoping you'll do the same when it comes to donating to our 2 great causes, the COVID-19 Relief Fund and the Bail Project. You can do that by following the links in the video description or head on over to donate.ign.com.
Visit IGN for the full schedule, and for even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search for IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag, where you can watch along with live events and submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays. Or leave us a Yappa video comment at IGN.com, and your Yap could show up on the stream.
For now, we've got an exclusive interview with Jason Arnold from Team Xbox breaking down smart delivery on the Series X. And right after that, we'll hop over to Bikini Bottom with Miranda and Akeem.
All of that right after the break. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Hey everybody, welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Bo Moore, the executive editor for tech here at IGN, and today I am joined by Jason Ronald, the partner director of program management for Xbox and one of the lead engineers on the Xbox Series X. Jason, thanks for joining me.
Hey Bo, really nice to be here.
So today we are talking about the Series X's smart delivery feature. Could you just give me a quick overview of how smart delivery works?
Sure. So smart delivery is really designed to make sure that people have confidence in whatever games that they purchase today. If the game has actually been enhanced for the Xbox Series X, they get that version of the game for free when they choose to upgrade to Xbox Series X. So it's a technology that we developed, and all of our first-party Xbox Game Studios titles will be leveraging smart delivery moving forward. And we've also offered this to all the partners across the ecosystem, and we're really excited by titles and the partners have jumped on board to make sure that they're providing the best experience possible for players on Xbox Series X.
Awesome. So is there like a time limit for how long this cross-generation offer lasts?
No, this is part of the permanent offering. So once you go ahead and purchase a game, say on Xbox One, you can pick and choose when you choose to upgrade to Xbox Series X, and we'll guarantee that we'll always make sure that we have the best version waiting for you.
Obviously, this will support all first-party games, but it's something that developers have to buy into. So for games that are current-gen Xbox One games, but that might not have smart delivery, will those still be playable on the Series X?
Absolutely. As part of our commitment to compatibility, the thousands of games that run on Xbox One today will all run on Xbox Series X. But if a developer's actually gone back and enhanced or optimized their title for Xbox Series X, when a title adopts smart delivery, when you jump into playing that game on the Xbox Series X, we'll download that version that's been optimized and enhanced by the developer, and we'll make sure that you have the best version.
Cool. So tell me more from a technical standpoint of what really goes into that optimized for Xbox for Series X? I mean, what really are the things that will make a difference between that optimized version versus just the backwards compatible version?
So there's a whole breadth of new capabilities that are only possible on the Xbox Series X. Things like hardware accelerated ray tracing, or games that choose to run at 60 frames a second or higher. So if a developer actually goes back and takes full advantage of those capabilities, but they want to make sure that they're providing the same great experience and allowing players to play together, as well as moving all the progression forward, we've provided all of the platform technology on the back end to make that super seamless for the developer. And then from a player, you have confidence that you can be playing your favorite game today. You can choose to upgrade to the Xbox Series X, and all of your progression moves forward with you, and you can just pick up and play directly from where you left off. Similarly, if you choose to say you have another Xbox console in your house, let's say you have an Xbox One S in another room, you can easily jump between both consoles, can keep playing as you see fit, and then your progression moves forward with you.
So from a technical standpoint, what kind of development work has to actually go into for the developers to make a game smart delivery compatible?
So for smart delivery itself, it's actually super simple. All the developer has to do is upload their optimized version of the Xbox Series X version of the game, and then we handle all of the complexity on the back end. So it's really about empowering the developer and letting the developer determine how best to use all the power that's delivered in the Xbox Series X. They focus on making their game great, and then we handle all of the complexity on the back end on their behalf.
So let's now look a little bit into the future. How long will smart delivery be supporting the current gen of Xbox games?
So ultimately, it's going to be up to each individual title to choose how they take the full advantage of Xbox Series X. And this is a platform capability that we have, and it will be available throughout the generation. So if a developer chooses to continue to ship their title on the Xbox One generation, and then they have an enhanced version on the Xbox Series X, we'll continue to support that. You know, some titles will choose to really take full advantage of the Xbox Series X and make, sometimes there's going to be scenarios where they can only deliver those on the Xbox Series X. And in those cases, once again, we'll make sure that you're always playing the best version of the game on whatever version of the console you choose to play on.
Gotcha. So in that case, if basically the new version, if it's only capable on Series X, that means that it won't be playable on current gen hardware. Is that right?
Correct.
Got it. Cool. Well, that answers all of my questions. Thanks so much, Jason, for joining us here on IGN Summer of Gaming. For more Xbox and more Summer of Gaming, keep it right here to IGN.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info.
We're happy to present IGN's Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Well, Expo 4 is over, but IGN's Summer of Gaming is still heating up. I'm Akeem Lawanson, and we're about to play SpongeBob SquarePants: The Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. You guys already know this title. It's an awesome 3D platformer now being remastered with a bunch of new modes and bonus content. And I honestly can't wait to get my hands on it. But while we do, make sure to follow the links in the video description or head over to donate.ign.com to give to our two charities, the World Health Organization and the Bail Project. The World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund works to combat the spread of the coronavirus, while the Bail Project helps reunite families in need separated by mass incarceration. Two awesome causes, so please, guys, keep the donations coming. Anyone who gives has a chance to win some great prizes, but if you donate more than $50, you'll have a shot at a limited edition Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Throughout the stream, I'll be calling out donations, and whenever we hit one of our goals, we'll unlock a custom-made pop-up that will trigger on screen. Can we see one of those right now, please? Can we see one of those? Look at that right there. Oh, that's so cool. Also, you guys know, some of you guys know I'm IGN's resident impressionist, so I will be reading some of your donations in voices. So if you want me to do some voices, please donate, guys. These things are great. Those things right there, and my voices are great. And honestly, they won't even tell us what to expect. Right now, we're around $23,543.44. Can we hit 24K? At 24K, we'll unlock the next pop-up. Now help us reach it, guys. Right now, we're about to play some SpongeBob. Joining me right now, we have IGN's very own Miranda Sanchez. Are you ready, Miranda?
Aye, Captain. I am super ready. I'm so excited for this.
Yes. Okay. So when was the last time you even played this game?
When I was a child. Yeah, so I know there's like a huge speedrunning community for this, and I've caught a few. Even though I'm not super into speedruns, I come back for SpongeBob. I will be there for SpongeBob. So I was super excited to see them announce like a whole remaster for this. You know,
yes.
It's good to see us back in for SpongeBob.
Yes, and he looks so clean. You know, like we've had 20 years of SpongeBob back in 2019. This is what, year 21 of SpongeBob. We're now legally, or he can legally purchase alcohol, I guess. Although I don't think SpongeBob drinks, but
yeah.
I'm so excited for this.
We might be getting some extra glittery noises. I'd apologize for that. I tried to turn it off, but let's watch this nice intro.
In the Bikini Bottom.
Oh no!
So the way
Thank you for the bombs.
Yes. The way this starts off is just ridiculous. I remember this, like, Plankton, he just essentially just forgets that, oh, I left there's a disobey button. Why would you even install that?
You know, that's a really good question. I'm sorry, we keep getting the glittery noises. I appreciate anyone who's following right now. But more importantly, yes, the Duplicatron. Yes, Plankton has a good way with things. Like, as you said, why is there a disobey button? This lever makes no sense here. But you know what? Plankton is one of my favorite villains just because he is so insane.
Yeah, I mean,
he just doesn't think things through.
He's a lovable villain. Like you can't even really hate him, you know, like because he's so tiny and cute.
Yeah, he's pretty cute. I love this intro too because it's just like such a fun way to introduce the SpongeBob game, you know?
Yeah, it's a super simple premise. Like Bikini Bottom just gets taken over by evil robots that the man himself can't even control. Plankton.
Yeah.
And SpongeBob, we're about to see now SpongeBob and Patrick. They think that they had something to do with this because of that dream shell or what was it that
we're actually about to see it right now. It's very cool. They're just playing with their racehorses and robots, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah. What's amazing about this is just how far we've come as far as like graphics are concerned. Because like right in my head, I'm just envisioning the 2003 game because I've seen so many speed runs on YouTube of this game, and so like that's what is stuck in my head, and just seeing how clean and the saturation is just I love it so much.
It is actually kind of insane going back and looking at the old game and how everything is just so bland as far as the colors go.
Yeah.
I mean, for the time, obviously it looked like this, like it popped, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's really cool to come to this and say like, oh, this is what I imagined it being like, or remember it being like as a kid, except now I'm an adult and everything has changed. Like, those hallways that were really big when I was a kid are now not that big. And, but the thing that didn't change from a kid to adult was SpongeBob, and SpongeBob's still hilarious, and this game is still very funny. Like, here we go.
I mean, this game, it was well deserving of being our greatest hits back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I know, so I got to do a little interview for this game, and I know one of the ideas for development here was that they were really trying to go for a poppy color that will kind of mimicked how the show looks now. So not necessarily when we were watching it, or if you still watch it now, it could be what you were watching. But I haven't personally watched too much SpongeBob since it's been airing, since I guess for quite a few years now. But I have checked in a few episodes, and this does really mimic that so well.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that this is a SpongeBob for not only the people who grew up with this game, but also for the kids who are still playing SpongeBob or like still watching SpongeBob.
Absolutely. I mean, but the thing is, like, SpongeBob he's a timeless treasure. Like, I don't know the actual math on this, but I think he's probably, he could be in the category of being one of the longest running Nicktoons in existence right now. I mean, 20 years of SpongeBob, the Wild Thornberrys had a movie, the Rugrats had a movie, Jimmy Neutron had a movie. Where are they today? Where are these retired cartoons? SpongeBob is still kicking,
Yeah, absolutely. They all had their runtime. They're all great. Speaking of Jimmy Neutron, it's kind of funny because that was the movie first and then the series.
I know. I was testing you. I was testing you, Miranda.
Oh, I see you.
I know these things, of course.
So we're going to get to finally some gameplay. We had a nice little intro video. We have the setting set. Again, I am no speedrunner, but I will get through this pretty quickly because I may have been playing around here really quickly so we could get to some more exciting places outside of SpongeBob Puffs. But we are going to take some moments to look at this nice updated art that they have put in here. I know specifically the devs are saying that they wanted to update not only the color schemes and try to stay authentic to what this game was when it first came out, but also just adding hints to fun stuff that are currently in the show and just some memes and things.
Some of the memes,
I did very funny.
I did see some memes in the trailer, some meme faces from SpongeBob. I got super geeked.
Yeah, it's so good. So I'm actually skipping all these signs because I know what to do. This is an all ages game, surprise. And so it is very helpful as far as you should be doing this, or you can consider doing this. This is what this is for. But since I am a guides writer, I think I'm pretty good at video games.
Yeah, you know all of this. So I got to ask you this though. I'm kind of curious. So right now we're inside of SpongeBob's house.
Yes.
I didn't know he had so many different sections in his house.
Look at all his books, though. SpongeBob is well read. He acts like a child, but my goodness.
Which is surprising. I just can't believe this. But you want to know something? I guarantee you, how much do you want to bet? Each and every one of those books are there's blank pages in those. I guarantee you, knowing SpongeBob, There's nothing on those pages. I can almost guarantee it.
So, how much do you want to bet this is actually Gary's collection? Because Gary's the reader. I feel like Gary's the smart one here.
Yes.
All right.
I think there was an episode where he actually talked. Don't quote me on that, chat.
No, there absolutely was.
Yeah, I think it, and he had like a British accent or something. Again, a long time ago, but I think
there was one where like he's like a wizard or something almost too. Okay, do I remember how to get up here? Yes, I do. Wait, no, I don't remember. It's over here. Oh, they're comic books. Oh no! I might have to do this again because I forgot.
And y'all watching at home, of course, don't forget all Summer of Gaming long IGN. We're asking you guys to donate to worthy causes by following the links in the description of this video for donations, guys. You can head on over to donate.ign.com. Of course, you guys can see right there up above my head, I believe, is the ticker. You can see how much we've raised so far. Let us see, who's our top donor? Or donator. Let us see. We have.
Oh, I'm gonna watch this thing while we're reading this. It's really good.
Yeah, you do that. I'll hold down the fort here. So we have right now. We have a donation from. I believe the name is Alice Dear Ian Padman with $20. Donated to the Bell Project, and it reads, just happy to be donating to an excellent cause. Hashtag Black Lives Matters. Thank you so much for your donation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Did I say big trouble? I meant so enormous that it's hard to comprehend trouble.
So now SpongeBob thinks they're in trouble because of the robots, and they're like, oh, whoever did this, they're in big trouble. It's fine.
Now, so one of the things, so was that a golden spatula that you just grabbed, by the way?
Mm-hmm. We cleared the house in record time.
Okay. So that's kind of interesting. So like one of the things I think a lot of people already know, like golden spatulas is like, that's a big deal with this game. Like you have to collect golden spatulas it's to progress to the next level, right? Or next stage.
Yep, absolutely that. So you pretty much just have to go through all these areas and collect a certain number of either the little shiny things.
Shiny.
So you gotta get the little coral shiny things, those pieces, or you have to go ahead and to unlock certain things that can get you to more spatulas.
Now, I'm gonna quiz you right now, Miranda. All right, I'm gonna quiz you
no.
while you're playing. All right. What was the first appearance? In what episode did the golden spatula first appear in?
Which episode?
Yeah, do you know?
Oh no, I remember like the one with the nematodes, but that was a different spatula. It's not the golden spatula.
Here's a hint. It's actually named after a character, one of the main characters.
I don't know.
Spatulas, eh?
How about you, chat? How about you guys in the chat room? I'm going to be paying attention to the chat, too. Do you guys know what episode the golden spatula first appeared in? And I don't want to give you guys too much. What episode and what's the name of the episode? I'm going to pull up chat here, see what people are saying. I feel like this is this should relatively be an easy one, and I'm kind of disappointed in you,
I know,
Miranda.
I'm sorry. I can tell you about all my favorite epissodes, though.
All right, let's see. Let's see what people are saying.
But all I need to do is figure out how to get rid of these robots.
Oh, yeah.
No, not yet. No one knows just yet. Yep, there we go. Boom. Lemonades. Of course, I should have expected this. Guessed it correctly. Lemonades has a SpongeBob avatar. Plankton. It was the name of the episode. Plankton.
Really?
Yes. And that was actually the first appearance of Plankton. He gave SpongeBob a golden spatula with his name engraved on it. And all he wanted was, can you give me a Krabby Patty? That was
ready for this.
That was my terrible Plankton impression. Is that Bubble Buddy right there?
Yeah, we just talked to him. He was telling us how to defeat some of these tikis, but we got it. We got this ready. So what we can do now is we're gonna skip this. We're good. We can go on to the jellyfish fields, but we're gonna actually clear this area first because one of the things that I really like about this game is that you're encouraged to come back to spaces. And this is a space we'll want to come to because obviously it's a little hub, but there's also some stuff to find, like this. And then we also have, let's see if we can make sure to get this done in once.
Ooh.
There's something up there. Yeah, so there's like so many like hidden things around this game, and it's so neat to see that. All right, I gotta sit on top of Patrick's house. SpongeBob can jump pretty high too. Now, Kim, I have to ask you, what's your favorite episode in SpongeBob? I'm actually really curious to see what chat thinks too, because I feel like there's so many classic episodes of SpongeBob.
And it's so funny that you asked this because like I kind of foresaw this question being lobbed in my direction. And I already had an answer prepared for this particular question, and my answer is each and every episode of SpongeBob SquarePants that I've seen. And the reason I say that, Miranda, is because it's kind of hard to like pick a favorite episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, at least for me. Like there are favorite moments that I have, like when he ripped his pants. You know, he kept ripping his pants.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Yeah, that moment, and also when he was in Rock Bottom. I thought, and also we'll be. I don't know if we'll be seeing Rock Bottom on the game. We'll see how far.
I'm gonna do my best to get there.
But like, there's just so many moments that are my favorite. But there's not one episode I can think of. Maybe if I had to pick one, it would probably be Sandy's Rocket. I like Sandy's Rocket was a good episode where SpongeBob and Patrick went to the moon, and then they got stuck on the moon.
They think they're at the moon.
Yeah, and then it was never explained how they got off of the moon. That's how the episode ended. I was kind of curious. Like, wait a minute, how are they gonna get down? You know, it's like how are they gonna get down? But again,
it's like first they go in ruin Bikini Bottom, and then they take their mischief to the moon.
Yeah, that's just my cartoon logic trying to come into play. But do you have a favorite episode?
Yes, I do. So I really like the one where they have to work at the Krusty Krab at night. And so they're like, oh, like the 24-hour shift essentially. And because, you know, Mr. Krabs is like, oh, we can make more money if we're open later. And so then we get tons of great memes out of that and just like good moments. The hash slinging slasher. Excellent. I also really love Rock Bottom as well.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure a lot of people out there are going to be like, the Band Geeks one is a very big favorite as well. I also love this. I'm sorry, I have one more. I also love the Squidward episode when he goes to the colony of Squidwards, or like the community of squids, essentially. It's so good. Canned bread. So good.
Absolutely. You know, Miranda, you mentioned money. I hope you know that, right? Speaking of money, we have a couple of donations that have come through here. And we have a donation of $10 from Marco. Marco, thank you for the $10. And another $10 from Johnny Boy. Great. And Anonymous donated 20. Oh. You guys know there's one thing I love, and that's money. For charity. Thank you guys so much. Oh man, that really hurts my voice. But you know what?
It's so good though.
It's for a good cause, you know? It's for a good cause. That's the reason why I'm willing to put my voice through the ringer for you guys! Alright. Is that too?
No, it was great. It was great. I loved it.
That was the closest to a SpongeBob impression that I think I'll ever get to. So
I feel like SpongeBob's really hard to do an impression of.
Oh, it is. It is.
I do my best to collect everything.
Yeah, all the shiny objects if you can.
Oh, I didn't land on it. Yeah, I can move through this pretty quickly. I did my best to kind of come through here. Oh no, I found the glue!
I'm reading the chat here, Miranda, and I have to bring this up.
I'm sorry.
So, user by the name of Jake Jack Joe says, that is a better Mr. Krabs impression than the one in Battle for Bikini Bottom. I didn't say it, you did. Shout out to Jake Jack Joe. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now, I'm gonna, I mentioned this to you, Miranda, a little bit off stream.
Yes.
So the guy who voiced Mr. Krabs in the video
We
game.
will see him, by the way.
What's that?
We'll see him soon, by the way.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we will be seeing you. You're gonna actually talk to this man. You're gonna talk to this crab,
We're
right?
gonna talk to Mr. Krabs.
You're gonna talk to this crab. Well, the guy that voiced him he's a pretty cool VA, voice artist by the name of Joe White. You guys might know him from the 2002 remake of Resident Evil on the GameCube. He was Chris Redfield in that. He voiced Mr. Krabs and Mermaid Man. I honestly think he didn't have enough time to practice the voices because yes, like Jake Joe Jack said, I personally agree. It kind of took me out of the game when I didn't hear the original VO, Clancy Brown, doing the voice. But Miranda, in 2003, when this game came out, Clancy was actually doing voiceover work for 2 games back in 2003. He did voiceover work for Crash, Nitro Kart, and Jax 2. So he might have just been busy. It might have been a conflict of his schedule because in 2004, 2005, and onward, Clancy Brown, the original BA behind Mr. Krabs, was voicing Mr. Krabs. You know, he was probably just like, I don't have the time to do the voice, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be in Jax 2 and Crash. I don't know if that's how Clancy talks all the time. That's my assumption, that he talks like this all the time. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I would probably not. It sounds like that takes a lot out of your voice, but you know.
It's coming.
If you have that voice normally, it's great.
It's coming from the belly. Like it's a belly voice.
There we go, got him. Yeah, so I'm doing my best to get as many shiny things as we can. So I actually don't need to. I know how many we need going through here. And, but that's just me. I'm a collector. I gotta
Yes,
get all
please
of it.
collect all the shiny things. As a matter of fact, we might even let's see how many you have so far. You have 500. I'm gonna challenge you to get, oh no, you're gonna blow the challenge out. You already got like 600. I was gonna say collect 1,000. You're gonna knock that out of the water.
To get to 1,000. Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Before the end of this stream, I want you to collect 3,001. No more, no less.
3,001 specifically?
Yes!
Oh man, that's gonna be hard. I will do my best to do that though. I think, okay, so we only have a few enemies so far, but we will be seeing some new ones here soon. I'm adoring this. I just love getting through here. There's so much to collect.
And it's
like
just
right here.
so beautiful, man.
Yeah, I really actually, I think the thing that I love most is like the texture of the rock, the purple rock on the wall. It's just so nice and just very pleasing, and there's a lot of it.
Yeah, it's...
All right, let's see what we can get from this one. Oh, gotta bounce on it. Ta-da! A trick for you. We will leave no stone unturned. Ooh, we got a nice little SpongeBob pop up. Very nice.
Hey, you! Patrick needs
that's
to do laundry.
Ba-doop. Okay. We've got this area. This area is kind of nice too because when you come over here, you see this looks like really intimidating at first, but the tikis and kind of stuff show you their path pretty well, so it's easy to avoid them. So
All right,
we got it.
I am paying attention to each and every one of the comments that are coming in through the comment section. Thank you guys. For you guys sitting here, we got like over 2,000 some odd people that are watching us live on YouTube. Shout out to you guys. So I am paying attention to your comments, guys. I'm reading some of the comments now. We have one from Jack Joe. I don't know why my eyes keep fixating on this guy. He says Clancy's normal voice is more like his Lex Luthor voice. Someone that appreciates voiceover work as well. Shout out to you, buddy. So shout out to you guys in general for actually joining us during this live stream. Again, you guys can donate. Please donate. Link is in the description. We got the ticker right above me. Donate to the World Health Organization by going to donate.ign.com, guys. We're raising money for the World Health Organization and the Bail Project. Shadow Nova says we need Gumball game, please. I don't know if there's a confirmed Gumball game coming out just yet, and that, I mean, you might want to talk to the people over at Cartoon Network. This is a Nickelodeon-based game, so.
Indeed.
But shout out to the GungHo fans, though.
I know for sure that Cartoon Network is better about doing like browser games than they are doing like full games. I know I used to play like a ton of Cartoon Network browser games back in the day. There's this one that had like, I love the way he screams here, like this robot. Sorry. But I really loved how they did so many different kinds of games. There was this one that I used to play. It was like, oh no. I like how he hits his head whenever he hits you. But I forget exactly what it was, but you got to, I think, make your own character and run around and like talk to all these different cartoon characters from Cartoon Network.
Fusion Fall! I think you're talking about Fusion Fall. Is that the one you're talking about?
I don't know. It was like a summer, it felt like it was...
I think that might be it. We're all like the Cartoon Network characters, like they had like this anime look to them. Like even Ed, Edd and Eddy, they look like anime characters, which is just freaking weird. I think you might be talking about Fusion Fall.
Maybe.
You can make your own character and you can interact with all the different Cartoon Network characters. I think so. Chat, what do you guys think? You guys remember Fusion Fall? I'm pretty sure they do.
Another game from Cartoon Network that I really loved was they did a MOBA for Adventure Time, and it was so fun. They shut it down a few years ago. I forget exactly what it was called, but it was so fun, and I enjoyed the heck out of it. Yeah, which is crazy. It's a MOBA for Adventure Time, but I'm like, if you guys don't know, I am super into MOBAs, so that was an awesome thing. I'd play a SpongeBob MOBA.
Oh,
I can't
heck
do that
yeah.
yet.
No, 100%.
All right, let's go this way. Don't worry, we're gonna go get those shiny things back there. I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job of like getting almost everything.
No, I mean,
but also moving
killing
quickly. I'm really trying to move quickly through this just because I want us to get as far as we can. We don't have a ton of time for this stream. We still have like 20 minutes, so I want to see if I can get at least to the Jellyfish King.
Please. Well, so where are you right now? You are in, I believe...
We're in Jellyfish Fields.
Jellyfish Fields, yes.
We still have quite a ways to go. We haven't even unlocked Patrick yet, so I'm going to try to start actually moving through here a little bit faster and maybe skip some of these very enticing tikis.
Yeah, hurry up, come on. We need to see Patrick.
Let's go! Okay, but I'm not going to skip this because this is too good. We're going to come back for those in a second. Ba-doop. I always get so worried whenever I'm jumping on these things because it's just like, oh my gosh, am I gonna hit it? Am I gonna land properly? Because you don't see it closer to the end. So, and then we got this one!
Boy, Patrick will be glad to have this back.
Yay! Look at all those little shiny things, and we are good to go.
And while we're at it, I'm gonna give a reminder to our audience not one more time, probably numerous times throughout this stream. Don't forget, guys, all Summer of Gaming long, IGN is asking you to donate to a worthy causes by following the links in the descriptions down below this video, or by heading to donate.ign.com. You can give to the COVID-19 Response Fund dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating COVID-19, or the Bail Project, working to reunite families separated by the mass incarceration system in support of Black Lives Matter. And by donating, you'll have a chance, keep this in mind, guys, you'll have a chance to win IGN gift cards, codes for games like Resident Evil 3, or swag from companies like id and Bethesda. Donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. I know I want one, but I probably...
It looks very nice.
I'm ineligible to win because, you know, I'm working for, IGN. Yeah, we've already raised, as you guys can see up there, the ticker right above my head, or the game actually. We've raised $23,543.44. So keep those donations coming, guys. Every single penny, dollar again counts. Every single dollar.
Every single dollar.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You guys know we love money more than Mr. Krabs. That's my sincere Mr. Krabs voice. You bring it down a little bit to sound sincere.
Thank you guys so much, seriously, for donating.
Well, if
So right now we have Mermaid Man, who again sounds a little bit off, which I already explained earlier. I'm telling you that they should have given him at least 2 hours to study the voices of these characters.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it still does a pretty good job, but it is jarring when everyone else sounds like normal, and then you come in and you're like,
Right, yeah, exactly. Like,
it's just a little different. It's okay. All right, now we're gonna do this really fun part where we get to slide through here. There's like an alternate track that I didn't get to earlier, so I think we're gonna try to do that as well.
That was a
Ah!
I should do it again sometime. Boy, Patrick will be glad to have this back.
All right, now let's go back because I actually want to do that again because I don't know how to get to the alternate side. I wonder if I can just jump up there. So I got everything that I really wanted. No, it's all the way. Oh, I got it! Haha!
So I have a question here for you, Miranda. From the chat, Yoshi Bull says, "Does the game's momentum feel nice?"
Yes, it does. It really feels like you're constantly doing something. What I like is that this game has always felt kind of big, but there's always something to do. And like as we see right now, it always introduces something different, whether that's a new character to play as or some new enemies. It is definitely a little on the simple side because I think it isn't, an all ages game. It's for kids, it's for adults, it's for everyone to play. So it is not necessarily the most challenging, but there are some fun puzzles and like a lot of really cool things to do. And of course, you're playing through like a SpongeBob game, right? And so what's not to enjoy about that?
Right, exactly. Like
I think it's something just really cool to see like all these environments really come to life too. That's what I really love.
And for like anyone that just
I didn't make it.
Anyone that wants to just like live in the world of SpongeBob, like this game is perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very forgiving too. So it's like when I just fell off the edge because I fell into the goo trying to get to those shiny things across the way. I was too ambitious. But it's like, it doesn't really punish you that much for it. Obviously, the enemies reset and like the tikis also reset though. So it's like really nice. Except if you're me, the tiki's resetting means that I want to go back every single time and go destroy all of them again. So we are also getting close to our goal of 3,001 shiny things. I don't know if I can possibly get specifically 3,001, but I'm gonna do my best. Ooh, I got a nice little gift there. Thank you guys so much for donating.
Yes, seriously, thank you guys.
Alright.
Pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push,
so we got two of the buttons down. We need one more to free Patrick. Kill these ham guys really quickly. And we've saved the last one over here. I also love that there's an idea that SpongeBob is wearing 4 pairs of underpants right now. Like, those are his life, but he's got 4 of them on. And every time he gets hit, he gets a pair of pants knocked off of him. It's very silly, and I love it. Yay!
Damn, man, work. What the hell are you doing,
I'm
man?
gonna skip those shiny things. So
Jesus,
we don't need to get them. And there are a lot of enemies you can skip. Like, I could go and defeat them, but we're just gonna keep moving so we can get on with the stream.
Thank goodness
Yay,
you're safe,
Patrick. Akeem, who is your favorite character in SpongeBob?
Well, the robots and the...
Man, that's a tough question. I'm gonna have to say.
I don't know what it is, but it
Thanks, Patrick. I tell you what, all that
I mean, I
running
love
around has left me
SpongeBob,
pooped.
you know,
Why don't
obviously
you
because he's the
continue on for a
main
bit?
character, but I'm gonna have to say, I'm just gonna go with SpongeBob. Like I know that's a basic answer for some people. But you know, the thing is, I love him because sorry, see, whenever I get excited talking about SpongeBob, I was gonna say because he's gone through so much. Like honestly, like him and Patrick are like a dynamic duo, even though they're not like a superhero team or anything.
Yeah.
But they're Batman and Robin if they were not the smartest detectives. If that makes any sense.
They're just a great example of wonderful best friends. Like they just love each other and they like are by each other's side almost always. They have their disagreements. It's wonderful. I think I like it when people like the main character. SpongeBob's not my favorite. I love SpongeBob, but he's not my favorite character.
Who's your favorite?
I have. Can you guess who it is?
All right. I'm gonna. there might be a character that I know that's from Texas that might be your favorite. Also a squirrel.
Yes, so she is definitely
Sandy.
my second favorite character.
Okay.
Very close. I do love her. So I grew up in Texas, and when I did live in Texas, I hated Sandy. I was like, not everyone talks with a Southern accent.
Yeah.
Yes, I say y'all, but and we do love sweet tea. I love sweet tea so much, guys. But you know, not everyone's just like Sandy. But and it's not Plankton either. But we're gonna listen to what he has to say first.
Oh, Mighty Rock, I am at your command.
Mighty Rock.
Down here, you big pink lummox. Oh, hi there, Mr. Plankton. Are you going to vaporize me today? So
I love how he's just like,
tempting.
are you gonna vaporize me? Like he wants to be vaporized.
I want to embrace death. To assist you. I was in an undesirable position yesterday, and now my neck hurts. Heed my words, my large future minion. Go into Jellyfish Cave. Follow the instructions on the signs that you see. At the end of the caves, you'll still be a big pink idiot, but you'll know enough to help defeat the robots and get me back into the chum bucket. Well, then will you vaporize me? I might spare your life so I can force you to work in my sweatshop making low-quality design and knockoff wallets. Oh, thank you.
Patrick's so goofy.
He is.
So, my actual favorite character is Squidward. So,
Squidward, really?
yes, I share a funny thing. I share a funny thing with Squidward. This area is actually kind of tough. I used to play clarinet. I played clarinet starting in 5th grade and then through most of college. So I played for a long time.
So you have a kinship. You share that with, but I assume, Miranda,
musical art.
You play way better than Squidward ever could. I'm assuming.
You know, I like to think so because Squidward is awful at the clarinet. He tries his best, but he has terrible embouchure and he squeaks a lot, and it kind of drives me insane. But also, I appreciate that he loves it so much, so it's kind of hard to be too disappointed with him, you know? Alright, we are on... I'm sorry, I could not get us to the Jellyfish King, but I'm gonna do my best to keep running through all this. Alright, can't get that right now. Run! The shiny things must wait! I wanna get us to the Jellyfish King. Not today, Jellyfish. Not today.
Yes, guys. So yeah, I think we're gonna be wrapping up very soon. So please, guys, keep those donations coming. You guys can go in the link in the description down below, of course. And like you guys already know this, all right? So there's 2 awesome causes for us. So guys, keep those donations coming. Anyone who gives has a chance to win some great prizes. But if you donate more than $50, guys, you'll have a shot at a limited edition Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. I can't stress this enough. The thing is freaking awesome. So keep that going, guys. And of course, you guys already know it's for a really good cause. Link is in the description. We've raised, the ticker is right above the game, actually. Bam, right there. That's how much we have raised. And I see like those, look at SpongeBob moving right there. So please, guys, keep those donations coming, guys.
So final question for you, Akeem.
Yeah.
What is your favorite SpongeBob meme?
Oh, man. See, I'll keep it PG. With the whole memes thing. I'm gonna have to say my favorite meme, and I think a lot of people share this sentiment. It has to be the one with Patrick, where his mouth is just open and he's got that wide eye look on his face, because that goes with anything. I forget the actual name of that meme. And I used to know all the names of these memes, but I forget the name of that meme. But you know the meme I'm talking about.
Yes, I think if you're a fan of SpongeBob, you know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I always have a hard time like knowing the names for them, but I know what they are. It's like one of my favorite ones, definitely SpongeBob sitting in the coffee shop, just waiting, or like with a cup of coffee, just waiting. I love it. Such a mood. There's so many good ones though. I feel like there's always there's at least one new one every year that just takes off. That's so good.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I mean, there's even a movie coming out in August of SpongeBob, so the memes are just gonna keep on going. There's gonna be a meme of Keanu Reeves as a freaking tumbleweed that I'm pretty sure is just gonna be going wild.
Yes. Yay, gold spatula!
So
it took me a long time to figure out how to do that earlier. I was practicing and I was just like, oh man, how do I get over there?
No, you're killing it on this game, and you're killing it with your goal of 3. Oh, you surpassed
I passed
your
it,
goal.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just noticed, I was like, dang it, I got too many.
But of course, we're still trying to hit our goal of 24K, guys. Can we raise 24K before the end of this live stream, guys? Can we? Come on. Let's see if we can do it. Yes.
Oh, we got a good screaming Patrick up there. Perfect timing. Oh yeah, and here's Mr. Krabs.
Oh boy. That voice, I'm telling you.
That monster has been stinging all my good customers in their poop decks. I hear that you can find him up top of Old Sport Mountain here. Go hook that beast, sailor.
Oh boy, Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, Akeem, I like your rendition of Mr. Krabs quite a lot.
Thank you. I do too. I think it's definitely way better, in my opinion. That's just me.
I agree. Also, these guys are kind of hard, especially with Patrick, just because he's got limited skill set.
I have an idea.
I do like this a lot. Just like, it has them kind of drawn out, and then just a squirrel for Sandy. Oh, man. It's so good. Got that tartar sauce. Ready to go attack them. So this is one thing that I keep forgetting, is that they're underwater.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
How do you forget
How aggressive he is. Oh my gosh. Okay. Because there's just robots running around, which means they're waterproof robots.
Which is a possibility. The technology and science has come a very long way, Miranda.
You know, Plankton figured it out, so, you know, there's something there. I love these tikis, the storm ones. They're so fun.
They're pretty cute, yeah.
Look at this guy right here. All right, well, we got very far. We're not quite there yet, though. I think the king is not too far away. If we had a little bit more time, we probably could have made it, unfortunately. But
hello, Patrick.
We at least made it to Mrs. Puff.
Yeah, which is
Oh boy.
That's a good consolation prize, I would say, making it to Mrs. Puff. So I mean, I was really hoping we'd get to that.
Welcome to it.
You know, you did an exceptional job. I have to say, Miranda. I don't, I'm not gonna take anything away from you. And like honestly, I'm personally looking forward to actually having my hands on this game. Which when we know when it's coming out? It's coming out really soon, right?
I think it's like next week.
Yeah.
Like it's very soon.
You're just
we have
you're special. You get to play it before all of us.
I know. I feel very lucky right now. It's just like, oh, I think I'm just gonna keep playing after this. No one told my boss.
Well, this is amazing.
And we're kind of coming to the end. I wanted to hopefully get to this golden spatula at least, but I keep destroying
you can make it? Think you can make it?
stunning them. Or we got 2 minutes. Okay, we've definitely got this. So what you have to do over here is you just have to blow up those little things. So you have to use Patrick. I could swap over to SpongeBob, but he wouldn't be the right pick for this. And so again, one of the things that I love about this game is that there's a lot of things to come back to depending on which characters you have. But also one of the things I hate is that there's a lot of things that you have to come back to depending on the characters you have. Because I'm definitely one of those person who like loves to, gosh darn it, Patrick, who loves to clear everything like quickly and in one go. And so having to come back, no, leave me alone. There we go. And so having to come back and forth is tough sometimes because it's like you have to make the mental note of, all right, I gotta come back here at some point. We're just gonna chunk this guy in the water. Be gone, robot. And we got this.
Yo! Look at that! Shout out! We just got a $50 donation. Awesome! Thank you so much for that. From that donation came in from Mike. Mike, thank you so much. I wish you gave me a message to read in a voice. I can do, and I can do many voices, guys. So if you guys wanna donate, you still can while we're doing the live stream. And of course, we're gonna be doing this all summer of gaming long, so you can keep the donations going throughout this entire month, guys. We're obviously, you guys know this is for a very good cause, and so we really appreciate each and every cent and dollar amount that you guys donate to us.
Absolutely. And thank you guys so much for tuning in the stream too. I hope you guys have fun and getting to see this delightful game from our childhood come back to life in a glorious new fashion.
Yes, thank you, Miranda, for the gameplay. This was dope.
Yeah, and thank you for hosting.
And
all right, now I'm gonna kill this enemy. Oh my god, or maybe he's gonna kill me. We'll end in a glorious fashion.
Yes. And thanks.
Flames.
Thanks for joining us, guys, and thanks to everyone who donated. Summer of Gaming will continue with a special look at Amazon's New World, followed by today's news, games, and more, featuring an interview with the legendary Tony Hawk. And come back tomorrow, guys, for our Animal Crossing New Horizons Celebrity Island Tour charity stream. Wow, so many, yes, so many words in that title, guys. Animal Crossing New Horizons Celebrity Island Tour charity stream. A long title for an awesome, awesome thing. Remember, guys, you can follow IGN's Summer of Gaming hashtag on TikTok for bonus content or leave us a yappa. Get yapping away at IGN.com if you want to appear on the stream. Want to see your faces, guys. Now, you know what? That's it. We're done here. Finito. Say goodbye, Miranda. So long, guys.
Bye. Thank you guys for coming.
Now stick around for our sneak peek at New
IGN
World.
Summer of Gaming
coming at
is
you
presented by The Last of Us Part 2. Available June 19th. Rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Hello there, welcome to News, Games, and More. Lots of gaming news to talk about today, but before we get started, some housekeeping for those of you just joining us. First, all summer of gaming long, IGN is asking you to donate to the Bail Project and the World Health Organization by clicking on the links in the description in your video player or by heading to donations.ign.com. Now, the Bail Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families, and restoring the presumption of innocence in support of Black Lives Matter. The COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. And by donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like id and Bethesda. Anyone who gives more than $50, big spenders, will also have a shot at winning a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. We've already generated $23,593.44 in donations for these two great charities. And shout out to user Blanco's Block Party for being our top donor with $1,000. So cool. What's more, you can also download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search IGN's Summer of Gaming hashtag for even more bonus gameplay clips, news exclusives, and originals. Or leave us a Yappa video comment in the comments section of this video on IGN.com, and your Yap could wind up on the stream. Plus, stay tuned through the end of the show when we'll have a special conversation with Tony Hawk. But most exciting of all the exciting things, we're going to start the show now. I'm David Hatfield. Joining me are Seth Macy, Sydney Goodman,
Hello.
and Jonathan Dornbush. What's up, everybody?
Hey there, Damon.
Chilling like villains.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness.
Did you just make that up, Seth? That's pretty clever.
I did,
feel
yeah.
like you could do. I think you could do something with that.
A little bit of rhyming, a little freestyle, you know.
Not everybody knows that Seth is a rapper, and later on this show, he's going to do a freestyle for all of us. Please be excited for that. First order of business today, EA has officially announced Star Wars Squadrons, the new Star Wars flight combat game that's been rumored for a while. I think it leaked on the Xbox Store. What is it, last week, Jonathan? Does that sound right?
It leaked on the Xbox Store last week, and then there was a leak of Project Maverick, which I believe we all are assuming is the code name for this a few months back on the PSN.
That's right. So it's official. I think they're going to be showing off more this Thursday, June 18th at EA Play. Probably give us a nice gameplay demo there. But as for some details, this is going to be a $40 game that's out this year, October 2nd, for PS4, Xbox One, and PC. Does it surprise anyone that this is a budget price game coming this year, but not to next-gen consoles?
Yeah, that surprised me a little bit. Everyone seemed a little bit bummed out when they saw the price. They're like, oh, $40? Ugh, what could that mean? That could only mean bad things. I don't know why, but that's just the psychology.
It just tells you that this isn't a full AAA product, right?
I mean, for me, it's exciting. I'll take a cheaper game anytime. One of my favorite games this gen, the Ratchet and Clank 2016 game, was only $40, I believe, when it launched, and that was, a pretty big AAA Insomniac first-party game. I'm excited for it. I think it probably means, they're trying to budget the scope accordingly, given the campaign and the mix of multiplayer. Who knows how fully fledged it will be? But this obviously seems to be maybe sort of like an in-between project, because of course there have been a lot of projects, Star Wars games at EA that have fallen through. So perhaps this is something a little smaller scale, but still something they really put a lot of work into.
Yeah, it is going to have. Go ahead, Sydney.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, Dornbush, you just really. That was very articulate. And I was just going to say, yeah, I mean, it's $40. And to be honest, I think just with the scope of knowing how long I tend to play games like this, like $40 kind of aligns with how much I'd want to spend on it. So I'm not mad that it's not necessarily like a full-fledged $60 AAA title.
Mm-hmm. Actually, hadn't seen this trailer yet. Actually, looks pretty cool.
Sydney,
did you play?
Awesome.
Sydney, did you play any Battlefront 1 or 2?
You mean like not the old ones? I don't know why I would ask that. You're probably talking about the new ones.
But it's okay if you play the old ones too.
I played. Well, the only reason why is because I really, really enjoyed the old ones. Where the new ones, like I played, but there wasn't really keeping me anything playing it. Like I probably played them for like 2 weeks and then moved on.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I liked them. They were good for what they were.
Would you be excited for Squadrons? Or I guess, what's your interest level in like vehicular combat in a multiplayer
That's
game?
the thing, is like it's something that historically doesn't hold my attention for all that long. But I think that just speaks more to the fact that like my friends don't really play them very often. And if I'm playing multiplayer and I know my friends are playing a different game, like I'll just switch games. So yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like super hot and heavy over this. But I'm excited for people who are super excited because it's fun for me to play for like a bit. And then I kind of am like, okay, I destroyed a bunch of things. They exploded. It was cool.
Yeah. Seth, how are you feeling about it?
I'm extraordinarily excited for this game.
Extraordinarily, wow.
extraordinarily. I believe there is VR support. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
On PS4 and PC.
The Battlefront 2 VR mission, it's only like a 30-minute thing. The entire time I was playing that, I was so motion sick, like I wanted to die, but at the same time I was smiling because I was in Star Wars. Like I looked down and there was my Star Wars feet and I was flying around space. So like give me more of that. I will be physically ill and enjoying myself at the most I can while being, wanting to die from motion sickness.
Would you play it in PSVR?
Oh yeah, absolutely. PSVR is great. I love PSVR.
What about you, Jonathan? Would you play this in VR?
Oh, I'm totally planning to. I mean, I only own PSVR, so that's the way I'm going to play it. But I'm absolutely going to play it both in and out of VR when I try it out. Probably first out of VR to get my bearings, and then jump in once I feel a little more comfortable with the game. But yeah, the whole thing being supporting VR really, really excites me for this sort of game.
Jonathan, did you play the campaign in Battlefront 2?
I actually haven't finished it yet, but it's on my to-do list because I'm currently going through every canon chronological Star Wars movie and game and TV show. So it's on the docket.
Okay, hold on.
Me to play. Yes.
I feel like we need more information about this project.
Sure.
Where did you start?
Can I tell them, or do you not want me to say anything?
Oh, it's okay if it's.
I'm on there. No, we're my girlfriend and I have been just kind of like binging everything from the Star Wars universe. That's canon. We started with the beginning, so episode 1, and have gone through. We were watching Clone Wars to catch up for the current season, so I've watched Clone Wars and Rebels for the first time. And watching Rebels really excites me for this because we see Hera, who's in that show, in this trailer, so that hopefully leans to some nods to that series, which I love. But yeah, we've been slowly making our way through. So we just watched Rogue One 2 nights ago, so we'll watch the original trilogy over the next few nights.
Wow. Okay. So, and I guess for video games that are canon, that would only include Battlefront 2. Is that right?
And Jedi Fallen Order.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. That
Shadows
sounds
of the
like a fun
Empire
project.
Isn't canon?
Not yet. They'll probably put it back in somehow. They put Thrawn back in the canon, so I'm sure they'll do that at some point.
Oh yeah, when Disney took over, didn't they just sort of wipe everything off the table?
Everything became Legends.
Yes.
And then, but they've slowly started integrating some of that old stuff in because like everyone loved Thrawn, so Thrawn is now that he has like his own trilogy. He was in Rebels. They're putting stuff back in that people love, basically.
Well, the whole reason I was asking about the campaign of Battlefront 2 is because that would be the part of Squadrons that would be of most interest to me. I played a lot of Rogue Squadron on GameCube, and that game was super fun way back in the day. So, like, if there's good single-player content in Squadrons, I'd totally show up for it.
I mean, there's a story. It was written by, Mitch Dyer, full disclosure, who gave me my
IGN
break as a freelancer, former IGN.
Wow.
So, yeah. Look at me now.
So, what do we think? Do we think this is like EA's big fall game? Last year they had Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
It's a fall game. I don't know if it's their big fall game.
I don't know if they have one. Like they're probably focusing on the sports games for both current and next gen. Like that's probably going to be their big priority. So I think having something small like here that appeals to like the Star Wars demographic that they obviously could be playing to more, I think is a good thing to have at the right before this generation starts, and presumably they'll focus on next gen Star Wars adventures to come, but probably not for launch.
Gotcha. All right, well, it's cool to have the announcement and something to look forward to for more gameplay reveal this Thursday at EA Play. Star Wars Squadrons is out this year, October 2nd. We will be right back with a look at Amazon's MMORPG New World. And stick around for the end of the show for our interview with skating icon Tony Hawk. Stick around. Stick around.
News, games, and more is presented by New World.
The next next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Sometimes, the best way to take a break from our world is to step into a new one, drenched with fantasy, magic, and monsters. For today's episode, presented by New World, we got a chance to sit down with the game's creative director, Scott Lane, and ask about the game's universe. Here's Max Scoville with the interview.
Hey everybody, Max Scoville here. New World is a brand new PC open world MMORPG coming in August 2020, and here to talk about it, I'm joined by game director Scott Lane. Scott, how you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing just fine. So just so everyone's up to speed, can you kind of let me in on when and where New World takes place, and what do players do in this New World?
New World's set in the age of exploration, the late 17th century. You're the first mate on a ship that was hired to investigate Eternum, this mysterious island known for eternal life. There's a mineral that has been found here that grants immortality. The mineral's called Azoth. You're sent here to find out more about that. Once you arrive, you really quickly realize that this was probably a one-way trip and you better kind of get used to being here. So you start to delve deeper into Eternum, and the deeper you go, the more you learn. It's huge, it's beautiful, it's frightening, and it's full of supernatural creatures. But it's also full of a lot of opportunity to make a name for yourself.
Nice. Well, that brings me to my next question. How does New World's gameplay set it apart from other MMOs we've seen before?
New World is an open world MMO with a mix of directed and sandbox gameplay. As far as the gameplay experience, it starts with our action RPG combat. Our take on physical-based combat is new to MMOs. We have classless progression systems. You're not locked into a playstyle. Rich social systems to connect players, really deep crafting mechanics, 16 different trade skills players can level endlessly. This gives players a lot of agency. And this all kind of comes together in massive siege battles that will provide a ton of play for both PvE and PvP players. Players lay siege to enemy forts to conquer their land, and the corrupted, these are the antagonists on the island, they don't want you there, so they hit back, and if you're not careful, they'll get into your fort. So hordes and hordes of them will be laying siege to your fort as well. This all adds up to an experience I've never seen before.
So you said one key word there. You said massive, which is obviously the first M in MMORPG. What would you say that means in terms of gameplay in 2020, and how does the New World deliver on that?
Well, it starts with our siege battles. These are 50 versus 50 high fidelity combat and an insane amount of sound effects and VFX. You're in a war, and it sounds like a war, and it looks like a war, and you're going to see bullets whizzing past your head, you're going to see explosions, you're going to hear them, It's super exciting. Then we have our invasions, which are you and 49 teammates trying to hold off hordes and hordes of AI. You don't want them to breach your walls and get into your end because it doesn't end well for you. And then finally, our world is huge and it's super dense with interactions. Almost every tree can be chopped, every boulder can be smashed, bush harvested, ore mined, oil collected, every animal skinned. You can literally change the landscape.
Nice. Well, when can players check out New World for themselves? And if there's a beta, how can people get involved?
Well, if you pre-order the game, you can get it on the beta July 23rd. The full release is August 25th, and you can get that on Amazon.com or Steam.
Scott, thank you so much for joining us and telling us about New World. If you at home would like to see more gameplay and action, you can check out my esteemed colleagues Nick Lamone and Mitchell Saltzman, who teamed up with some of the devs and jumped into the PvP war mode, which involves up to 100 players battling it out for territory control.
All right, I'm still following you. This is still good.
You can check that out on IGN.com or on our YouTube channel.
We'll be right back with Smart Delivery News, our chat with Tony Hawk, and much more.
News, games, and more is presented by New World.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on Mixer.com/IGN, YouTube.com/IGN, and Twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to News, Games, and More, part of IGN's Summer of Gaming. You can catch all of our Summer of Gaming programming wherever you stream IGN or on channel IGN 1 on your Samsung TV Plus. For bonus Summer of Gaming content, make sure to download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag. We're also asking you to donate to the World Health Organization and the Bail Project by following the links in the video description or heading to donate.ign.com. A big thanks to everyone who's given so far. Make sure you get in on that. There's a bunch of cool prizes you can win as well. Okay, let's get on with the show. We've got some smart delivery details for Xbox Series X, and I think maybe the most exciting one is that your save will transfer over from the Xbox One version to the Xbox Series X version. Jonathan, can you fill us in on the details there?
Yeah, absolutely. So Microsoft has been talking a little bit more about how smart delivery will work, and they've discussed this before as a big touted feature, so that essentially if you buy a game, especially first-party games, for Xbox One X or Xbox One, you can then get those games on Xbox Series X without buying the game a second time. So Microsoft told us that the system automatically takes care of recognizing what console you're on, which data to install, and it will bring across your save games. So if you've been playing Gears 5 on Xbox One, then you want to buy an Xbox Series X and play Gears 5 there, it will know where you're playing it and know how to optimize the game for that system.
So, yeah, I guess tell me a little bit how you're thinking about Xbox Series X right now. Like, Sydney, are you thinking about getting an Xbox Series X at launch?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I guess for someone similar to your situation, that service wouldn't be as big a deal because you're just going to play your games. You'll just buy the Xbox Series X version at launch, right?
So yes and no. That's interesting that you say that because I think that in past generations, I've been in a situation where, a couple months after launch, you want to buy these games and then you have to rebuy them. And that's like a bummer and expensive. But for games like Cyberpunk, that was a really big concern of mine because obviously Cyberpunk comes out in September and I didn't want to, put all of the time that I'm planning on putting into that game in September and then have holiday come around and all of a sudden I have to start over. Like I kind of was like really crossing my fingers that this would be the case in terms of the save data transferring over, but now that it's confirmed, I feel like I can finally
Well, so Jonathan, I'm pretty sure I know which way you're leaning in the next gen console topic.
How could you
but
possibly?
just a guess. I don't want to make any assumptions. But Seth, what about you? Is there one console or the other that you're thinking about getting first?
It's not up to me. It's up to my kids, and they've already told me that we're getting Xbox. I'm fine with that. Okay. They want Halo. I'm also fine with that. I've got high hopes for the Xbox Series X. I'm pretty excited, and the smart, or as we call it in Maine, the schmat delivery is pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's a cool feature, but then again, I guess it's if you have Gears 5, I guess for example. And you have a mid-game save file, it's cool that can just automatically upgrade for Xbox Series X and bring your save file over.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, like we have 2 Switches in my house, and I can't even like play Animal Crossing with my save on the other Switch or vice versa. So it's great.
Well, is that how it works? Your kids get to decide what new game console you get? This is information I need to know.
Yeah, once they get to a certain age, they start to get almost your size, and then they become intimidating. I'm just kidding. I'm way bigger than my kids still, but.
So, Jonathan, a lot of people are excited about this feature. Is this something, it's something that Sony doesn't have and hasn't even talked about, but do you think it's something that Sony should have for PlayStation 5?
I mean, I think it's a really great pro-consumer move, and if both of them do it, that would be really nice. I don't think with Sony, being the market leader right now, and especially after the very encouraging PS5 reveal event that I think had a lot of people excited, I don't know if they feel like they need to do things that necessarily leave money on the table until they're going to be in a position where they have to do that to get goodwill back if they stumble. As great a move as something like this is, or the Xbox Series X is going to be backward compatible with all the generations of Xbox, and as far as we know, the PS5 won't as of right now. It's only going to be backwards compatible with most of the PS4. It's one of those things where I'd love for there to be parity, but I think Xbox making these moves will eventually have to force Sony's hand in some way. It'll just matter how the sales go, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you there. I was going to say, Sony's so far ahead. All they have to do is show up. Xbox has to play catch up for like the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with that, I feel like the reveal event was really, really incredible. And Sony's marketing has even kind of like seeped into my brain because I know with Smart Delivery, it's not necessarily backwards compatibility, but these games are kind of not remastered, but they're made to look really good on your new console. But with Sony's whole messaging of like, well, if you're buying a new console, like you want games that are built for this new console. And that is something that I'm thinking about in terms of, okay, this will look nice, but I want a game that's taking full advantage of this thing that I just spent a ton of money on.
Right. So Sydney, Sony's event last week didn't convince you to go all in on PS5?
I'm planning on getting both.
Sure.
And it's relatively easy because my husband works in games also. So like worst case scenario, he'll get one and I'll get the other.
Sure.
So in a weird way, I'm in like a very unique position where like we've got our bases covered. But I came out of that Sony reveal or that PS5 reveal a lot more excited than I thought I would be.
Seth, I haven't gotten to hear your reactions to the Sony event last week.
When they showed Miles Morales, I was like, well, there it is. I'm getting PlayStation 5. And then the messaging was so messed up that by the time I woke up, I was like, well, I guess I'm not getting it. And then halfway through the day, I was just sort of lukewarm on the whole thing. I mean, I'm going to get a PS5 eventually, but I think it's very unattractive, and I don't want it in my house. I want when they make a nicer looking console.
You're talking about the design of the console.
Aesthetically, I find it hideous and revolting. Yeah, it's those fins on the top that it looks like Pop Collar. Like that looks like he's gonna drive by me in a Jeep and throw a cigarette butt at me and tell me to go back to the other side of the tracks. Poor kid.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you, Seth. I'd like to know what Sydney thinks.
So, okay, I am not offended by it. When they first showed it, I was actually kind of like, yeah, good for everyone for not just doing like a black box. That's great. But the more that I'm thinking about it, and I think we posted it on social, it was a comparison of sizes. And this thing is huge. It is so tall, where I
12 and a half
honestly think
feet tall.
That's too tall.
It is.
But in all seriousness, its actual height is still too tall. And like, it's going to have to sit on top of our media console. And like, now that I'm faced with that reality, I no longer like the design as much. Because when it was kind of like, oh, it's unique. But now it's like, well, when we have people over, there's just going to be this thing that doesn't match with the rest of my house that's enormous and has a popped collar.
Yeah. Jonathan, when we recorded our conversation on Next Gen Console Watch last week, I don't think we knew just how big it was at the time. Does that change your mind at all on the design of the PS5?
Not really. I still like how goofy it is and weird. I think the discless version definitely looks better and more like what it will probably look as we get into the Pro iterations. Granted, we still haven't I don't know if we've gotten the official specs. I know a lot of people were making comparisons. I actually haven't seen if Sony published the real dimensions. So forgive me for not knowing if that's 100%. But it definitely seems larger than what we're used to. That said, I have space I'm looking right at my TV stand. I have space next to it. It'll go vertically and probably be hidden behind the TV. So I won't even see it. It's fine.
I heard that Sony said you'll actually want to build a second floor of your house just to fit in PS5.
I like to think that you've already reserved space for the PlayStation 5 next to your television. It's set
I put
to
down
go.
tape. Nothing can enter.
I've already marked off the area. Nothing else can be put down here. This is PS5 spot.
Exactly.
Okay, we're going to be right back to talk about the PS5's user interface and later our chat with Tony Hawk. Stay tuned.
News, games, and more is presented by New World.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on Mixer.com/IGN, YouTube.com/IGN, and Twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to News, Games, and More here on IGN Summer of Gaming. We're talking about the PS5's interface, which Sony says will be a complete overhaul. It's going to be a complete overhaul. Just called the overall design. It's going to be really cool. Apparently, we got a very brief teaser of the new user interface during the PS5 showcase last week. It was almost kind of an Easter egg because Sony didn't immediately address it. Jonathan, did you catch that? Or were you able to go back and watch it afterwards?
Not on first watch. I saw it after as people were posting, but yeah, it totally flew by me as it was happening.
Yeah. How would you describe it? I don't know if we have it here that we can bring up, but it was very short, I know.
Yeah, it's very short. It's kind of I don't even know how to describe it. It's been days since I saw it, Damon. You're putting me on the spot.
That's okay.
It's an elegant, quick startup. I liked it.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, there was the PS button on the middle of your controller, and then it sort of exploded into stars or something.
Yeah,
that's my memory of it. Anyway, what have we learned today about what they're planning to do with the UI for PS5?
Yeah, so we thanks to a LinkedIn Q&A that someone was doing off the cuff, as all news breaks these days, it seems. PlayStation VP of UX design, Matt McLaurin, was answering questions about the PS5 on LinkedIn that have since been deleted. And there they revealed that the new UI is, quote, a very interesting evolution of the OS. He went on to say, as its UI, it's practical first, but it's a whole new visual language and a complete re-architecting of the user interface. He described it as, quote, more subtle than flashy, but no pixel is untouched. So there won't be a dead space part of your screen where just nothing is happening.
Good. That's good to know. They've gone in there. They've just touched every pixel.
No more lonely pixels. Thank God.
Okay, so since we don't know what it looks like yet, what would be sort of do you have a wish list, Jonathan, of new features you want for the UI?
Run smoother. I really actually like the designs that they've been putting out. They put a lot of the I'm forgetting the actual term they use, but they have a lot of layout and themes that are dynamic themes that do stuff as you're going through the menus. They have different icons. I hope they continue to do that, but I often find that those things just make my system chug. It operates very slowly whenever I have anything like that. So I just hope they find a way to integrate that stuff in a more interesting way, in a more smooth way that doesn't actually hamper jumping into a game. Yeah.
I think we just saw that brief startup teaser there, and I think I did a pretty good job describing that from memory. Yeah. So, Seth, I know you and Sydney spend more time on Xbox. Do either of you have any sort of wish list ideas for what you'd want the PS5 user interface to look like? Sydney, we can start with you. Wait your turn, Seth.
I'm so excited to talk about UI.
It's interesting because the last probably 6 to 8 months, I've spent more time on PlayStation, which is a first for me. And up until that point, I always thought it was more I was an idiot because I found the cross media bar very, very confusing. But after spending this 6 to 8 months, I'm still an idiot, and I really just don't know how to use it, and it's very, very confusing to me. But so in terms of wish list, goes, I find the hardest part is when there's devices connected to things, and this might be so specific because I stream and get very confused where audio sources are coming from, but there are 3 different places that you can see sound output goes to. And each of those places have different options. And to me, I do not understand why you have to make it that confusing. So I think one is like sound, output device, and then if you do the quick start menu, there's like 2 options in there that aren't found in the other menus. So I think just having let's make it a little bit more organized. That's all I want. I would be so happy.
That's reasonable. That's very reasonable. All right, Seth, go. It's your time.
So anyway,
I actually really like the PS4 UI. I think obviously there are some room for improvement there, but with the PS5, the one thing I want more than anything is I want to be able to shut it off completely without having to turn it on, go into a menu, and then choose the option to power it off, so that when I unplug it to move it or clean behind it, I don't get yelled at next time and scolded harshly for not properly going through the 10-minute process of turning the thing off.
Yeah.
Just make it easy to turn. Make it easy to turn it off. They make switches. They've been using them for 100 years. It's just like a contact on one side and the other side's open. You don't have to be an electrical engineer to understand this.
But you are an electrical engineer.
No, I was an electrician, not an electrical engineer.
They're the same thing.
That's true.
Okay.
That is very true.
One thing I would like, especially since there is a digital version of the PS5, is a more attractive way for me to view my game library and to organize games into different my categories of my choosing, like all my retro games, all my retro re-releases that I've downloaded. I have them all in one spot, and I can choose what the thumbnail is that will represent them all. They don't really have an elegant option for you to viewing and enjoying your digital game library, I guess. There was that another patent that was, I think we talked about this either last week or the week before, that could be something Sony has designed or has in mind for the PS5 user interface, where games have their own tabs. All of your games are under one location rather than just in a long string of everything that you've been using lately. And then each game within the user interface has all sorts of information, like where you last left off, if it's appropriate, how many kills you've racked up, how many save files you have going, and then you can also access game help right there from your menu, if you're looking for it and whatnot. First of all, I don't know if you saw that story, Sydney, but does that sound something that would be interesting to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the way the game organization is, kind of to echo what you were saying, I think having it under a tab, if those patents actually are correct, and they decided to go forward with those designs, would be super fantastic. I think the game help thing is also really great. To be honest, I don't know that I need to know what my save file is or my kill count is on whatever game, but I'm also haven't been known to be an achievement hunter or anything. Those stats don't necessarily interest me. I'm sure people are excited about that information, but if it makes it run slower, get rid of it. So yeah, I don't know. I think that the proposed changes in those patents, whether or not they decide to use them, all seemed like they were really great improvements.
Mm-hmm. Seth, where do you come down on game help built into the system?
I was trying to figure it out if that was something I would ever use. I don't think I would ever use it. When I get stuck in a game now, I just grab my phone and I, punch in IGN wikis to find the best help. And I mean, it feels like it would pull you out of the experience if you had to go back to the menu to get help, unless there's some sort of picture-in-picture overlay. But that feels like it would, if you're playing a really immersive game and then you have to pull up the wiki on the screen, I think that might pull you out of it a little bit there.
But turning and looking at your phone doesn't pull you out of it?
Well, I can hold my phone up like this and then just pull it down real quick. Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Oh, immersion's being broken. Boom. Phone's on the floor. Very thick carpet in my house.
Good. We have to take another quick break, but stick around for some Kingdom Hearts news. Right after this, you know who's excited. It's Jonathan.
News, games, and more is presented by New World.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedruns.
Here, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome back to News, Games, and More, where we're talking Kingdom Hearts leaks. Actually, we're might not be accurate here. I think Jonathan is going to have to tell us about these Kingdom Hearts leaks. In all honesty, when we have a meeting every morning to talk about what news stories we're going to cover for our video products, and when it was this Kingdom Hearts leak story was floated as an option, me even just reading the article on IGN, I just couldn't parse what I was reading or what was going on. Thankfully, we have a Kingdom Hearts enthusiast here on this very show, Jonathan. So, Jonathan, what's this all about?
So it's probably best that I start back at the beginning. You see, in the original Kingdom Hearts, so the news for today is that seemingly a possible Kingdom Hearts spinoff has leaked. There were people who were data mining the website for Kingdom Hearts Dark Road, which is an upcoming mobile game spinoff. Reddit user Skullboy, I assume it's a J at the end, but who knows, found a logo for a project called Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory. It doesn't seem to be related to the upcoming game. It seems like a brand new logo. What's interesting and that a lot of fans have pointed out is that Kingdom Hearts logos have sort of a scheme that where the beginning and end of it kind of dovetail into the middle. That means it's a game that doesn't star the protagonist Sora. And if the K and the S are sort of shorter, that means it's a Sora starring game. So this would imply that this is a spin-off featuring a different playable character. Who it is, though, I have no idea. It could just be another concert. They've been doing yearly orchestras. It could just be that. It could be a rhythm game like Fiat Rhythm, the Final Fantasy spinoff, because why not? There's really several ways that this could go, but we do know that Square has said they're working on multiple Kingdom Hearts projects, so this likely is what that second project is after Dark Road, but they haven't confirmed yet.
Okay, Sydney and Seth, I didn't want to assume, but do either of you play Kingdom Hearts?
So I actually, this generation, Kingdom Hearts 3 was my first Kingdom Hearts, gotcha. When it came out. I went back and played some of 1.5. It didn't age the best when I was trying to play it. And then I played most of 2.5. Jonathan, actually, totally, you have inspired me because I love Kingdom Hearts for how convoluted all of the lore is. I actually find it very entertaining, and I'm a huge Disney fan, so it kind of is just oh, cool, I'll lose myself in this, but I still have no idea what's going on.
That's fair.
And Seth, how about you?
When the original Kingdom Hearts was released, I remember reading about it in a magazine and thinking to myself, yeah, this is extremely my jam. Everything about this appeals to me. And for whatever the reason, probably because I was broke, I just never played it, and I regret it, but don't regret it because I know I would be all in, like completely obsessed with this series. Like it seems like there's no sort of I'm into Kingdom Hearts. It's like I love Kingdom Hearts, or I'm just not into Kingdom Hearts. It's completely binary. It's yes or no. So it's on Game Pass right now. So, and there's a deal on Game
Kingdom
Pass.
Hearts 3? Kingdom Hearts 3?
Kingdom Hearts 3, Kingdom Hearts 1.2 and 2.5, and Kingdom Hearts 2.8 are all now on Game Pass. So if you wanted to, you could get Game Pass and you could play them all if you have like 7,500 hours free time.
I don't know what you're waiting for, Seth. Now seems like the perfect time.
I'm curious. I might try it out. I don't know.
So Jonathan, you reviewed Kingdom Hearts 3 for IGN, I guess last year, early last year,
2019 January.
Yeah. So what's the state of that game? Is it like done? There's no more like DLC or anything coming out for it?
Yeah, so as far as we know, there's no other major updates coming. They put out a DLC called the Remind DLC that came out at the beginning of this year, pretty much like 1 year later. And that was sort of filling in some of the gaps of the late game story beats that they left some stuff out of that I personally didn't love as much as the base game. I don't really think it like did more to satisfy the conclusion to this story that they've been doing since the original Kingdom Hearts. But that was sort of meant to be the end of this saga that started with the first game, and everything coming forward will presumably be part of some new saga, but what that saga is, they haven't really said yet.
Got it. So just for you personally, this unknown leaked game, leaked may not be the right word. What would you want it to be?
I mean, I love rhythm games, so if that has to be what it is, I'll take it with melody. But no, I'd really love sort of a condensing down to, I think, the stuff that worked best in some of the earlier Kingdom Hearts games and kind of got lost along the way here and there. I do think there's a lot still to love about Kingdom Hearts 3, and I reviewed it pretty favorably, gave it in the high 8s, I think, back before we switched our review scale.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of really great stuff they do, but more so than ever, especially now that time has passed, it felt like the Disney and the Square Enix parts of that game were extremely separated. And so it almost feels like they either need to find a way to mix them back together and create this sort of unique, weird, goofy, pun intended story, or do something that is just set within this world that focuses on these characters, that is almost entirely devoted to this lore and this framework that they've built up, and just really focus in on that.
So do you not expect there to be a Kingdom Hearts 4?
Not anytime soon. I mean, calling a game Kingdom Hearts 4 would probably do well sales-wise, so I wouldn't be shocked if we get something like that down the line. But especially as we're getting into a new generation, a lot of devs and publishers like to use that as a time to like refresh a series. Like this happened a lot at the beginning of the last generation, especially even with like Sony first parties, like games were being called Killzone Shadowfall and not Killzone 4. So I wouldn't be shocked if they just kind of moved on and started doing, like, the Kingdom Hearts name is so recognizable that I don't think you necessarily need that 4. But then again, the wider audience that doesn't play the, spinoffs and the mobile games and the 3DS games and all that will know what 4 means versus melody of memory.
All right, I have a very important question for Sydney. What is the best Disney movie?
Oh my gosh, does that include Pixar or just Disney?
I think
Does it have to be animated? Are we?
No, it doesn't have to be
so many
animated.
Oh my gosh!
What's the best Disney movie?
This is too much. Oh my gosh, Damon, why would you do this?
The power.
I think maybe,
what's your favorite one?
Maybe it's like, oh my gosh, I'm like narrowing them down in my head. Maybe it's Little Mermaid. I think
maybe it is.
It's a good one.
Maybe it is. That's so hard. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'll go with Little Mermaid. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. That's a great choice. Seth, what would you say is either your favorite or the best one?
Darby O'Gill and the Little People. It's the scariest Disney movie of all.
What
Have you never seen that movie?
No.
No, it's actually it's from like the 40s. It's one of those live action ones. It's about like an Irish folktale about a really trickster leprechaun colony, and then a very spooky ghost I can't watch it now, even as an adult. I tried on Disney Plus. I was like, no, I'm out.
It's
can't watch
scary.
this. It's too spooky. It's very scary.
Producer
In
Dan-
the 40s, kids were a lot tougher back then. Things were,
Our producer Dan says it's a cute movie. I don't know. Maybe he's just a little bit tougher than you are.
Maybe he is, but I don't know. We'll have to find out in the Octagon.
Okay, so do you have
I would say The Lion King is my favorite Disney movie of all time. I've seen it a million times. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. No, Beauty and the Beast, the animated Beauty and the Beast. I have watched that movie so many times. I used to be able to sing every lyric to every song.
Yeah,
I love that movie. It's beautiful. It's wonderful.
Did you like the live action version?
I never watched the live action version. I didn't want to ruin
out of principle
what I was in love with. Yeah. I mean, we watched the live action Lion King. It was okay.
Yeah. I also don't really like it when they call it live action, but that's just me.
Wow.
Before we go to break, Jonathan, what's your pick for Disney movie?
Obviously, it's got to be the Disney Channel original movie Brink. I don't really think
Brink.
Brink.
I love
yeah.
Brink.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, when I have my hair a certain way, I look like the bad guy. It actually really it makes me really self-conscious.
That would be a great Halloween costume.
Is Brink on Disney Plus? Have you checked?
It is. I believe the classic DCOM Brink is on Disney Plus. Yes.
Okay. I'll have to check it out. All right.
you,
We'll be right back. Oh, well, now I'm not ready. I'll just do the one that I always liked growing up, which is Alice in Wonderland. I like how weird and creepy that movie is.
Bippity-boppity.
All right. We will be right back after this with our Tony Hawk interview. Stay tuned.
News, games, and more is presented by New World.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Welcome back. That is all we've got for today's NG Plus, but check back tomorrow where we'll have guest panelist Chad Michael Collins on, plus before that our big Animal Crossing Celebrity Island Tours charity stream. You can find a full schedule of our Summer of Gaming coverage at IGN.com and catch all the action wherever you stream IGN on channel IGN 1 on your Samsung TV Plus and by following IGN on TikTok and searching IGN's Summer of Gaming hashtag. Thank you to my fellow panelists, Sydney, Jonathan, and Seth for joining me today. And now to wrap us out, a special interview with skating and gaming icon Tony Hawk. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
June is Icons Month at IGN, where we're profiling iconic video game industry figures, characters, series, and themes. Today we talk to skating icon Tony Hawk about why fans of the original Pro Skater are gonna kickflip over the upcoming remaster.
We've been having talks over the years of the potential of it, and finally I literally sat down with Bobby Kotick, who is CEO of Activision, and we were actually talking about other things in regards to my charity, and he just casually threw out, like, why don't we remake THPS? And I said, you don't understand how many people ask me that. And he said, well, you know, we've had success with a couple other remasters, and why don't we think about it? And fast forward, he puts Vicarious Visions on the task, and off we went. I was just so thankful, because really it was more that it was a call. It was an answer to the call of the hardcore fans. And you know, my only answer up to that point, when people were asking me about doing a remaster, was that I know it's my name, but I don't really own the rights to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and I can't just suddenly fabricate a whole dev team behind me to make this happen. You know, it really was about Activision that would have to pull the trigger, and they did. The level of detail on the maps, on the levels, is unbelievable. I mean, when I first saw the warehouse in its full scope, I could not believe. I couldn't believe the detail, the lighting, textures, the graffiti. You know, it's just way beyond anything I imagined. And then even like in the school, you know, there's grass wisping in the wind. Like it's just unbelievable. And I never imagined that we would get there. And it's funny because when people think about the first games, they have a certain nostalgic view of it. They don't realize how truly low resolution it was until you compare frame grabs. I truly believe that the hardcore fans of our original series are going to be satisfied and probably overwhelmed by how good this is. And you know, we might have had a few missteps doing games in the past, and I think that this will really turn the tide. And you know, they want it. Like I don't sense a lot of hesitation with this, especially when people have seen our trailer and seen some of the demos. And I'm having a blast playing it. I've been relearning all my skills. I've been burning through the levels and all the challenges, and it does take you back to that time, and it does take you back to that feeling, and I hope that people embrace it.
News, games, and more is presented by New World.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Hey folks, we're back. Mark Medina here, and this is yet another charity speedrun for IGN Summer of Gaming. Earlier today, we ran through Portal 2, and now it's time to tackle SpongeBob: The Battle for Bikini Bottom. But first, some housekeeping. All summer long, IGN is asking you to give to the Bail Project and the World Health Organization by following the links in the video description or by heading over to donate.ign.com. The Bail Project provides bail for families in need, and the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, treating, and combating the disease. By donating, you'll have a chance to win IGN gift cards, game codes, or swag from companies like Bethesda or id Software. Donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. For even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search for IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for a slew of bonus clips or to upload your own awesome gameplay moments. Or leave us a Yappa comment on IGN.com, and your Yap may just show up on the show. And tomorrow, don't miss out on our Animal Crossing Celebrity Island Tour stream. It's going to be really, really, really cool. You can catch it all wherever you stream IGN or live on your Samsung TV Plus by tuning into channel IGN1. It is once again time to get the speedrun started, and I am joined once again by GDQ's J Hobbs. J Hobbs, is it legal for us to do two of these in one day?
I know. I was going to say, like, you probably thought you were done with me today, huh? But no, I'm still here. You're stuck with me.
I love this idea that we stopped doing the Portal stream and then we've just been waiting here, waiting for the next one. We haven't moved.
Just patiently waiting because we have another exciting run. I mean, every speed run is exciting in its own right, if you ask me personally, to be honest. But we got a cool one here, a game that is busted beyond belief when it comes to speed running. What do we got on the docket today?
We are going to be playing SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. The screen looks totally weird right now, but I swear to God there's a game there. And we're joined by Rubbertoe64. Him you can't see. He's a shy boy. Hi, Rubbertoe. I don't hear him.
Uh-oh. We got Rubbertoe in here?
It's just me and you, buddy.
Uh-oh.
So J Hobbs, we're gonna need you to speedrun SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom.
All right.
How familiar are you with the game?
Well, I think maybe it's played on GameCube. I'm not sure. I think that pretty much sums up about how familiar I am with it. I don't own a GameCube. We'll figure out a way to capture it. We got this. I believe in our ability to do this today.
While we get that sorted and we're forced to just vamp in front of our audience here, remember, guys, you can donate at donate.ign.com, or you can click any of the Tiltify links in the description below. We are at $23,593, which is that's a good amount. That's a good amount. That's a good chunk of change, but it's not enough.
We wanted 24,000 by the end of the day. Look, here we are, almost at the end of the day. Still not 24,000. Is our Monday crowd going to be the first ones to let us down here and not meet our goal? I don't think we can let that happen. Come on. I know everybody out there really wants to help these organizations. I think we should.
No, 100%. And you can win a custom Xbox One X if you donate more than $50. Just to give everybody an update, as I was doing my intro, the speedrunners, his internet just died. Because that's what happens when you're trying to do a speed run. When everybody's connected to the internet. Are we back?
Live broadcasts are hard. I think we might be joined by Rubbertoe now.
Rubbertoe?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't know. Internet just died, man.
Dude, if the internet's good at anything, it's for dying and that's it. That's the only thing it's good
for. Dying at the most, like, inappropriate times. That's always what happens.
You've been connected for an hour, and now it dies right when it's time for the stream.
Exactly.
But we're here now.
Oh my gosh.
So what is the category of the speed run we're doing here, Roberto? Go ahead and explain the speed run to us.
So we're going to be doing any %. So we're going to be trying to beat the game as fast as possible without any in-game restrictions other than the in-game codes. So anything is possible here.
Okay, and I assume this game has 0 glitches. Everything's just legit gameplay.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's just going to be a really normal speed run. Just nothing too exciting, you know.
Listen, if it wasn't developer intended, they wouldn't have left the bugs in the code. That's what I'm saying, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, let's get the speedrun started. I actually can't wait for this because this game is. I was watching you speedrun it yesterday, and it's absolutely ridiculous.
Thank you, man. All right, so you guys ready? Or do I just
let's do it?
Give it a go.
Let's start her up.
I actually started my splits here just in case. You know, I hit PB or something.
Just in case we get the world record here. You never know.
All right. I'll start on go, I guess. So 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off.
Yep.
So it looks like I was wrong. You're not on GameCube. What's this on? What are you playing on here?
This is on the original Xbox because it actually has the best load times and a lot of the glitches are just easier.
Oh,
so
cool.
Yeah.
So you're collecting a lot of flowers, or whatever those are, pinwheel.
Yeah, those are called shiny objects. It's the in-game currency.
Okay.
And we're actually, we're gonna abuse that later on in the game because we can actually use them to buy more spatulas for Mr. Krabs, and we're gonna do a cool grinding trick. It's gonna be fun.
All right. So for people who aren't familiar with this game, pitch me like what is the gameplay like? Like what kind of game is? Never mind, ignore me because you clearly look like you're already doing something ridiculous.
All right, yeah, we're already setting up the first major glitch. So this is a hand disable. It's the out of bound detection for the game, and we're actually disabling that right now so that we can get certain spatulas that are out of bounds a lot easier, and he just won't grab us. They're Squidward. Goodbye.
What is happening? I don't like it.
Yeah.
I do not get it. The game's actually, for a regular Xbox game, this is actually a pretty looking game. Like, it actually looks pretty nice.
Yeah, the Xbox version uses this blooming, so it actually has a lot of cool lighting effects that looks a lot better than on GameCube. So right there, we just grabbed an out-of-bounds spatula, and we're gonna... actually, no, we're not gonna warp to it. I was doing another category the other day, so I'm a little mixed up, but yeah.
Please explain to me how SpongeBob, who I assume lives in a pineapple under the sea, just drowned.
That's actually not water. That's called goo. If you remember Goo Lagoon from the show, that's what it is. So don't ask me what goo is, but yeah.
Well, that was going to be my next question. But I guess I'll save it. I'll find out from somebody else.
All right. So right now, I'm doing a super precise jump, spin, jump here to skip a certain boss. So it's gonna take me a little bit of a setup here, but hopefully I get it second try. Yes, I did. Okay, good. That's actually really hard.
Second try.
First second try.
Amazing.
Gonna make my way over here.
Yeah, it looks like every now and then your character model is just kind of flipping out. It's like that just from the jump, spin, jump, you're like canceling out an animation really quickly.
Yeah, okay, so that's actually the out of bounds detection. So what we disabled was actually like the aura of the out of bounds detection, but the sand is still like activated. So if we stay there for too long, he'll actually be re-enabled, and we don't want that.
No.
Okay.
That's why I kept jumping, so he wouldn't catch me.
That's the last thing we want.
Yeah, so now we're on top of the chum bucket.
Sure.
We just did some precise platforming to get up on here, and we skipped another boss, Robo Patrick,
okay,
to get some quick spatulas.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say
this is a weird question. What's the story? What are we doing here? Why is there a battle, and why is it in Bikini Bottom?
So Plankton made this Duplicatotron that replicates robots, but he forgot to turn on the obey switch to obey.
Yeah.
And he had it set to disobey. So now they're running amok, destroying everything. And it's our job to to fix it, I guess.
So, Plankton, is he the bad guy here? He sounds like he just made a mistake.
Yeah, he made a mistake, and now technically RoboPlankton is the one who's doing all the bad stuff. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So I'm gonna go out on a limb since you've already skipped like 2 bosses or something. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the boss fights are fairly slow in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, we still have to do them to get these power-ups so that we do a big glitch later on. But yeah, right now we're trying to get fast bats so that we can enter some areas earlier than we should.
Sure.
So,
sure. Sounds like a
what
speed
that's
run.
for. Yep.
Yeah. What are some of the powers we'll be looking forward to?
So after we beat Robo Sandy, we'll get the Bubble Bowl power-up, which is going to let us press certain buttons and whatnot. And then after we beat Robo Patrick, we're going to get the Cruise Bubble, which is this missile move. And then once we get both of them, that's going to allow us to do this speed trick called Cruise Boosting, which lets us move twice as fast, and it's going to allow us to jump through certain gaps that you shouldn't otherwise.
That's pretty cool.
I'm just going to have to call this out now. You're telling me that the bosses are RoboPlankton, Robo Sandy, Robo Patrick. I got to be honest, it sounds lazy. It sounds... is there a Robo SpongeBob or...
Yeah, that's actually Robo SpongeBob and RoboPlankton at the end.
I'm about
Mark is not pleased, not happy.
This is lazy writing, or it's brilliant. I can't decide. Exactly. It could be brilliant, actually.
So Rubbertoe, with the new remake game coming out that we got a look at earlier on the IGN stream, are you super excited for that, or are you looking forward to that one? How's the community feeling about that one, I guess?
Oh, the community is just completely excited for it. We're all just waiting for the release right now. Honestly, I'm more excited to just glitch hunt it. It sounds kind of messed up, but I'm one of the glitch hunters for this game too, so I'm just excited to bust it open and show the developers what they missed.
That's good. I'm excited to talk to you here then, because I feel like there are a lot of glitch hunters in speedrunning that don't end up actually doing full game runs themselves very often. Sometimes the people who are actually out and finding all these skips that speedrunners use are not the same ones actually doing the runs. Have you always been into doing the full game runs, or is that something you kind of got into more gradually after finding a bunch of glitches?
No, I actually started with the speedruns, and then I gradually, as I understood the game more, I started finding my own stuff, and yeah. So it's actually kind of backwards from other glitch hunters.
Yeah, I just watched you stand on spikes. I'm watching it again.
Okay. You can tell by losing the underpants that he got hurt. Is that not clear, Mark?
Okay.
Not a normal behavior from video games?
I mean, the last time I stood on spike, never mind. Forget it. Could I read some donations?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cool. Here we go. We don't have any, guys.
Oh, come on.
Guys. So instead, I'm going to have to remind everyone how to donate. Don't forget that all summer long, IGN is asking you to donate to worthy causes by following the links in the description of this video or by heading over to donate.ign.com. You can give to the COVID-19 Response Fund dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating COVID-19, or to the Bail Project, working to reunite families separated by mass incarceration. By donating, you'll have a chance to win IGN gift cards, codes for games like Resident Evil 3, or swag from companies like id Software and Bethesda. I love Bethesda, so, I'll donate. Donors who give more than $50 will also have a chance to win a custom IGN Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. We've already generated 23,593. We're pushing for 24,000 right now. At 24,000, we'll enable all the new fun pop-ups we have. There's one right there. You'll see it right there.
Some SpongeBob themed stuff now.
There's some SpongeBob ones, but there's some new ones that I'd love to see. So guys, also when you donate, you can leave a comment and just leave it, and I'll do impressions. I can't do impressions, but I'll do them if you want me to. But yeah, I'll read whatever you guys put on there. So yeah, definitely. I'll do an impression. It's whatever. I'm not going to be good at them, but I'll do my best.
Mark will make a fool out of himself live for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah, I'll do whatever I can to get the donations rolling in. The only impression I can do is Brian Johnson from AC/DC. That's the only one I've
Really?
been told actually sounds like anything. But you're not getting it for free.
Right. Got to donate, everybody. All right, so what's going on here? I saw you were playing as Sandy for a little bit back there, and even took like a death abuse. It looked like, was that something intentional or?
Yeah, we were abusing a checkpoint trigger, so we touch an invisible checkpoint, and then we just die to respawn up the Sandy nut.
And now just flying across the ocean like it's a Wind Waker HD speedrun.
Yeah, that's a sponge glide. It's pretty crazy. We get damaged by the goo, and then for some reason, if you do a glide after onto a certain surface, it'll just let you glide across. I'll do it again to reach the end trigger here. A lot of these levels are actually going to be played backwards, and that's really fast because a lot of spats are at the end of segments, so it's pretty cool.
I just want to shout out that Zachy B just gave us our first donation. He didn't leave a comment, but he gave us $15, which is amazing. Let's get the train rolling.
Yeah, everybody, every little bit helps. So even if you're just like, oh man, I've been staying in cooking at home so much, I skipped McDonald's for today or something. Like the five you would have spent on that, like that helps out a lot. All right, I take it we're seeing another death abuse there.
Yeah, that was a cutscene skip. By drowning and entering the cutscene at the same time, we effectively skip it.
I also want to throw out that Zachy B just donated again. He gave $15 to each charity, which I super appreciate.
Yeah, that's great. I love that everybody gets to pick too, like what charity they want it to go to directly. So it's not even just like an even split. You all get to pick exactly where you want your money to go.
Well, and what's wild is that they are $17 apart.
Wow.
We're at $11,820 for Who, $11,803 for the Bale Project. That's actually incredible.
That is. Couldn't have planned it better if you tried.
We just got another one, J Sarah 226 with $10. Thank you so much.
All right, so how many? Right. I'm guessing that like the spatulas.
What was that man's arms?
Guessing the spatulas are going to kind of eventually unlock your way to the end of the game, if I'm not mistaken. Am I guessing correctly on that one?
Yeah, we need a total of 75 minimum spats to beat the game. So yeah, this is one of the boss fights, so if you have any more donations, definitely read it here.
Let's see here. We do! Look at that. They're coming in. $20 from AK8 _Hero Slayas, who says, "Hi, Rubber. Good luck on the run, man. Good stuff. Battle for Bikini Bottom is." I swear to God, it says, "Good stuff. Battle for Bikini Bottom is." We don't know what is, but
it's good stuff.
It is. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe. Okay, so my producer in my ear, I'm just going to call that out. He said maybe it's a reference to like Yoda. Good stuff, bikini for bot. Never mind, I'm done. I told you I can't do impressions.
Let's see. You'll watch. Yep, that's off the clock hours right now. That's generally that's what we call that kind of line reading.
That's it's 5:20. Everybody's gone home for the night. It's none of the managers are on. I own the IGN stream. I can do whatever I want.
We're here. We're still here for the donations, man. It's all about the charity.
That's right. That's right. Jay Hobbs is my boss right now.
You don't want to give it up. So, Robert, to go to again for some of the people who are not as familiar with this game, to go to some of the base mechanics, it looks like you're able to switch characters. Is that happening involuntarily, or is that happening at will? Are you able to just do that whenever you want?
No, you can only switch characters during boss fights where this transition happens, and during these bus stops, they call them, where you press R and it switches the character in certain levels.
Oh my gosh,
so in Jellyfish Fields, it's only Patrick you can switch to at the bus stops, and in other levels, it's Sandy, and you can switch back and forth. But usually, we just want to use SpongeBob because he's the most broken.
You just decapitated Robo Sandy.
Yep.
This game is so violent.
Very brutal.
No, yeah, when you die, there's animations that just They're pretty crazy.
That's why we had to save this one for after hours, guys. It's way too violent.
Kids cartoons for you, man.
Yeah. Super good. Man, this game does look fun. I might play the rehydrated one.
See, the best part is we've got that like fish popping up over the screen from the game from the show, and I don't know if that's in game or if that's just at this point the IGN stream runners throwing more pop-ups in.
That's true. I actually have no idea. Is that a pop-up or
that's the actual game?
Oh, okay. The game came preloaded with its own pop-ups.
Yeah.
Before you know it, somehow that'll become a new donate pop-up, and so then we'll be so confused. It'll just be coming from the left side of the screen instead of the right.
It definitely should have become one.
That'd be amazing.
Kylo with $11.38. Glad to help. I've enjoyed all the great coverage for Summer of Gaming so far. We still got more to go. There's so many days of Summer of Gaming left, guys. So many days.
Yeah, this has been super fun so far. Just, of course, getting to see all the speed runs and everything, but on top of that, just catching the other coverage in between, all the different like game reveals, and obviously that Sony conference a few days ago, which we were very excited about.
That Sony conference. Can't stop thinking about it. Man, what a good conference that was. Roberto, are you the world's biggest PlayStation fan?
I wouldn't say the biggest, but I do have a PlayStation 4, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all you need, man. That's all you need.
Well, until holiday 2020, probably.
That's right. That's right.
All right, so back as Patrick, it looks like you got a double jump and everything, but you said SpongeBob is a lot more broken. Is there still stuff that Patrick has that's unique to him that's pretty cool, or is it mostly like, oh, you just try to get through those sections so you can get back to SpongeBob quickly?
Yeah, that's usually what the other characters are for, just to get through one certain section that only they can use. But right now I'm actually using Patrick to do a setup for shiny grinding. So yeah, get ready for loud noise.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sounds like okay. So I'm seeing some Metal Gear Solid happening right now. Okay, no, you were just carrying that. I thought he was hiding under it. Like he looks like he's hiding under a box right now. Also, shiny grinding. That sounds like something from Mario Sunshine, maybe. I don't know.
Or from like Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
shiny grinding.
Good. Guys, we're actually getting some donations. So is it cool if I read them really quick?
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. So yeah, don't forget you can go to donate.ign.com or click one of the Tiltify links in the description. We are pushing right now for 24K, where we'll unlock a fun new pop-up that I have no idea what it is. If you donate, you have a chance to win like a game code or swag from video game companies. $50 or more, you have a chance to win a custom IGN Summer of Gaming Xbox. So we've been trying to get those dollar train goings, because here's the deal. If you donate $1, you still get to type in something fun on the Tiltify thing, and I will just read it. That's worth $1, I would assume. Maybe it's not. Plug your Twitter. I'll read your Twitter out loud. That's actually a great idea. I want to donate just so I can plug my own Twitter, even though my own Twitter's right there. But anyway. We got Nick Sticky with $30. We have Anonymous with $50 who says, thanks for the continued support of these great causes. We have to hit 25K. Come on. I agree. I agree with that. And then we have Jordan, your producer, who's our producer. He says, I want more Mark impressions. More Mark impressions. Now, legally you have to do it because I asked. So, yeah. But you have to tell me who you would want me to do an impression of, and I'll do it. Jay Hobbs,
I am pretty terrible at impressions, I think. the one impression I can do, if you ever get a Jack and Daxter speedrun on here, is of the precursor Oracle from Jack and Daxter. That's about it.
Oh, nice.
Man, so you very clearly are rapidly increasing your currency here, Roberto, and I unmuted our commentary feed here for a little bit just to hear how loud it was, like you were talking about. Did you just cheat at a carnival game? Is that what I saw? Is that exactly what's happening here?
Yep, that was a skee ball, and we call it skee ball abuse. So that's what that was.
just tossing two things into the like 50-point spot, I guess. And
Yeah.
get stuck.
I just had a miswarp. Whoops. That's fine.
Do
It's
I
good
have a
that it lets you
Chewbacca
work.
impression? Is what I'm being asked in my headphones. No, that's awful. Well, Chewbacca's like pretty easy. You just kind of like get real close to the mic and you just.
That was perfect.
I felt like I was watching the Star War right now after doing that impression. That's pretty good. The problem with the AC/DC impression is I don't know the words to any AC/DC songs. I just like make noise, which is what I'm convinced Brian Johnson is just doing anyways. I'll do it. I'll do it the next time somebody donates $50. That's the only time I'm gonna do it. That's Roberto, can you do any impressions?
No, I'm terrible.
I think we've pretty much proven that we all are.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about it. I'm always impressed by like voice actors and just people who can do impressions and stuff. I've never gotten that down.
Yeah, no, me neither.
And so, are you just going to be able to like buy? Okay, you kind of answered my question right there. I was going to ask if you were about to buy infinite spatulas. Does Mr. Krabs just have like several spatulas there for purchase?
Yeah, he has a total of 8 spatulas, and the more you buy, the higher the price gets. So, yeah, that's why we need a certain amount of shiny objects.
So, Roberto, how far into the game would a normal person be right now? Like, are we like halfway through?
Yeah, I'd say we're about halfway through.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
What do the spatulas do? What are those for?
They're kind of like your shine sprites or your power stars from Mario 64.
Ooh, now you see.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
We've learned this through these speedrun streams that you just got to put everything in Super Mario 64 terms, and Mark will immediately understand it.
You should see salary negotiations at my. They're like, we're gonna pay you this much, and I'm like, how much of that will restore the power to the castle?
Right.
Like, I need you guys to break this down for me.
What's the like coin to dollar conversion ratio right now? We
Yeah.
got to get that currency conversion fee.
Is that American coins or Australian coins, guys? I don't I don't know. It's tough. It's tough living in the Mushroom Kingdom. Very lonely place.
Are we talking like SM64 coins adjusted for inflation, or is this Super Mario
Exactly.
Odyssey where they really mean nothing anymore? You know,
that's the thing is you have to get 100 coins in a level to spawn a star, but that was in 1996. I don't know how many coins you would need to spawn a star nowadays. Yeah. With inflation and just the 100 coins in this economy. I don't know about that.
I feel like somewhere out there, Brian David Gilbert is like has a video about this. Okay, what? So you just got stuck and then started launching. Did you just hit like a random invisible trigger floating out there?
Yeah, there's a trigger there, and we use the slide momentum to jump over there across the giant gap.
And then this looks perfectly normal. I've seen this every episode.
It's definitely my favorite part of. Yeah, every episode is super good.
This is a tough clip here, so there you go.
My favorite part is when he just glitches into a wall and slams his head up against the side of a cave and then runs at the screen terrifyingly. That's what are we trying to accomplish right now?
So there's debug triggers in the air that skip these bosses instantly. So that's what I'm trying to hit right now, but it's a somewhat precise setup.
Got it.
Okay, too low.
In layman's terms, if somebody doesn't necessarily know what a debug trigger is, usually it's something left in by developers who could use custom tools to move themselves out of bounds and hit that spot. That way, when they're testing various sections of the game, they can just skip right past a boss. If they don't,
did we get it there?
We got it.
Oh, good. First,
we're gonna be doing that a couple more times.
It's funny how many games leave those kinds of triggers in the game.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Never. So we got a donation from MJ Sarah. It says, do a Christopher Walken impression, reading her thing. Here we go. You asked for it. Oh, I can't wait for Arm's character in Smash. See, it's terrible. That's awful.
We got a little bit of like Christopher Walken playing Dracula in there. I think that's what that was.
That's super good. That's super Bard. Oh. That's yeah, that's what you get. So just with more impressions like that, people are gonna stop donating, so I better watch out. We're like, no. If somebody
donates $10 or more with it in the with the precursor dude in the comment, I'll do my precursor oracle. Also works as generic like bad guy, generic gargoyle voice. So if somebody donates for that and mentions it in the comment, I'll go ahead and do my impression of it.
Somebody in the chat did say that sounds like Dracula.
Listen, Walken's only like a stone's throw away from Dracula. You just gotta put the right spin on it.
I do love Dracula though, so I mean maybe that's just where that's coming from. I don't know. Guys, I was gonna say we're $206 away from our goal of 24K. So let's grind. Let's get that. 204 people need you to donate $1. I will read all of you. What do you get? Well, I'll tell you. Because the voices in my head are wanting to know what you get, so I'll explain. By donating, you'll have a chance to win IGN gift cards, codes for games like Resident Evil 3, or swag from companies like id Software and Bethesda's. Also, donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Also, at 24K, we will unlock a new pop-up emote. So that's just icing on the cake.
A new little reward.
Yeah. It's, we're streaming twice. It's 2 streams for the price of 1. Today's been a day.
We're getting to end on a nice chill, just like watch SpongeBob float through the the empty void of the ocean. So, Roberto, what's your journey with this game? Like, how long have you been running it, and what got you into running this game?
All right, hold up. Okay, I missed a jump, but that's okay. I've been running this game for about 3.5 years, I want to say.
Oh wow, that's a pretty long time.
Yeah, I started February of 2017, I want to say. So it's been a while since I've been part of the community and whatnot.
How many hours do you think you've put into it total?
Oh my gosh, thousands for sure. Yeah, it's been a wild ride.
Yeah.
Was there something that made you want to start running this game, or is it just a game you played as a kid and you saw a speedrun of it or something?
Yeah, so basically, I actually started speedrunning Mario 64 and Luigi's Mansion first, and I actually just remembered this game out of nowhere. I was like, hey, I used to play this SpongeBob game. I wonder if there's a speedrun out there. And I saw Shift's AGDQ run, and I was like, oh my gosh, this game is broken. What the heck happened in my childhood? So after that, it was just... it was all over for all the other games.
Oh no!
Yeah, I've just been grinding away at this game. I mean, I still speedrun other stuff, but this has been my main game for a long time.
Yeah, it's cool that it's been able to keep your attention for that long. Like that's usually the sign of a pretty good speedrun, and generally a pretty like diverse speedrunner, or one with a lot of depth to it.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of crazy. Detailed stuff that just goes over a lot of people's heads if they don't know what's going on.
What's the world record right now for just any percent?
I believe it's a 48.59. I want to say. I might be a little off. Yeah.
Nice. I like when things hit like a 59, like Mario 64.
Yeah.
Another game I've heard of. It just got D whatever just got the first I believe it's a 46.59. So it's like there's something about breaking that minute barrier is like amazing.
I said it back during the Portal 2 run earlier this morning that Speedrunners love round numbers and specifically love breaking round numbers. There's always a special drive behind that, something that just kind of pleases the eye.
Yeah.
All right, Robo Patrick, you skipped this one earlier. What are we back here for? Like, what's the benefit from beating this boss?
We get the cruise missile power up, and that's gonna let us go twice as fast after we beat him.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a glitch. This is a pretty standard boss fight, though.
I mean, he looks like super angry, but he doesn't look like he's that hard to beat, though.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Maybe as a kid he's a little tough, but
sure.
Speedrunner is just like, the auto scroller or whatever.
Oh yeah. I love. There was. Oh, I was just watching. We just did a Devs React for A Hat in Time, and there was like a few boss fights where it's just like, look at all this crazy stuff happening on screen. But if you just stand right here, nothing will ever hit you, and you're like, what?
Yeah, safe spots are always funny. Speedrunners will inevitably find them.
Because like I'm watching this and I'm feeling like I would just be like running in a circle trying to dodge these things, and you're just like standing there like, yep. Oh, now you're Spider-Man. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Sandy can lasso to these Texas swingers, so now I'm
Sure.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Very normal swinging physics going on right here.
That's what Spider-Man looks like when he swings. He does his little thwip, and then just gravity doesn't take over, and he just flies the other way. That's how I remember it.
It's the beta for the new Spider-Man.
I was
That's
just
what
going to
it
make
is.
that joke. Who would have thought that we got 2 Sony conferences this summer of gaming?
Some alpha gameplay right here, guys. This is the new game.
I run Spider-Man, and even I can't swing like that.
Oh man, that looks terrible. It looks so good.
Yeah, I'm wondering how Rehydrated's gonna handle that.
Yeah. It's always interesting with like a remake versus a remaster, because I believe this one's pretty much a full remake, right? It looks like it.
Yeah, from the ground up, completely new engine and everything. So,
So it's always interesting where sometimes even in remakes, the same kinds of like glitches and exploits still exist because they tend to look back at the old code for reference, or just have to design things in a similar way due to the level design. And then there's other times where the remakes look just completely different and nothing is the same when it comes to the glitches, but people will still find stuff anyways. Like they're always going to find new ways to break it. It's always fun to see which way certain games fall on that spectrum of remakes.
I think for Rehydrate, it's going to be a completely different thing, just because they didn't have access to the old game's code, so they had to do it from complete scratch, only using the game as a basis.
Oh, weird. Yo, yeah, I guess that happens sometimes. I think there's like what is it? I think there's like a Kingdom Hearts or something like that like the code just like doesn't exist for it anymore.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1, the like theory was that they had to, when they remastered that one, they had to kind of write it from scratch so it worked on PS3 and then PS4. It's hard to like necessarily believe whether that's actually the case or not, because of just how accurately they matched a lot of the game. So it might just be that like, parts of it were missing and parts of it weren't, but who knows?
Yeah, maybe they just kind of filled it in. During this boss fight, is it a good time to read some donations?
We just got done with it, but you can read some, sure.
All right, perfect. There are none to read.
Oh,
back to the game.
All right, I guess I'll explain cruise boosting again. So now we're moving twice as fast because I'm interrupting the bowling move with the missile move. So that lets us capture the momentum from the bowling move into our speed.
Wow, and that just applies to your regular running speed. You don't have to like keep doing some kind of weird jumping to keep the momentum or anything. It's just, you've just got it now.
Yeah, because when you bowl, you're always moving slightly forward. So if we do that twice, that gives the bowl a bigger boost, and we capture that. But if we keep doing it, it doesn't give an even bigger boost. It's only twice, for some reason.
Okay.
Got a donation from Steve. $37, which is just like an awesome amount. I love random donations like that. I love them so much. $37. There it is.
You gotta be kidding me.
There's probably some significance to that number for them.
Yeah, maybe.
Or-
No, I love it.
or
We just
whatever
gave
was
we just gave somebody a graduation card, and I think I put like $23 in there just because like that's what was in my wallet, and they were like, "Oh yeah, just like $20," and I was like, "Oh, here's $23." There you
I was gonna say that, or it was whatever was left over in their PayPal balance after somebody paid them back for food or something.
Oh, dude, that checks out. So, guys, we're 170 away from our goal of 24K. $50 or more gets you an spot-on AC/DC impression from Jayhawks, and
From me, oh boy.
and you have a chance to win a custom Xbox One X. And then at 24K, we'll enable a new pop-up, and we're just gonna wild because it's almost 6 o'clock. And I don't think my mom's watching anymore, so we can kind of just do whatever we want now.
So you were absolutely you flipped down through the floor, out of bounds completely. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Clipped out of bounds completely below the floor and everything. How exactly does that work? Is there a reason you're not doing that everywhere?
Yeah, so that only works when you have the cruise boost active, because the bowling momentum doesn't reset your gravity when you touch the floor.
Okay.
So we actually did a bash move there to get more gravity onto SpongeBob, and then by pausing the game and unpausing, we lag the game and we could just clip through the floor.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Is that something that's exclusive to like the Xbox version at all, or is it just because you mentioned some of the glitches were a little easier on it?
Yeah, Xbox is one of the better ones to do it on. PS2 is pretty free, but the loads are atrocious, so yeah, you wouldn't want to run on that.
So is the Xbox version is that the version to run? Like if you're going for a serious top time?
Yeah, the original Xbox version. You can run on 360, but that one's a bit slower than the original, just because the 360 is emulating the original Xbox and not actually using official hardware.
I see. So you're playing on an actual just Xbox?
Yeah, original Microsoft Xbox.
Yeah, what kind of controller are you using? Are you using the Duke?
No. Definitely not. I'm using the S controller.
Oh, okay.
It's unbelievable how like many different opinions there are when it comes to controller preference in, I guess, gaming overall, but especially with speedrunning. Like whenever I'm racing my buddy Keyzeron in games, he's almost always using a GameCube controller, and I'm almost always using a DualShock 4 because I'm just like, I do not want to touch that GameCube controller.
Zachy B, the return. Back for more donations. I'll take them. $8.43. I love it. And then another donation for $11.57. We'll take them. Keep it random. That's what I love.
Man, so just jumping over a gate there, was there anything going on while you were trying to clip past that gate, or were you just kind of jumping into a certain spot until it worked?
Yeah, there's a specific spot there, and then we have to do what's called an L jump. So whenever you press L in this game, that's the cruise bubble move, the missile, and that's what actually lets us clip through certain stuff.
Okay.
I forgot to mention that earlier when I did the lag clip. I actually have to press L in between each unpause when I lag the game, so that he gains this intangibility for a frame. But since we lag the game, it extends that intangibility frame. But for that one, we don't need lag because like the roof is too close to the ground, so we could just L clip through it.
What? Did you just slide on that like piece of furniture? That looked really cool. I don't know if that's
just like what is happening?
Why is he not walking?
Yeah, well, that's part of the cruise boost. We're always moving forward, so even if I don't give an input, he's gonna keep moving forward. And that's why if I hold forward, it's almost like he's double speed.
Oh.
Right here's another lag clip, see if I can get it. Alright, got it. So I just grabbed the debug trigger, another one, to get Mrs. Puff's spatula here. She wants all 6 art pieces, but we just skipped those entirely.
Rude. And you took her spatula, though? Man, that's not cool.
Remember,
I don't know
licking
if I like
doorknobs
this
is
game.
illegal on other planets.
That's weird.
I love how, kind of 3D platforming games like this, when they do have these kinds of glitches in it, they just become like sandbox games once you know how to do some of this cool kind of movement. Like Ratchet and Clank games are very much the same way, where once you know how to do some wild jumps or some momentum preservation, you can just get all over the place, get from point A to point B in so many different creative ways. It seems like this game is very much the same.
Yeah, it became, from a linear game, it became like almost non-linear just because we have access to almost everything from the start just because of how busted it is.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
I take it it's intentionally dying there kind of skips an animation or a cutscene or something?
Well, we have to wait for the spatula animation to finish, and then we can just warp to where we need to go, because this game has a in-game warping system, so, yeah.
So it just doesn't matter if you fall off the edge.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
And you were still doing the boost there, it looked like.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, we disabled the out-of-bounds detection Hans. So even if I fall, I would fall forever, so I would have to warp anyways.
Okay. And
Is
that's something
is this even a video game at this point?
Right.
No.
And that's something you just had to set up once at the beginning, right? Like you haven't had to reset it up at all or anything after loading to different levels?
Yeah, it stays all the way.
That's so weird. That's super cool. You just set it up once and then you're good to go.
How reset heavy is this game? Like, is this something that it's like you just try to give runs a go, or is there something that happens early on that you're just like, if you don't get, you just
at top level there's run killers everywhere, so it's pretty reset heavy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
How many times would you reset in this run? Because I know there was a few tricks you had a few troubles with.
Probably at the beginning already. Yeah, just because of how optimized it is, it's pretty crazy.
Oh, look at that! Look at that boy! Look at him! Oh, he's so happy.
Steve Carell disagrees.
Steve disagrees.
All right. Oh my God! I got that first try. Let's go.
Oh, nice. Just clipping on in. Is that just wedging yourself in a certain spot? You got to do that L press again, I guess?
Yeah. It's basically just it's a boost with the L clip, so you just clip right through the cage.
It's funny when games put that kind of thing like in a locked off box in front of you. It's like tantalizingly close. It's just right there. Speedrunners are just sitting there going like, I know one day I'm going to get into this box. They will not stop me.
Doom Eternal had so much of that. I just played through Doom Eternal, and it was like, hey, I know you want this collectible, but you're going to have to figure it out. And I'm like, but you're right there. Guys, we are $149 away from our goal of 24K.
Remember, licking doorknobs
is
illegal on other planets.
No, 149 people to give $1.
Yeah,
I will read every single one of them.
And we have about how long would you say is left in this run, Roberto? Because it seems like you've been crushing it. Like I know a couple of minor things have gone wrong, but like, man, it's just been flying. How much is left? Do you think?
Yeah.
We got about, I want to say like 10, maybe 11 minutes, just about.
All right, everybody, guys. 10 minutes, $150. Let's make it happen. Come on, we can't have the first day of missing the donation goal.
We can't do it. So I'm setting a timer right now. Once I find out how to go to google.com, there it is. Setting a timer for 10 minutes. Every minute, we need, I don't know,
$15.
Like $15. Yeah, stream math. Okay, so we have 50 seconds to make $15. So let's make it happen. Or we need 10 minutes for one person to donate $150. Then we can just take the rest of the day off.
There's another way of getting there. So these rooftops you're platforming on, is this something that you normally are intended to get to, but through different means, or are you just not like even supposed to be able to get up there at all?
Yeah, you're not supposed to be up there at all.
Hey, but that's very nice of them to leave them nice and textured and everything.
Yeah, we leave the collision there.
Yeah, surprisingly, there's a lot of detail out of bounds that are just all textured and like they're all solid, and you can just stand on them. It's pretty
That's so
crazy.
weird. Yeah, I heard one actually in one of the Devs React videos in the
Half-Life
Tomb
2?
Raider. No, Tomb Raider. Lara Croft one. I heard them saying they were wondering why there was collision in all these out of bounds spots, and they said, well, it's probably just from reusing the same objects, rather than having to create, like new custom meshes and stuff. They just kind of reuse the same objects and throw them out of bounds, and if you just align them in different ways, they look unique. Or if you just texture the object, but you're using the same general, structure of the thing. So I guess
they
that's
just resize them and stuff.
Yeah, I guess that's what causes a lot of, collision to be in out of bounds sections.
That makes sense.
I will not get over SpongeBob just sliding during each spatula
I know.
cutscene. It's so good.
We're on our way to the Mermaid Man, sliding our way over there.
So good. You should get those piercing blue eyes just staring at the camera.
They're beautiful. They're beautiful. All right, guys. We have 8-9 minutes of this speed run left. So we're going to do one more push. Remember, I'm going to read it slow. I usually read them fast, but today we're going to read it slow. By donating, you'll have a chance to win IGN gift cards, codes for games like Resident Evil 3, or swag from companies like id Software or Bethesda. Donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. We've already generated $23,851 to help fight mass incarceration and the COVID-19 pandemic. And a major shout out to the Blancos Block Party for donating $1,000. Let's keep it going. I need everyone to donate $1.
How? This is the second time we've gotten dramatic readings from Mark, and it's only Monday.
It's only Monday. I don't have much left in me.
That was pretty great. I'm seeing chat just like pop off, Roberto. It sounds like you're killing it right now on some of these hard tricks, and you're not even you're just like not even acknowledging it. You're like, no, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It happens all the time.
Oh, yeah, I do see it. People are loving this. This is really good.
Yeah, I clipped into this cage, but I have to clip under it, so it's kind of tough to get it down sometimes.
This is a pretty crazy level.
Yeah.
Yeah, this casually would take like 5 minutes, but we just do it in like 50 seconds or something.
Sure. Sounds like me eating a burrito. Am I right, boys? The cool square in the chat says rubber on hitting one frame tricks. It happens all the time.
Yeah, that's what I took away from that. Robert's like, yeah, no, it's fine.
Guys, it's no big deal.
Come on, if you've been enjoying the execution, the ridiculous level of performance here from Roberto, please donate $1, $5, $10, $15, whatever you can. We would love to hit that 24,000 before the end of the day, and we are almost out of time here.
We are almost out of time. Guys, I'm getting worried. Yeah.
My mind, watching you to use that that guided missile there, the guided rocket, my mind just goes back to 007 Nightfire and using the guided sentinel and sending it across the map to try to take out my friends in multiplayer.
I love that game.
Yeah, it's so good.
I'm joking. I've never played it, but
it's so great.
I know there's like a community of people that do love that game.
Yeah.
We got a $30 donation from Penta Rider who says, "Good job to Rubber. He is killing this run." We also got an anonymous donation for $2.50. We'll take it. Which means we are $96 away from our goal. Just got another $20 donation from Zachary Robert,
You
He
gotta
says,
be kidding me.
You are the worst, so mean and smelly.
Remember,
Me?
licking doorknobs is illegal on
How
other
do you
planets.
smell me through the camera? I will admit, every time I'm about to go on camera, I do like eat like a piece of gum or a breath mint. I don't know why. It's just something about it.
I was doing that this morning, man. I don't know.
You got to do what you got to do. And then we got another anonymous donation for $2.50. We are officially $94 away from the goal. That's nothing.
Yeah, come on, we can make it happen, everybody.
We can make it happen.
Oh, we got a nice number of spatulas there.
Yep.
Nice.
I like climbing up some of these buildings where you're just trying to find like just enough of a slope to stand on to jump again. Always a great part about 3D platformers.
Yeah, a lot of these corners can be stood on, so it's pretty exploitable.
Yeah. Those levels look spooky.
Yeah, this is the Flying Dutchman's graveyard.
Oh.
Activating 4 cannons there, I guess. That's just to get you another spatula. You said you needed 75, I think, right?
Yep.
So we are only 5 away.
Yeah, we just got another $10 donation from Simply Glaceon, who says, "Gotta donate for Rubber hitting all of these one frames and hard tricks like they're nothing."
Thank you.
Guys, we're 4 minutes away. We need $84. Just the stream math alone should be enough.
4 spatulas away. At this point, we're going to need like $20 a spatula.
That's true. That's true. We just got 2K Plays games with $40.
You gotta be kidding me.
Getting us so close.
He said, "Rubber is the man of all men. 1 frames for breakfast without milk." I added the without milk part. I don't know why. I felt like it needed it.
It makes it more impressive. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. Anybody can eat 1 frames for breakfast without milk to water it down.
So there've been a few spots where you actually haven't been cruise boosting, it looks like. Is that just where it's not really going to save you much time, or it makes it too hard to control in kind of precise spots? What's going on there?
Yeah, we got to get rid of it sometimes, because then we fall out of bounds, and we're going to have to rewarp, and it'll waste time, and yeah.
Okay.
Guys, I got to announce something. We just hit our goal of $24,000.
I don't even know if anybody can hear us anymore over the party that's happening.
The stream has gone wild. We have lost control of the stream. It is over. We are no longer in control. Rubber, great job, man. Because of that expert gameplay. Because of the 75. Now we're going to the kitchen. I'll go ahead and read these donations. Mark is cool. Mark is cool with $5. We got Zachary Robert Jarnigan with $20, who says, "Bruh." We got, and then we got Luis the Saint Bernard with $43.18. We'll take it. Oh no, SpongeBob boy. He looks evil.
We just hit another boss trigger there for the final boss.
Wow.
Nice.
And then right here, we're going to perform brain surgery. We're going to clip into the brain here.
We got Velcog with $25, who says, "Can I get a sweet yeehaw from Rubber?"
Yeehaw!
Is that something you do on stream?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a sick ledge grab on the middle of a pipe to get back. Oh, yep, there we got another one.
And we're done.
That does not look natural.
Wow,
Wait, what's done?
time?
The game's over?
Yeah, it's over. Sorry, I
Wow.
probably should have mentioned it was over.
It's like a very anticlimactic. Like you just ledge grab onto some pipes and then the game ends.
Damn. That looked like it said a hard skip, though. I think you were practicing that one ahead of time, right? Before
Yeah, I was practicing that for a while there.
GG, dude. That was
Yeah,
a
that was
sick
awesome.
run. I'd never really seen much of this game before. I'd heard about how kind of broken open it had gotten over the years, but I'd never really seen much of it. And that was just super cool to see how many movement options you had available to you at all times.
Yep. So what was your ending time? I know you were keeping time.
I got a 52:34. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
We'll take it.
Yeah, that's actually really good.
Yeah.
We take those. Roberto, dude, thank you so much. That was a super fun stream to watch. We're at $24,070, which is we've passed our goal by 70. That's amazing. Super happy with that. Roberto, after the stream ends, where can people find you?
Well, I mostly just stream on Twitch, so twitch.tv/Roberto64, and my Twitter is the same name as my Twitch, so just at Roberto64.
Awesome. J-Hubs, close us out, man. Where can we find you?
You can find me at J_Hobbs on Twitter, right down there. If you check out the Games Done Quick Twitch.tv channel, again, right there. Oh, there we go. Games Done Quick. Then you'll find me on there pretty often as well. I do some stuff with the GQ Hotfix shows that are shows that we do in between the big events. And then on my own personal Twitch channel, I stream pretty often there at twitch.tv/jhobbs296. So thanks for having me on today, Mark. We had a double feature today. Double header. 2
speed runs for the price of 1. It's been a day. This game was really fun to watch, though. I'll be honest. That was super good. This stream was really, really fun to do. All right, guys. Well, that is it. We are ending with $24,070. I'll take it. Our goal was $24,000 at the end of the day. It's late in the day. Everyone's eating their supper. They're getting ready for bed. So to hit that amount, I was super happy with it, guys. And that's going to do it for today. But tomorrow, we're going to be back with my game, Mario 64. That is with my friend Benny. It's going to be amazing. Plus, that's leading up to the epic Animal Crossing charity stream where Brian Altano will tour a bunch of celebrity islands. You don't want to miss it. That is something that we've been working on. I think it's really, really cool. I really can't wait to watch it. We're going to be here doing that all day long tomorrow. So be sure to go and check out for that. Guys, for more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag, and join the conversation with your own best gaming moments. Thank you for watching. That's going to wrap it up today. I will see you guys tomorrow bright and early for Mario 64. Bye, everyone.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.